For this channel or for another channel?
The politics.
Oh, the politics. Oh, I didn't know they had a
Yeah,
live stream. Oh, okay.
yeah. I can
Oh,
post here a link. Let me see. Theos is recording. Let me see. Just a second. So if you click this YouTube, this link, you there
gotcha.
you have
Oh, this guy.
yeah, you have the always at the top, the live stream. This is a live stream playing there right now.
Gotcha.
Sunny is speaking right now there.
All right.
Yeah, interesting. It's an expansion. There's a lot of people there, and there's some people that they they are waking up.
That's good. I never joined that voice stream because this is the first time I ever requested to have to enter my phone number. So just so I
Oh
can
yeah,
talk.
but talk here with some moderators. They have another way to get into there without the cell phone number. So let me see. Erratic, maybe erratic. You see that at the right is online. So old dude, he knows the way. So there's a way to, you know, not giving the cell phone number to get inside, but you have
Oh,
to ask some moderators here
oh, gotcha.
how to do
Cool.
that. Maybe they have an invitation there.
Oh,
Yeah, so try that. Yeah, it was hard even to me at the beginning. I clicked the link, but yeah, that time asking myself. Of course, at that time, the first time the room was there, I had to I have to do that because I was interested in to know what was happening there. Anyway,
cool, man. I didn't know that. I didn't know you just had to ask a moderator. You could get in without putting in your phone number. That's pretty cool.
yeah, let me see. Ask us, a moderator how to get inside, and
Eh,
I
it's all right, man.
even
I prefer to talk to flat earthers. I don't want to talk to globies.
yeah, it's a waste of time.
I don't like talking to those folks. Man, that's the whole reason I joined this server is because in hopes of speaking with flat earthers. Frankly, I think flat earthers are way more intelligent and more real about the world that they live in. I mean, what's the point of talking to a globie? So, what's the
Yeah,
point of talking to liars and people who believe in lies and so on and so forth? So,
yeah, I did say once of time that it depends of the person, but I said, if I was here, joining here for the first time as a Glober, at least I was here to listen first, and then ask a few questions and think for myself. So and that is a relaxed way to do it. But some of them, they are so full of brainwash, you
yeah.
know. And they think they are in the right side. So
Yeah, like I have
yeah,
so many brainwashed people in my own life, in my real life. Why would I need to join a server to talk to more brainwashed people? I don't
yeah,
want that. I want to talk to some real people, right? So,
yeah, and that's right. And most of these people don't have experience in life, because my roots, it's reality, the way it works, water, and I I I didn't remember because if I speak, for example, water level, some people may think this has that thing from the laboratory, that little thing, water level. I can post it. Let me see. It's better. So let me see. Just a second. Where it's water level. Ah, but there are things that I did experience in my life, so I know it works. um, so I was talking like this, if you speak water level, some of them just think this, but I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about, let me get it, water level. Okay, here. You can buy one, they use this in construction,
Hmm.
these water levels, So, and
Oh
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
build,
yeah.
yeah, you can build one, hose with water inside, and you can find a long wall, like, anyway, let's
Okay.
say, anyway,
To level both sides of the.
yeah, you can find a perfect level between two spots in the wall,
Yeah.
So, first when I first saw that, I was wow, you know, yeah, and many things, other things that I experienced, observations. People claim, even Miggy was talking there at the politics a few days ago, one or two. But I did experience that. I did. Sometimes I talk about that. I did work at the watchtower. For wild forest fires. So. Some days, you cannot see. I couldn't see, mountains that belong to Spain, but the sky was blue, clean, and so there were those days were hot, hot summer days. So because of that, sometimes you see this haze in the air, white haze. Sometimes you see these long distance mountains starting to become blue, but they are not blue. So and there are some articles talking about that. Even let me get it. So and I could see, with my binoculars a long distance. Some days, you see this distortion, the hot air passing by, but it's distortion, it's not
Right.
refraction, just distortion there, and the places beyond this distortion are still there, So yeah, you can see distortion. For example, a rocket, jet airplane, sorry, a rocket. What's coming from inside of a rocket engine, jet engine, It's, and you see suddenly this distortion, but it's just distortion. Anyway, and
Yeah, it's like heated air, something, whatever.
yeah,
Just distorts the vision, right? A little bit of what's visible, I guess. Yeah.
I did post. Let me see if I have it. My problem is that I use two computers. At my work, I use a laptop, so few things it's there. Have to find a way to pass the information between the laptop and my computer. But let me see. Okay, first I'm gonna talk visibility. So Visibility. So some people may think, "Oh, he's making up," but I'm not making up. So here's an explanation about the thing. Here, this photo, you can see they start to appear blue, and then far away, it's white. So they say because of the vegetation, and hot air, the vegetation release volatile organic compounds into the air, so it influences the visibility. And yeah, there's more things. Let me see. I did post even to Miggy when he was there. I did post. I think it was 7 Mile Seattle. Let me see. And talking about the water, the temperature of the water, and the air above the water, and it was influencing the picture they took from a camera. Let me see if I found it. Refraction. Sometimes I use some folders to put information, another information. But anyway, let me see. Uh, it's in the other computer. Maybe I can find. I search here from me. Search. Yeah, I did found it. Yeah, yeah. There's always another way. So I did find this information. No? I'm gonna get a picture. No, why not? Um, so you see some distortion now, but it's just that because temperatures, air temperature, and when you see, I saw a few weeks ago the moon, over the horizon, and it was a little bit bigger than normal days, but yeah, there's when you are watching at the horizon, above the horizon, there's something, always something happening there. Even I saw at the night the moon there, but it was yellow, and when it was like 1 hour or two later, appearing to be like 40 35 degrees, up. So it was with a white light, So that says that when you are watching at the horizon, there's pollution, and many things in the between you and the moon. Of course, you have to account perspective in the how it works in reality. I there was a time I was watching crepuscular waves, uh, above the clouds. They appear to be in an angle, but they are straight, but divergent. So and behind me, I was watching anti-crepuscular waves. But yeah, then I was thinking how that. So I see these lines converging to vanish. So then I remember perspective, and it works. So the anti-crepuscular waves, it's according to perspective. It happens because you have to account. All the lines converge to a vanish point, and so there is it. There's the way it happened. And There was a guy like a week ago. I did debunk him anyway. I did join. Uh, so he was not accounting perspective, you know. So talking about the moon. Sorry, the let me get it. It was a shadow in the clouds, the shadow from the sun. Let me see if I found it. Sol. Uh, but it was not a accounting perspective. So I did say to him, yesterday or another day, I was watching from north to south an airplane, So it was appearing that it was like rising up like 45 degrees, but it's just optical, and because when it was above me, and passing, to south, um, it was like doing the reverse, appearing to go down, but that's just how perspective works. And if you watch this the same airplane, above the horizon, doing from now south to north, it's going flat, so you see a perfect horizontal line there, So he was talking about this. So this one, you see the shadow appears to go like up 45 degrees, but actually it's straight, because you are, it's perspective how it works. You can see like an airplane doing this, when it's coming to you, and but he's not climbing 45 degrees, So yeah, there's a lot. You have to do a lot of observations, to understand it. Even I was remember Matthew Learns. I don't know if you know who's that guy. He's a mathematician teacher. Suddenly,
Monty Learns, you said?
yeah, Matthew
Yeah.
Learns.
Go ahead.
So he was posting a picture a long time ago. It was like a mountain, and the sun there, just over the mountain. So he was claiming that's because of the curvature, And I did say to him, why do you don't go to that mountain, or or another mountain where you see the sun above, and go to the top of that mountain and take a picture and show what is sorry, how you say, beyond that mountain, because I'm sure you're gonna find more land, more flat land after that mountain. So you will not find that curvature that you are talking. So yeah, if you don't account curvature perspective, you never will understand how it works. The reality, it's an optical illusion that you see the sun like from the horizon coming up, but it's optical. But anyway, the Lubers don't like. Suddenly I was remember this. I'm gonna post. This is from Zenik. At the time, it was Zenik 3.0. Now it's 4.0 or something else. Anyway, so he was posting at Earth Awakens. It's the a Discord server channel. So I'm gonna get what he was posting. So he was posting a lot of times, like 20 or 30 times the same thing, Let me get it. So I did debunk this guy. Is just doing a simple search about that location. So this is his code. I'm gonna post it. Just a second. Let me close here program. Okay, just a second. Okay, so this one. He was posting this a lot of times.
Where are you getting these from?
I'm gonna get the original. Just, the original picture. So this is his picture. So as you see, you see Mount St. Helens, like 6,000 feet, and you see behind Mount Rainier peak, 14 point, 14,000 feet. Anyway, so and in its diagram, it has a flat baseline. But anyway, so the eye level is 327 meters there. But anyway, this is because of perspective. Because I did the research about this place with those two mountains, like you see there. So let me get it. So I found this. Anyway, I have a lot of. I found the same two mountains, but now I'm like at level with the first one, Mount St. Helens. You see the difference? So he was claiming that those two mountains, the Mount Rainier behind, it was being down because of curvature, but I don't see curvature here. What happened? Yeah. So I did debunk him. He was in silence. He was saying, "Oh, that's because curvature." After I did post this one, I did post this one. There's a lot of but the first one I did it. That's this one. I did post this one. So he was saying, "Oh, that's curvature." Yeah, and I said to him, "So it's curving up," because now I see them behind that mountain. It's more high, and actually there are three mountains there, three volcanoes, extinct volcanoes. So there's even this flying, in that region. So I just did the bank doing a simple search about this location. So anyway, he was claiming curvature, but not accounting perspective. Anyway, so those guys are just anti-flat earth guys. They are dishonest.
Yep. No wish to talk to them.
Yeah. There was another guy, Rufinol or something, Ruif. He likes to use his theodolite, uh, to measure distance top of mountains like 30 miles, something like that away. I mean, doesn't he know that a long distance you cannot have, with theodolites you cannot have accuracy. Anyway. And there was another guy, Jesse Gordon. Yeah, the guy yesterday I did. He was in the politics Discord channel, and he went silent. There was a box ups talking, and he just went silent. Crickets. uh, and this guy, he did some videos. There's one. It was raining. It was raining a lot. And he was using his theodolite with such humidity in the air, to do observation. I mean, I mean, how can do a right job when they don't account these factors? There's this observation. I'm gonna post it. Let me get. You see the Black Swan is like you can see 10 miles away. Black Swan. So you could, at 1 foot you'll see at 1.22 miles starting see the geometric horizon. No, sorry, the geometric horizon. Starting curve according to the ball. With 39, 59 degrees. 39, 59 miles in radius. Anyway, and you can see clearly more than 10 miles. There's even at the right. Let me get it. You can see an island there. Just a second. So yeah, you can see this one because they are claiming fraction. You see some distortion at the second oil rig there, because there's hot air in there. You see that grain, some distortion. But anyway, that's just because of hot air there. At the right, you see that island. Just a second. Okay, so where I have. Okay, so I have. Yeah, I didn't close it. Okay, so just. Next one.
What's that? An island?
Yeah. So here's it. I'm gonna post, about that location.
Yeah, I see it.
So you see there, starting Miramar Beach. Miramar is like Spanish, or it's like watch the sea or look at the sea. Anyway, and you see, that you see there, Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara and Anacapa Islands.
Yeah, and you see, at the right. Anyway, so anyway, yeah, this was a moderated. You talk this like it posted. Okay, so oops. Okay, so here it's not posting. Just a second. So I'm gonna open this. So you did talk about this. So that's 29 miles away. So anyway, if you do this in a lake, let's get to to with the lower humidity in there, like Lake Titicaca from Peru. It's one of the largest, the bigger one. It's South America. I'm gonna get it. Okay, so here. Okay, now this. So I can. Okay, so this one. Okay, so this is like Titicaca. I'm above, and I post this photo too. So this is the biggest one, at South America continent. Yeah, people, they can see in clear day. They can see more than 20 miles. So in the year, let me see. I'm gonna get. Okay, so this some Brazilians guys, they went with some. They contract some engineers to follow this, and they could see the borderline. Let me say, just a second. I'm gonna get the text. It's more easy. So this was made in 2011. This is from a telescope, that picture there. So the point A, it was a Mantarni Island, Lake Titicaca in Peru, and then you see the point B, the Cordillera Blanca, the border with Peru and Bolivia. So the telescope height, it was 4.2 feet from water level, achieved distance like almost 69 miles. So this shows the lowest time, the low humidity in there was in July. So let me see.
Overwhelming, man. Evidence is overwhelming.
So this is all the data from the instruments they did use it. A Newton telescope. So okay, so according to the globe, should let me see. So I did post, using the calculator, you can see at that high, at that distance, target should be, 1872 feet hiding. So anyway, and there's no cover. So anyway, so this is like 70 miles away. So it shows the low humidity in there at that time of the year. I have the information. So this one. Okay, so this is July is the low. Yeah, so I'm gonna post. So it says there, this one. Somehow I cannot drag and pass. Let me see. Okay, now. July is the driest month in the Lake Titicaca area with a high, anyway, so, and yeah, all the data there. And you see Lake Michigan, with low humidity in there, you see more far away, more clean. Okay, so.
When it comes to Michigan, I'm right outside of Chicago. So that experiment is near and dear to me. Lake Michigan is huge. It looks like its own ocean, honestly. In fact, if we didn't taste the water and know that it was fresh, we would think it was an ocean. That's how big it is. And so that experiment by Joshua Nowicki, where he could see the Chicago skyline from Michigan, across Lake Michigan. I mean, that's just the best, one of the best evidences ever. And that was, I think, one of the first proofs that came out a long time ago.
Yeah, and then that guy from the news, he was claiming refraction. Anyway, so yeah. That's a good one. And you can see, at the right and left, you see flat. So, but even when you are watching, a ocean from land, you can see clearly, in a clear day, you can see that flat line there, at the horizon. So it's so perfect flat, um, because there are some photos and some cameras they use this lens, and it appears to be perfect flat, but yeah, some people can put like a line there, and they say, oh, I see some curvature. No, it's just because of the lens, the camera lens. So anyway, but when I did saw, with my two eyes when I was traveling from Lisbon to Oporto here in Portugal. At the coastline, you can see like almost 1 minute. I was, I did, of course, I did saw some information from these guys from Brazil, but I just, they even did construct a concept model. Uh, I don't like the word model. I like to, maquette. It's a word they use. Architects they use it, and so they do this. But anyway, so I saw just this idea of ice around, and the continents at the middle without water. So yeah, then I went to do my normal life, and 1 year after this, so I was traveling from the coastline of Portugal, and suddenly I was watching to the window, and I saw the ocean, and man, I never saw any curvature at left and right, and what they claim, the boats go over the horizon, but at that distance, I was watching at the horizon. I was accounting to left and right. Never saw curvature. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. So that was I just need that, to wake up. Some people they we can say like 50 things, but they don't get it.
That's amazing, man. That's cool. That's like crazy. So you were a globe earther, and then you saw these proofs, and then you pretty much woke up after seeing them.
Yeah, after I saw that, the with my own two eyes, it's more perfect than to watch to the television. It's perfect level, the horizon there, the water. So yeah, where's the curvature? I just I just needed that.
Yep,
Just,
pretty
just that.
much. I saw my first video of flat Earth a long time ago, which was in like I don't know 2015, and I think it was an Eric Dubay video for sure. It was, and it was a YouTube recommendation. And within 5 minutes, tears were streaming down my face. Within 5 minutes, I became pretty much a flat earther, like 80% flat earther. But I had to keep on to my 20% because you can't just like switch all the way right away. You need to like do some more research. Anyway, over the next 5 months, I totally 100% flat out became a flat earther. But before even that, right? Well, I was just wondering, were you ever suspicious before that, like about other things? You know what
Um,
I'm
yeah,
I was.
um, yeah. I was brainwashed,
Hmm.
but there are many things that didn't match up. I had many. In these days, you can see a lot of videos, even down this car channel, some rooms there, NAS and so on. There's some videos at that time when I was watching, for example, live streams from the ESS, at the television. Many things, and the moon landings, many things there. Of course, now today I know they are fake it, and why, one of the things was, these live streams. I was watching these solar panels and they were always curved, But I know they are straight, they are not curved. So
Mhm.
that there was this question: why they are curved? Yeah, so they can put a camera below an airplane, filming the bottom, looking at the horizon, and with wide a lens in that camera, they can curve this horizon, So mainly is what they are doing, Um, so yeah, now I know why these solar panels were curved. These days they are using different, They just put the background, it's recording, and they put something always, at the corner, like something that belongs to that ESS, uh, anyway, but these days they did correct that, so the background is just a recording, and I saw, these days, those live streams, and suddenly they have problems. They just turn down, and they are actually saying it's a recorded footage. And suddenly they stop. They are with a instead of, it seems looking at stars, fix it, and it's not clear, it's just pixels, like something. Anyway, and you will wonder why I'm watching to a fixed picture, they are just looking to stars. They are there fixed. So anyway, they are just passing the same thing, all the time. It's so dumb, to look what they are doing anyway. um, Many glitches there, many fails. So anyway, and I saw the other day someone, I did post this GIF. Let me get it. And someone did ask me, DM to me, if I had the original video. I just someone did that GIF, but that GIF is from a video. Let me see. It's about the Hubble. This one. So then I went to that research, and actually I did found the video to that. You see those walls, you see it shows clearly this was done inside the building. I mean, you should have a space that there at the top, and you are seeing this structure building. Anyway, let me see. And it's sent to someone. Where you are? Yeah, I did. I have in my laptop, but I did post. I did send the DM. I'm gonna get it. Not this one. Okay, so. No. Okay. Bus. No. Ah. Anyway, when I want the thing, it's not appearing. Let me see, just a second. Okay, I did found it. So this is the exact moment to that GIF. So I did found the original video, and I did post. You see that it's the exact time at that video. You know, when you click that link, you see that thing. You know. So when they you know, they're watching this moment, they suddenly change it to another camera. You know. So Hubble, it was inside a building. Yeah, and I did saw the from the beginning, you know, and yeah, making conclusions about what I was saying, you know. Anyway, and there was a guy. Suddenly, I was remembered about the space shuttle. There was a guy that actually did found. They have they have two small jet engines, you know, and when you hear the sound when the space shuttle is landing, actually you are listening this to you know, the sound of those jet engines, you know. So, and yeah, so he did figure out that they have those two small jet engines to land the space shuttle, and you can see the you know, listen the sound. I think there are some old videos. I must remember, you know, you see clearly, you actually you can listen, you know, this noise from those jet engines. And there are some old ESS, you know, you see, you want to listen this sound, and it's the same sound that you know, when you are inside the military airplane, you know, you see the sound, those engines of that are airplane. You know, so that was interesting. And yeah, you can with that, even NASA has that 000G airplane. You know,
I was just watching your 1997 video just now.
so you know, there's so many things, you know. And at the same time, I'm doing I'm crossing information, and when people claiming they did land at the moon, when I have this information, I can say clearly it is impossible to you know, to land in the moon. I'm crossing,
No.
you know, a lot of information. People that did have had access to the information, and so that it is impossible. They say there's a radiation around the moon, and you cannot cross this radiation. Uh, so you will roast. I don't know, you know, those cosmonauts from Russia, if they try to cross this barrier, this radiation, because they, you know, they just burn it.
They're
Anyway,
taking they were taking a camera, you know, a picture of space, and you could see all the stars in the background. In the 1997 video, and normally, what's that? Neil Armstrong said that it's just a deep, dark, black space. You can't see any stars or anything.
yeah,
The
at the
stories
conference,
always change, and here in this 1997 video, you can see a whole bunch of stars. You know.
yeah, I have to watch again this one. Let me see. Yeah, they, you know, you just see a few moments when they are in, you know, zero, how you say, zero g grav, you know, uh, but they just they can do this with the zero G airplane of NASA. I can post that one from NASA because there's like 30 seconds, I think. You just see just that few moments, and they just cut. They just it's not the scene. It doesn't take so long. When you are watching this supposedly astronauts in space. Actually, it was made inside this zero G airplane from NASA. Let me get it. NASA. And somewhere did find out the same scene was actually other videos. Actually it was cutting edit. Cutting and edit. They do the cut and edition. So it was not a straight shooting. Let me see. So they use this airplane.
I'd like to go on one of those one day.
I have a brother. He's a Green Beret, from Portugal. Green Beret, and actually, he was in this Hercules, I think, airplane, and he was at the background flying, but the pilots there at the front, they suddenly did this to him. so suddenly he was, flying. Anyway, so
It's amazing.
they did a surprise to him. um,
Yeah, I would love to do that, man. That's one of the things that I guess is that's on my bucket list. I've been skydiving before, but I prefer. I'd really like to do this one here. Feel anti. Well, I don't even want to say the word gravity anymore, right? But
you
I
can.
just feel it.
It's a free fall. It's a free fall because yeah. Anyway, they do these loops. I have actually a video talking about how this works. Okay, let me see. Zero G. Okay, so no, not this one. Hmm. NASA. NASA zero. Ah, well, I'm not finding, but I have it somewhere. But, it's more easy to do a search here from me, something that I did post. So zero G. Let me get it. Ah, okay, so no, yeah, but anyway, I have this GIF. I'm gonna post. Suddenly they let me get it. Okay, so it's just GIFs. Okay, yes, there you are.
I'd like to find out who that film crew was. The film crew, the people that are on that jet filming Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
Those guys are the ones who need to be found out.
So this is from the ESS. Guess what? Suddenly they're falling down. Yeah, it's made inside an airplane.
That's when it levels off, right?
I'm gonna get the. Let me see if I found it. Okay, so let me see. Not here. Okay, so here. Okay, so 0G. Let me get the. So I did found it. Yeah, you know my memory. It's good. If I don't find it one way, I can find it in other way. So I did find it. Explain the explanation. Just a free fall dive. Yeah. Yeah, good to talk to you. At least we are doing the live stream. Happening. Anyway, so but there's so many things. I did find out. So the water was the main thing. But watching in the reality. Not watching through
We,
the
we kind of
television.
felt it, right? Our whole lives, we felt it,
Yeah,
but we just
this.
never dared question it
Yeah,
until something comes along. It's just that we felt it our whole lives, and then finally to be presented it with that information straight to your face one day. And it just depends, I guess, on the kind of person that you are, because a
yeah,
lot of people are presented with this information and they still don't get it.
exactly.
Uh,
Yeah, it depends of the person. I agree.
and for those people, I feel very sorry for them, but I also don't care at the very same time. Why is it that I understood it, right? Why are there some people out there that can understand it, and then the mass majority just ignore it and not care about it? You know,
It's
I had to ask myself that question.
it's the cognitive dissonance. We present the new information and they don't get it.
Sure,
Um,
but that cognitive dissonance, it should affect us too. We should be like them too, if that it's the case. Because I wasn't raised any different from them. I was raised learning about the globe and how people who think anything else is stupid are stupid. And I was raised learning the same thing about everything that they've been raised the same thing on. But for some reason, when I'm confronted with this new information, I can change. I just feel it deep down in my soul that it's the truth. The truth really matters to me. And it's
yeah,
very apparent that the truth doesn't matter to a lot of people. They think they're on some true shit, but it's their own truth, not the truth.
yeah. Those people don't want to accept. That we suddenly destroyed their illusions about space and so on. Many things they watch in movies, about space and documentaries. Suddenly it's a shock to them. They don't actually. They at the bottom they don't like to accept this idea that they did lie to them. So at least we can accept that, and move on. That they did lie to us, yeah, and it's acceptance. So yeah, they prefer to not accept that, that they did lie to them. Because at the same time we are destroying the illusions. Of NASA. They are good people at NASA, but they are trapped in this bad system. Some of those people sometimes they speak about it. Flat Earth. They did work at NASA. So anyway, and there will be people that the whisper blowers, people like that, they don't like this idea. They are lying to us, so we deserve the truth. It's enough. Enough is enough. They're still doing the same thing. If you see this India landing at the moon, it's just crap.
Oh my gosh. Please.
I mean,
That's the crazy part is I'm Indian,
oh, sorry, but
No, I know. Like, believe me, I know. Because let's see, who are the countries that are the most lying about this, right? America, it started with America and Russia.
China.
Russia, America, China, India. And and
Yeah,
me, I'm like I said, I'm an Indian guy, right? I'm Indian. So I've been to India and I know what it's like in India. There's a lot of poverty in India. There's a rich side to India and there's also a poor side to India. And a lot of times it's right next to each other. Like the poor side is mixed with the rich side. So it's just weird. Anyway, to see them lying about this, to see India lying about, this whole thing, I don't know what to say, man. It's comedy to me. It's comedy and I'm so sad and unfortunately the whole world believes it. Yeah, the whole world is just like, wow, they're so smart. Yeah, so smart in lying, you know.
India was between quotes discovery by the sea, how to travel by the sea, way to travel by the sea to India. It was discovery from the Portuguese. We have the Goa island there. So it was Portuguese, this
There's a
island.
Portuguese influence in India, definitely in the south
Yeah.
of India. In Goa, there's a lot of like Indians you'll find with the last name like D'Souza,
Yes.
Pereira.
Yeah. Freire means like blades. Sorry, how you say Smith in
Okay,
English.
okay, I didn't know that. Yeah,
You
you'll
have,
see a lot, of like Indians with last names Portuguese.
yeah, you know, uh, yeah, good old times, and yeah, there's a way to how you say we Portuguese know that the Indians are humble, we did trade with them, a lot 500 years ago, so on. So yeah, so and we love spices, so many things, So
Yeah, like curry too.
yeah,
I think Portuguese had the curry powder or something
yeah,
like that. And they bought it to India.
And the English, they many at those times, the Portuguese and Spanish, they were the top doing trade at the oceans. So, and we have a long. There's a treaty between Portugal and England. It was like 400 and so on years ago. So, I was actually 2 weeks ago. I was watching these historic guys, from Portugal. They are teachers and they wrote a lot of books about history. And actually, they were talking about maps, and they said that those times Portugal had a lot of knowledge how to travel by sea and doing maps. The coastline of Africa was accurate, more, and the Italians, the English, the Spanish, they were buying these maps from Portugal at gold prices, So I'm using expression gold price. I don't know if they did pay in the gold, but anyway. So they were copying, I didn't knew this, So, but this is a story, the history. These guys were talking at the television in the other day, So yeah, and they were actually copying maps from Portugal, and that guy Magellan, we in Portuguese we say Fernão de Magalhães. It means Ferdinand of Magellan. So that guy was Portuguese. At that time he didn't have work. He knew he was a navigator, so he did went to Spain to work to the Queen of Spain at that time. But he had the maps, Maybe he stole some, but he had those maps to navigate. Yeah, so interesting, and in history here at school, we learned about Magellan as a hero, but actually he was a traitor, or maybe not, because I have to buy a book. It talks about that. Maybe he was a traitor or not. Maybe he was like spying to us too. um,
As far as I'm concerned, if history reveres them, like the history that we learn, if they revere them, or what I mean by that is like treat them as some kind of special, great emissary to our
yeah,
world or something,
yeah,
um, then they're probably fake. you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
a lot of the
Columbus,
people that history that just loves to like
yeah,
perpetuate on us are
Co-
actually fake people who were probably pedophiles and was actually against the interest of the country. You know.
yeah. Many. Anyway, yeah. I was remember George Washington. Yeah, some things. Yeah, many things they
Yeah, like
found
George
out.
Washington, the first president of this country, America, so forth, George Washington. But before that, there were like seven other presidents that they don't want to talk about, right? Before George Washington. Not only that, yeah, when I was a kid, I never knew the thing about Freemasonry and all this stuff, and all of a sudden, you can see George Washington being a Freemason, and it really sets, it
Yeah,
really puts in perspective like how far back this thing goes, this history thing, and how far they've been faking it.
yeah,
George Washington is supposedly the first president of the United States, but I'm quite sure there were some other presidents before him, and that the only reason why he's being touted as the first is, well, satanic Freemason worship.
yeah. Very deep, things. And yeah, Washington. You see the statues and the symbology of Freemason. Yeah, everywhere there. Um, yeah, it's sadly, because long time ago there were the Templars. They had to run from France because there was a pope. The power of the church is still going on. The power, this power, this authority they think they have. But anyway, so they did influence. They did hide it, the information from us, and they are still hiding. They invented. They invented the Inquisition. So hard times. And yeah, there's a connection to that, and the Royal Society. The guy that invented the time zones, actually, he did belong to the Royal Society of Canada. The guy who there was constructing railways. Anyway, many things. So and they kept secret. Isaac Newton belonged to the Royal Society, and so on. Many others. And here in Portugal, we are follow what the England what they are teaching there. We follow them. At England, the UK. And I saw, like 1 month ago, the commemoration between Portugal and England about the treaty, like almost 500 years ago. So, and the flag of Portugal, they have this celestial sphere there. Anyway, a globe. But what is interesting is that I did learn the first time I hear about flat Earth. It was on public school. They talk about the navigators. To them, it was flat. They were saying that clearly it was flat. The Earth was flat, and they did navigation. They did travel the oceans, and they use sextants, astrolabes, and so on. So they knew it. The stars, the constellations are here every night there at the sky. It doesn't match with that heliocentric model where these days they put these balls, the sun, these balls, in a spiral, helix, following the sun, but they did forget to put Polaris there, in that between quotes model. Anyway, so to them, to that time, the Portuguese and Spanish navigators, it was flat, and they did travel the world according to that. And these days, there are anti-flat Earth guys, talking about celestial navigation only works on the globe. I mean, these guys at that time did travel these oceans, accounting a flat Earth. But these days, if I want to search at Google specific information about the Portuguese and flat Earth, I get nothing. The censorship is so big. I have to someday, go to a library and find out those old texts talking about flat Earth. Yeah. But yeah, it's this censorship, they are doing to us. YouTube is doing to us. They change the algorithm. I mean, Google belongs to YouTube belongs to Google, and the Google does Google Earth, and they, actually, in like 2 months ago, I watched a glitch from the Google Maps, Google Earth. Before it was a ball. Actually, it was showing how you say another shape. Let me get it. Okay, so I don't recall the shape. Let me see. Globe. So I saw this glitch because my computer was very slow. So it was not a ball, I saw the maps, around this shape, and it suddenly it pops out into a ball. So let me get the shape. Where is it? Yeah. Suddenly, here you are. I did save it, Okay, I think I have inside the folder maps. Okay, so let me see maps. So it was interesting to see. I mean, I could, have do a sprint screen. Yeah, it was octa, yeah, something like that shape. I'm gonna post almost like this, So I saw, old maps, around in these flat shapes, faces, from this shape, and then it just pops out to a ball. So they first do this, put the flat maps on this shape, and then it pops out to a ball. I mean, why they have to do that, To make a ball, they have to put flat maps, on these flat surfaces, they're in this shape. Almost, I think it was almost this shape. I saw, So yeah, that was interesting. Imagine, Earth around this, with flat maps, and then make a ball pops out to a ball. Yeah, that was interesting. That was a finding, Anyway, and they are hiding the North Pole. They are hiding clearly. I mean, we had the Mercator, the guy that was doing maps. Of course, he did copy some maps, flat maps from the Portuguese. Let me see. So he was doing this, in his maps, and these days you don't see this anymore. Canada is at the top there, left. Of course, he was doing. Okay, we are in speculation Sunday, so it's okay. It was doing like this. Let me get it. Here, like you see
that California.
Yeah, I have the names of the continents around. Let me see. Okay, here.
I think it says California.
You see Canada there, Asia, Russia, Europe, Greenland.
Or maybe not. Cal.
Yeah,
Something.
it's I think it's yeah.
Okay, I see Canada in your new picture.
Yeah.
And
Actually, I have a letter from. I did post a citation just a few hours ago. A letter from Gerard Mercator to Jean D, explaining some insight into the North Pole mysteries. So yeah, it is. And I have a citation, I'm not making up. So I did post even the citation before. So you see there, and in this you have. Let me get it. Just a second. There are many details in that book. It's a navigation book, where you are. So we have this one there, and there's more. The other maps there. Imagine. Let me get citation. Okay, so there's more. This where you are. Here, what? This one. Okay. of course, Mercator at that time he was doing like a sphere, Earth. But anyway, what they found in that place, there. So there's so many details there, interesting. They even talking about the time of King Arthur. They send people there. They lose men. I remember they are talking about the priests with an astrolabe. Yeah, many details there. You can save the pictures or just text and PDFs in that link. So there's a lot of details there. Citation. I have this citation. The link. You have to click it. Let me see. It was available. Yeah, a letter dated from Imago Mundi. So even that, they're posting this citation on this link. Anyway, so many interesting. There are some maps there, old maps there, interesting. So many details. You have to read it. It was translated to. Says, let me see. Reconstructed phrases are placed in brackets, and reconstructed words in italics. It's from old books, and they did the translations there. So anyway, there's a few gaps there, but many details for people who wants to know. There's a lot of details there. And it says in that citation, these notes are made even more difficult to follow by the fact that these, Jean D, this manuscript has been badly damaged by fire, so that there were many lacunae. Lacunae is like in electronics we use lacuna. It's like a supposedly hole when they claim the electrons are traveling in the the electricity are traveling in the cables. The lacuna. So anyway, you understand it. So anyway, but this is interesting. So Jean D. This is a letter dated 1577 from Mercator to Jean D. And these days we don't learn about this at school or even at television. Anyway, there are other books. There's Walls Beyond the Poles.
Oh, I know about that one. Yep.
And there's a lot. Of course, if even Miggy was talking in the politics server a few hours ago. Some people were talking about this whole world and flat earth. They can exist, existing at the same time. Of course, all world can only exist below flat earth. Anyway, but not Earth has a ball. Anyway, so it's not easy to wake up to flat Earth or to accept that we are living in the same plane of existence. At least what we know, until what we know, because there are many things we don't know. A few things I did discover, crossing information from people that even talk Spanish. And some of those people are flat earthers now, but they were Globers, and many things, about the Admiral Rishi D. Bird. They were talking about the politics there. Actually, the first time I hear about that guy was from person to person to me, talking to me 25 years ago, not from internet or television. So and by the way, this guy is physics. This says he's not teaching physics, but he had many. He did travel the world, and he had a lot of knowledge. Even had a friend at NASA, but he even said this friend just said to him a few things. But he did say to me, there's people there are people question about the shape of the Earth, and there are people question about the moon landings being fake. But I never did the connection at that time. He never said flat Earth, like that. Maybe to avoid he likes to be under the radar, I'm not talking. I was talking about a book that was censorship, and that was interesting because I don't remember if it was the CIA or the FBI. They went to Brazil, to talk with this guy about that book, to not talk anything anymore about that. He found a way to detect lie, but he did in that book. He was talking about constructing a different machine, beyond the different from the polygraph detector, so that was amazing because that his book was censorship, and they did warn him. Anyway, so it was interesting. So he did talk about the Admiral Rashid Ward, and there are a few things interesting. He even said at the newspaper of New York Times, he did an interview there to that newspaper. I did found a link to that newspaper, but you have to do a subscription. Anyway, someday if I can look that new. So anyway, so that guy, it's an old guy now, and he did talk a few things, and like for example at the North Pole, he did found trees there, and a mammoth. I mean, how can that be possible if they say there's only ice there? Anyway, but at that time I didn't pay much attention. I did stay with that in my mind, but I was doing my normal life, working to pay taxes, and so on. Yeah, but stays. Of course, when you find flat Earth, the reality of flat Earth, yeah, you start connecting all the dots that was there before. He knows more than he did talk about it. But anyway, suddenly I was remembered there was a guy. He did so he had a friend, an astronaut. So he speaks Spanish. This guy, so he did a video talking about it. His friend, that is an astronaut, said to him to talk about it. So even this guy knows the Earth is not a ball, So and he doesn't understand why NASA is hiding this from us, um, So yeah, it is, his friend, did talk about it because he did, he said to talk it, but of course, this astronaut never, don't talk who I am, many things. But it was interesting. In Spanish, it was save it before, I'm doing the translation. Save it before they delete it, so it's not more available at YouTube. I have saved it. So his friend is talking about this guy from NASA astronaut knows that Earth is not a ball, and yeah, other things from Antarctica. Yeah, but it was interesting, but just second, person. Interesting. This friend, you did this video, he was in shock, because he was a Glover, this guy, his friend. So with that information, of course, he was in shock, But he did talk about it, and yeah, it was interesting to watch that. So anyway, that the flat Earth guys that are working to NASA, you know, and of course they cannot suddenly, just said like that, But yeah, there are good people there dropping the bad system. Anyway, here we are, and we have many. Anyway, at Brazil, I think there's more flat Earth guys at Brazil at, from the 2050s, and many people are waking up there, and no, it is interesting, Um, so sometimes I see these live streams they are doing there. These days I don't see too many, but yeah, it's interesting. They even did a FlatCon conference, at Brazil too. Spain did that too. Maybe Portugal, there are flat Earth guys here. I just speak to them through Facebook. Maybe we can join together and do a FlatCon. Yeah, it will be interesting. Yeah, it takes time and to do it, and many things. So it is interesting that almost 500 years ago the Portuguese were flat earthers, and here we are today. Many people thinking they are living in a ball.
So, so tell me, what's life after flat Earth been like for you?
Well, yeah, it's more interesting. I prefer the reality than the CGI movies. Reality is more strange than fiction. So there are many things. Some people say it's impossible. But yeah, many things that I did cross in my life. I will not talk about those things, but there are things that yeah, it did happen. And if I talk to you, it's some people saying, "Oh, that's impossible." Anyway, but yeah, there's this movie. Let me get it.
You tried telling your friends and family?
Uh, I have some friends. I have a mechanic, air helicopter pilot. No, sorry, he's a pilot too, but he's a mechanic at North Portugal. I did talk to him. Uh, Not just a helicopter. How you say, little aircrafts. I don't know how to say in English. Um Let me find it. So he's a mechanic, and yeah, I did talk to him, and he said, actually, I have a friend. When he's flying, he's going like a little up, and then to go to America. Talking a little bit about that. Anyway, I have many friends at Facebook, and so just one was arguing with me. He was angry. Don't talk more about flat Earth. He was saying that, and you know who is Neil deGrasse Tyson? I mean, I just said to him, that guy is a muppet, a muppet. Anyway, he was saying the same old crap, and yeah, I just said a few things like water always seeks its level and so on. He was not, by taking it, but anyway, he was the only guy. It was not direct friends, so anyway. But the other guys, they are looking what I'm posting. These days, I'm not too much. I don't spend too much time there anymore. I spend more time here, but even I was invited to Flat Earth groups from Facebook, Flat Earth Portugal, Flat Earth group page. So in all days, people are sharing this information that's from that Facebook page. They are sharing. They so that's all day they are sharing. They are finding the information. That's the way. Many people are waking up to the flat Earth reality. So I found sometimes I found a few guys trolls. Anyway, but yeah, they invited me. I started at Facebook, posting about Nasalize. I did join this group, nasalize.org, but that group at Facebook actually is a concave, it's more a concave followers. So I'm talking about those admins, because I did join because of Nasalize, but there were flat Earth guys, but then there are other guys, talking about concave. I mean, that's just bullshit. So I just left that group. It was so annoying watch what those guys were posting. I mean, nonsense. It happens. It's like the flat Earth society. Oops, control our position group. I think some of these guys that claim concave Earth, I don't know if they are just undercover, agents or something, some just mocking with flat Earth. They are trying, but they will fail. So yeah, beware of these guys. Of course, we have some people that are flat Earth guys. They are going in the other directions, Ether and so many other ways. Earth rising up, a map on the moon. I mean, I just stay with my guns. Anyway, there's a movie. Let me get it. Man, that's the that goes. Let me see. I saw this movie, uh, and actually, it's about the MK Ultra. What they were doing at the backstage. So it is interesting. If you have the time to watch this, yeah, there are many things there. It's an interesting movie. Let me see if I see the preview. No, I just. Oh, sorry. I was posting the live stream. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I was. Yeah, it's in the live stream voice text, but it's not showing the preview here. I was thinking it was the Vishisheki voice text. Okay, so yeah. Let me see if I found. Anyway, you see the movie. It's interesting. At the beginning, they post a message there. It's an interesting one. There was a guy from the CIA. He did said, there are so many people.
I
They think,
remember this movie.
yeah,
It's with George Clooney,
yeah,
and I remember watching it, and I wasn't a fan of it either. I thought it would be better.
yeah. Just pay attention to the what they were doing. It's not easy to when someone watched that for the first time, but actually it was inspired on some facts. Some experiments they were doing, with people and so on. So it was it was it is talking about the MK Ultra. Some things they did fail it, but anyway, they in this movie they are talking about it. It's like watching the Man in Black, but there's few things, subliminal things there. There's a in the Man in Black one, you see a bench scene, where it says, 500, 1500s, 1500s ago, years ago, people, everybody knew that the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat, and it doesn't deny it. That was a good scene. So let me get it. So yeah, so how they say, lies in the news, truths in the movies. So there are a few movies. They have this subliminal message. Of course, I knew a few things before I saw this movie, but when I saw it, yeah, it was interesting. There are a few things I don't get it. That's normal. But the other things, even at the end of that movie, man, I did experience a lot of things. I'm not talking about drugs and so on, but I'm talking about few things that it did happen to me, and I can say it's possible. Yeah. Anyway, so let me see. Eddie Black. So there's this scene, and from Black, Men in Black, this one. So that was interesting. I think I have this gif about that situation there. Come on, yeah. So here. And in this scene, he's talking about people are dumb. They don't get it. And then they changed to this scene. Let me get so here. You see the twin towers there and two boats in the water. Those two boats are the same, right?
Yeah,
So I think there's
that's
a
York right there. Yeah, back in the day. Right?
yeah, but watching that scene, that is what he's saying, and suddenly watching to the water, and you see these two boats there, sailing boats. It's not normal to send boats there, so it's like saying to us the water is level, and you can see between two boats there is no curvature, something like that. Anyway, interesting.
Yeah.
And in that movie, they go to rent, VHS movie, to find out some truths. Yeah, so it's like saying that you can find some truths in the movies too.
That picture you just posted. You see the twin towers there?
Yeah,
What's that building right in between them? You see that?
it's
Is that Empire State Building?
yeah. I was thinking about that. I think it's so.
Because that's no coincidence that it's just right there in the middle of it. You know?
Yeah, I don't know the place, but yeah, that is interesting. I have this photo from New York City. Let me get it. So, tu- it's a infrared photo. Let me get it. Where you are? Okay, here. Sometimes I post this, and I post some information. You see, I don't see any curvature at left and right. And you see, all these buildings there, the way they construct according to reality. And I know about level and using level and Plumbo. Of course, when I wake up, so I did remember many things that I did experience in my life. And one of them was the water level. We're using water level, and the other thing was at school doing calculation according to sea level, but you never think about sea level. How is sea level and not curving? So yeah, I did remember that. You are just doing assuming a sea level, but never think about that. You think it's a ball earth. But anyway, the brainwash is so deep that you don't clearly see. So that's why some Globers they have this difficulty to. But if they account to reality, they are living. But many of them they don't have experience. In maybe they have different jobs, but it depends of the person. But there are some people, the guys that I was talking about, the Brazilian guys. So they did a lot of observations, and measurements. So they did contract engineers, surveyors, and engineers, civil engineers. So these guys were Globers, and after they went to the field and they found no curvature. I'm talking about the engineers and surveyors. So those guys are not anymore Globers when they found the truth. Because they assume they did assume the Earth was a ball, but they never try to find out if it was the truth. So, but when they went to the field, I mean, those guys are professionals, and I'm talking about those engineers. Yeah. So yeah, those guys are at least are flat Earth guys these days. So not they found the flatness on water. They even did triangulation in a lake. They even use a flashlight. There was another team at the at the shoreline of some lake at night because low humidity in there. They point a laser, almost water level, and they did a surprise to the other team, because they had a flashlight next to the laser, and the other team was watching the light of the laser, and suddenly they were watching another light, so they didn't knew about this flashlight, so it was water level, that flashlight. So yeah, and that was at night. So then I saw that engineer, civil engineer, and man, he was like shocked, that anyway, that was the moment he did wake up, so that it's flat on the water, so there's no ball. I mean, that was to me it is great to see when people are waking up like that. Yeah. Anyway, this but there are some people that are mocking with those guys. Anyways, they did a few mistakes. I'm not talking about the engineer. Yeah, some engineers and surveyors, they did some mistakes. But I stick to the lasers and measurements, observations, and yeah. So I know even their model, between quotes, their model, it's not anymore what these days they those people, they are talking about multiple domes, firmaments, anyway, containers. Of course, they now are more into the discoveries of Amazon. They did found all the like Aztec buildings there, something like that. So they are more into that these days. They were to releasing a documentary about talking about the anomaly of the stars. It doesn't match with the globe, so yeah. But then the thing happened, and I did talk by message to one of them, and because I said they said, "Oh, we cannot travel and do the observations that we want to do." I was waiting to that, but maybe just a few years later. Yeah, I was more curious to know what they found. They found that the path of the sun does match with the globe. So anyway, I want to know more about what they found. But anyway, I'm doing I'm doing my observation. I was in the other day. I was watching a lunar eclipse, and I never saw an eclipse. I saw the light of the moon is changing some dark areas, but not specific. I say semicircle or so on. Just getting dark, some spots there, and nothing more. So yeah. Then I saw. Don't know if it was two stars or two planets there next to that Anyway, of course, those planets are not that big. They claim, But yeah, that was curious to watch that time lapse or some video I did saw. So yeah, interesting.
Cool, man.
I don't know if I have in this computer or the laptop open that link, but I can find it. If you search at YouTube, lunar eclipse. That was interesting one. So to me, because when you pay attention to that, you see, I see some spots there getting dark, and just that, not what Global is claiming. Shadow or Earth's shadow in the moon. Anyway, that's not. After I saw that, it's just nonsense what they're claiming. Let me get if I found that one. Let me see. So here. I'm watching it at YouTube, the first one. See if is that one. No, I saw a different one. The one I saw it was more interesting. Anyway, maybe later I can post it. I think I have it on my laptop. The link there. Sometimes I open so many tabs on my browser. Then I save it to a session, and I have many links there. Sometimes just too many information. I don't have the time to go to see them all. Anyway, okay. So let's see. Anyway, it is interesting. I can post it later. But that one was very interesting. Maybe I have to search at Google, because sometimes YouTube just are posting this. The top search, is just nonsense. Even if you search flat Earth at YouTube these days, the first one is just Professor Dave, between quotes, Professor. Either that time we did 10 challenges to flat Earth. It was actually reading a script some friend did send to him, so he actually is not. It was not his words, anyway. So yes, he's just reading a script. He didn't knew about the thing, flat Earth. So just someone did send me the text just to him to read, and then he had his followers, and yeah, he did use at that one the word stupidity and pathetic. I mean, if he likes those two words, yeah, it makes sense to apply to him. Because it's what he did, in that video there. He's more pathetic than Neil deGrasse Tyson, because Neil deGrasse Tyson at least could do a better job than him.
He's a deceiver.
Yeah. And after that interview from that guy with Dave Weiss, the other day the day after, I was doing a normal search. Nothing, no words, connection to Flat Earth, and at the top searches, at Google search, um, they were advertising this guy. So the three at the top searches, they were putting the link to that interview. The Professor Dave and versus Dave Weiss. So these guys, at Google, they are monetize his videos, but they decide to demonetize, other videos. Even people that are not talking directly Flat Earth, but things that how you say about truths, some truths. So these days they are just censorship. Anyway. Yeah, someday. Sorry, my voice. I have to drink something. But someday someone has to put YouTube at the court, because we have the right to know.
This
We
whole
don't.
Professor Dave and Professor Weiss, the David
They,
Weiss thing.
they voice, yeah.
I I like what he says and everything, but I just have a bad feeling about that guy. Controlled opposition and all.
Um.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Controlled opposition. Like some people out there, just they do tell you the truth. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, they're also there to discredit people who know the truth, like Mark Sargent,
Yeah. Yeah. But
David Weiss.
David Weiss, I think, is doing a lot of research. More deep. Yeah. Sometimes he just stop talking the surface
I
layer.
like the way he explains things.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
really do. But
I
at the
like
same
it.
time, I have a very bad feeling about that guy.
Yeah. It's normal to question about it, but yeah, I think it's different because he's not like those guys from the Flat Earth Society. So yeah, it, it's a different. It's the way his personality is, but he speaks better than me English, and there are a few things that explains better. So yeah, to me, it's enough that. I don't know if it has some agenda, but uh, until this moment, I don't have, I don't question about it. But other guys, yeah, there's some kind of agenda they have. Yeah. But the way that Google is publishing, supporting this guy, Professor Dave, that way, after that interview, they are posting at the top, like doing advertising to that interview. I mean, that is high suspicious. But anyway, we know Google and YouTube. YouTube now belongs to Google, but Google, we know they have connection to the working with the government. So I mean, they are hiding in their maps. They are hiding places. They are doing blur. People there did found it. They're normal people talking about that stuff. Some people did find some glitches, some lines that has trees and so on. They at the sea where they showed sea. There are many things there. Anyway, it's sad, but it's the days we are living in today. Here in Portugal, we did it's not my time here. I did how you say, born later. We had a censorship, a dictator, So yeah, and then we have the April's 25. We celebrate the freedom of Portugal from that censorship. The dictatorship. Yeah. So it's sad, we are living, we are having from YouTube or let's say Google that censorship. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Right? Is it talking about the Mog nearer one? Nearer one is talking about that map. I don't know exactly the name. Let me see. Mertor 1594. Yeah, there's this map. So quick. Okay, okay. So here. Sorry, but you can speak. Let me see. I might answer to him. Yeah, some versions of that map. Yeah, artists made from other artists. Interesting. I did found this link. So let me see. Vintage maps. Yeah, interesting. Sometimes you find totally new things. So I'm gonna post. There's a navigation book for all Portuguese and the navigation book.
Is there any restriction from going to the North Pole?
Yeah, I have a friend. He's a flat earth guy at the Netherlands. He's a Portuguese guy working there. So he did talk to some fishermen, and they said there's a zone there. They have militaries there. They can have like from miles to miles. They have these watchtowers. To control an area, you don't have to have so many militaries, but you can use radar and cameras and watchtowers. Some to control. I did work in this state. I'm living. Let's say state, but it's like a region. But anyway, we had like 17 watchtowers, and we can control the entire the state. So of course they were miles away. This between these watchtowers. So people watching around, 360 degrees, and if someone spots how you say smoke, from fire, so yeah, then this guy gives the alert, and we can use another tower to cross the degrees, horizontal degrees, because this they are using a flat protractor, with 360 degrees. So and just between two towers they can cross, those lines from those degrees and find the spot, But three towers, three direction, three spots is more accurate. Anyway, so you can control a huge area, a huge state, just with a few people. Of course, at Antarctica they are using radars, and yeah, they have these patrol ships. But the North Pole, yeah, this guy, he did talk me. He did say to me, he did talk to some fishermen. They are fishing that zones, and they said that there are militaries there. So yeah, and Admiral Richard Birdie talked about that too. He said it's that area, North Pole, is getting interest with the military, so something like that. It said so. Yeah, but UK has a huge role there, because after this, this from 1577, they start to hide that place from us, and censorship, about this place. So they say the North Pole is like a few degrees more far away from that place to avoid people to go there. Anyway. And the other server, the politics servers, they were talking about Antarctica and Admiral Richard Byrd. So I know that Richard Byrd, he did went to this place where the McMurdo station is, and yeah, crossing it with another information, that beyond that station, there's a special place beyond that. So yeah, very interesting. So, but the question is, where is that station? Because around us, around the continents, where is that station? Maybe it's we have this familiar, looking at America, and at the south we have the South American, like Brazil and so on. But yeah, maybe it's more, at falling to north, North America, that direction. Maybe it's more the station, something like that. But if someone asks to me where I did prefer to go, not Antarctica. That's a cold place, Anyway, so I prefer to go to the North Pole. Yeah. Of course, you have to, even to go to that place, you have to go prepare, and it's better to get
I agree, man.
with a
I'd
team.
like to go to both places,
Yeah,
I definitely
interesting.
want to go North Pole, but I've seen those videos of the South Pole where they have like 70-degree weather, and a place where there are freshwater lakes with
Yeah,
enough temperature, to take a dip. So
yeah,
honestly, I'd like to go both places, and I know a lot about the South Pole where they say you can't go, but I never hear anything about the North Pole. Nobody ever says you can't go to the North Pole, and nobody ever talks about going there either.
yeah.
So I'd like to go both places. And
Maybe someday, uh, we we can use some technology to go there instead of us directly. But even far away, but yes, at least closer, to get some close and even watch from using high altitude balloons to get to see further. Yeah, that's an interesting place. Anyway, there's many things I don't know, so I cannot make claims. But yeah, no, what I'm crossing information, yeah, very interesting place there. There's some, yeah, there's worlds beyond the poles. I think that's the book. Um, so how can no, anyway? I don't know if that's the book I did read. A few things that ships in that place did sink. The old ships that are made of wood and nails and some metal parts. Because of the metal parts, because that as they are going to that center, the magnetic field is more stronger. So in that book is saying that these ships did sink. So yeah, who knows? Very interesting place there. And in this, I'm gonna post. Yeah, I did post a letter from John D. From Mercator to John D. I did post the link, but yeah, I did post. Yeah. So there's a few information there, talking about those, some details there. Waters beneath, something like that. Under seas, something very strange. But yeah, we cannot go there, but at least see some information out there. Very interesting. Yeah, I think Admiral Richard Byrd, in that interview he gave, talking about a place like an area like in the United States, no man has put a foot there, something like that. Yeah, very interesting. But then crossing with another information, like two sources, I'm crossing. They're talking about the place there. So beyond the McMurdo station, there's a guy even he said they call it. There's a dead zone. Normal snowballs or engines they stop it. So they call it the dead zone. Um, yeah, very interesting. Beyond McMurdo station. There's a guy even said saw a cloud of pollen, yellow pollen from flowers. Suddenly was hovering, that place. He didn't saw, because he saw some fog, but he saw some cloud of pollen. I mean, how can that be possible? And hot air, coming from a zone there. Anyway, beyond the McMurdo station. Very interesting. Yeah, I would love to go there, maybe to work. But yeah, very interesting places. But these guys prefer to keep secret away from us. I think in the future, a few people will get some information in some way. Maybe someone can go through and then it came back and with some information. But I know that at Antarctica, if you go to work there, they take your clothes, they give to you new clothes. You cannot take a picture. Your cell phone is gone. uh, at least there was someone did work there, and he get naked, and they give him new clothes. He did took so many pictures, so that's because they want preferred evidence to say there. Anyway, yeah. So what is what is curious is that this guy. So there was a team of guys, different countries, and they did a first interview, separate interviews with each one of them. And this guy, he said, they did this question. I never understood why they did ask this question. What is the shape of the Earth? I mean, why this question? So even to him, he was a glober. Now he's a flat Earth guy. He's on our side. Um, so why you are working to Antarctica? Why they are asking this question? I mean, maybe to avoid people like us, to go there and release some information. But yeah, very interesting. I mean, you are going to work at Antarctica, and they do this question: what is the shape of Earth? I mean, they just like the Globers to be to go there or what? No flat Earth guys are allowed, Oh yeah, very interesting. When this guy did release what finish his job at Antarctica. Uh, of course, they did a separate interview. What happened, and few things you are not allowed to talk it. It's classified. You cannot talk who is behind this. I mean, you can search at you Google it. Antarctica, Rockefeller Mountains. Anyway, you cannot talk about who is behind this. But the other stuff you can talk about it. No one will believe you. Yeah. And then he did start to talking about it. The stuff they said. You can talk it, but no one will believe you. Yeah. And then we was speaking too much things that they did they they took a military airplane to take this guy to some military zone there, military facilities, to warn him to not talk more. And he saw other two guys. He never knew about these two guys. He said, "I never saw those two guys again. I didn't know how what those, but they were warned that something or other stuff happened. But they were so angry with this guy. He said they were so angry with me but he did said, I said to them, if something happened to me, people will come after you. So yeah, maybe that's the reason they didn't erase this guy. But that's very interesting. They said you can talk about it, no one believe you. Yeah, I think I'm a little guilty about that because I was talking about that because I know Spanish, So anyway, then you know what they asked him if you want. He was a retired guy, but they asked him, "Do you want to work to us again, but this time to do the information?" I mean, he did. Of course, he did say no, and of course he did stop to talk about what many things there. So anyway, just give up. I mean, working to them. I mean, we are against them. How are you going work with them? Is it in our side and they can suck the finger? Anyway, interesting guy. I would love to meet in person this guy one day, but it takes time and money. Anyway, there are a few people that very interesting, and these guys sometimes they after they connect all the dots and it makes sense. Yeah, flat Earth, very interesting. When you wake up to flat Earth, many things. I think many doors open, and you question about it, things. But it is dangerous, Yeah, if you talk to the wrong people, they can silence you, So anyway, but here we are. We are fighting for the truth, So people say, "Oh, flat earthers." I mean, they forget we are more of truthers, looking for the truth and the reality,
Hmm.
nothing more.
Frankly, I'm not so sure how many people on the server here are actually about the truth. Some of these people, I don't even know how they became flat earthers. But whatever.
It's we have
To
different
me,
people.
a flat earther is like a full-rounded version of a person who understands. That's what I thought. Like, but it's not apparently because there's a lot of these guys out here who are flat earthers but are atheists at the same time, right? And I call them pussies, like a bunch of vaginas,
Yeah,
And I see a lot of them on the server, and fuck them straight up, But listen, man. Hey, it was good talking to you, man. I gotta go
yeah,
take a break.
you too.
I will be back later. Good talking to you, bro.
Yeah, it was interesting. At least we talk. I was a few hours ago. I was alone here, just playing a few things, and
I
there was a time
figured.
even the live stream of YouTube went down. But anyway, very interesting. We are sharing information and we are living. at least to next generations to come. At least to them not living a lie.
For sure.
I prefer
Later.
Yeah. See you later. It's nice to talk to you.
Nice
Cheers.
to talk to you, man. Peace.
Good night. Well, I'm going to get out. So see you guys later.
So if you didn't learn anything from the debate and you wanted to come in here to learn, what are you here to learn? What are your questions?
Well, honestly, I don't really know much about flat earthers and stuff like that. I don't know.
Well, basically,
Well,
what do
I
you
come
think
and
the shape of
go.
the Earth is, or do you don't have any opinion on what the Earth is, like at all? Period.
I think it's a globe. I didn't give much thought to it because I just simply don't care.
Simply don't care. You live on this
Yeah, I care.
Earth. You don't care.
No, I don't. I am more interested in stuff that are more related to human relationships and relations.
Well, yeah, the Earth you live on is directly related to that. Because how can you have a relationship with somebody if you don't even know where you live?
I mean, it doesn't come up, and
So
it doesn't come up when It
so
doesn't
then
come
if
up when
you-
I talk about identity politics, whether the Earth is round or not.
So then if it's about relationships, shouldn't there be honesty in these relationships? Wouldn't honesty be important?
I mean, as I said, if the question of or the topic of Earth being round or flat would ever come up in identity politics, maybe it would be important. But if it doesn't come up, then it doesn't come up. So
it's not important that you've been lied to your entire life. That doesn't bother you.
Yeah, it's all cap,
Well-
bro. Fukan, it's cap, bro. Because you're here, it's all cap. You know that you're intrigued, just like the rest of everybody who straggles in here.
well,
It's all cap, Fukan. You know it is.
Yeah,
you gotta at least admit that much because you were curious to come in here. So
I'm intrigued to listen to other perspectives, for sure.
yeah.
So that's why I'm
Well,
here.
then-
That's why I joined.
Well, yeah, but like that's the thing, though. If you're intrigued, then there must be something about that topic that intrigues you, which is that people think that the Earth is a globe, but it's not really because there's no evidence behind it. So everybody
Well,
has
the
been told that
The question was related to. Well, the question was related to whether Earth is round or flat, and I'm not interested in that. I am more interested in what people with different perspectives have to say. For example, what flat earther.
Well, that
has
just
to
doesn't
say.
make any sense at all. Because if it wasn't intriguing you that like some people actually are talking about the Earth not being a globe, I don't know. It just wouldn't seem interesting to like anyone. Like you'd have to have some kind of interest into finding out why people are saying that.
I do have
Right.
an interest
So
in why
back
people
to
are
the-
saying that. I just don't care
Back to
in
the
my
original
day-to-day
point.
life whether.
But that doesn't
well,
make
it
any. That's a
doesn't come to my
contradiction.
mind. It doesn't come to my mind in a day-to-day. If you let me speak, it would be really great. Thank you. If it
You're
doesn't
not
come to my
elaborating
mind,
why. You're not elaborating why. You're
My
just telling us the
day-to-day,
same thing
but
over
I'm-
again.
but
You
I'm
just keep saying the
explaining
same thing
myself.
over again. You're saying that it doesn't
And-
interest you. It doesn't interest you. Like I know that already.
But if you keep telling me the same thing over and over again, I am going to explain
Cut it out.
myself in the same manner, of course, because you're saying the same thing to me. So
Well, it's very simple, right? Like once you start to realize that this does matter, then you can stop. You can drop the kind of like nonchalant, it doesn't matter to me, and you can start saying, hey, you know what? Let's just talk about it. Let's see if I know
for
that the Earth is a
example,
globe or not. See what I mean?
to
If you-
give another example, I'm an agnostic. I do not care whether God exists or not, but I
That's
still listen to Christians. I don't listen to Muslims a lot because I've listened to them for 26 years. I've listened to Christians, what they have to say about their beliefs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I care whether God exists or not. I care about what the individual's perspective on that topic is.
No, that's cap too.
And if
Like,
that's not okay,
let me tell you the
the
psychology
thing is,
behind
no,
all
no,
of
no,
this.
no, no. Don't please don't
Because
tell me
no,
anything because
yeah, I
after
do.
you
Because
call what
like,
I say
Furkan,
cap,
no. The thing is,
no, no, no.
the thing is, you're just
The
right
thing is,
now.
I don't care.
You're just
The thing
you
is,
do. You wouldn't be
when you
here,
call what
Furkan.
I say a lie, or what I say a
Calm
lie,
down.
It is.
Furkan.
I don't
It's not a lie.
care.
You
No,
just
no, no.
you don't want to admit. You don't want to admit that the truth behind what you're doing is really having. You're leaning towards these ideas because they intrigue you. Otherwise, if you didn't really care like you say you don't care, you would not even be in here. You would be like doing other things, but you don't. You're here and you're also listening to Christians because things that they say are intriguing you. That's the truth. And whether you say it is or not, you're still here, which means that you're interested. So it's all cap that you're saying you don't care. So it doesn't matter what you say, you are here, which means you have interest. That's just the plain and simple of it. And you
I
can
have
say
an
all you
interest
want.
in what people's perspectives are. I don't have an interest in whether the Earth is round or not. Just like how I
Yes,
don't
you
have
do.
an interest
Yes, you do.
in if God. Okay,
Yes, you do with
if you're
God
not
too.
gonna,
Same thing. It's the
okay, if
same
you're not
thing,
gonna
Furkan.
acknowledge what I'm,
I am
you're not gonna
acknowledging it.
acknowledge. Okay, you're calling it a cap
Yeah.
for whatever
Cap.
reason. You believe that I'm lying to a stranger
Yes.
online for
No,
whatever
I'm not.
reason, for whatever. No, no, no. Cap means lie. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that much
Lie.
American slang. I know that much American. So you are saying that for some
Yeah.
reason I am telling a lie to totally strangers online for whatever reason.
No, to yourself. Not to us. You're not lying to us.
Okay.
I know why you're here.
Okay.
But
Such-
you're lying to yourself.
Such
You're saying that
philosopher you are.
I'm only
Such
here.
a
I'm only here to
philosopher you
listen.
are. Such
Yeah,
philosopher
you're
you are.
saying
It
You
seems
I'm only
literally just cracked the code.
Furkan,
Good job, man.
it just
Good
sounds
job.
it just sounds a little bit contradictory when you say that you're here to hear somebody's perspective and what they believe about the Earth being flat, but you don't actually care whether the Earth is flat or not. I don't
Yeah.
really have an interest in something that I don't really care about. You know, if I don't like the football, I don't just watch it for the hell of watching it. I won't watch it. It just
Okay,
That's
and
why
that-
we know.
contradictory.
That's why
It
we
just
know.
sounds
That's what you
contradictory.
do. Okay, that's what you do. Okay,
That's
another
what I
example.
do.
That's what normal
I-
people do, Furkan. Everybody does
Another
it.
example. Okay, another example. I don't care if America is burns today, but I still care what American people has to say, what their perspectives are. I still care, and I care to listen to what they have to say,
So that's
even though I don't
contrary.
necessarily care if America burns today.
Yeah,
So-
That's a very interesting way
cap.
of saying
Hang on.
that.
That's cap.
You don't care whether the Americans live or die, but you're interested in what they have to say. That is
Yeah, that's
insane.
that's
That's very
contrary.
interesting.
In the same sense that it's not going to affect my life. So in
So
my
you
day-to-day
say.
life.
So you say. So you say. But I
It
would
may
say
not
that.
affect your day-to-day
literally.
life, but you should have
Right, so-
compassion for people.
But the thing is, though, in contrast to
That
what
was a
you're saying,
hypothetical example, but okay.
yeah, in contrast to what you're saying, you still care about American people. In contrast to you saying you don't care if America burns or not, yet you care about the
That
American
was
people.
a
That's just
hypothetical example. I don't know why
Logical.
would you
It's a
focus on that?
contradiction.
No. I don't know why would you. I don't know why would you focus on
You're
that
giving us
hypothetical
because you're
example.
giving us examples of contradictions. That's
Well,
another contradiction.
Regardless of that, Furkan, what we have here is not an opinion or it's an actual fact. So the Earth is factually and provably and measurably a flat topographical plane. So it's not an
Okay.
opinion or a belief or the way that you'd like to put it. So realistically, if you want to know what we believe, just have a look at the Earth for yourself. It's proven measurably flat.
Mhm. So, what about those people who are saying that Earth is a globe and that's a fact?
Yeah, they can say it, but they can't prove it. We can.
Mhm.
Simple, right?
Interesting.
listen.
Then
I could even put it in a way that could make some sense, right?
can I ask a question?
But let me just tell you real quick. If somebody was to tell you to give evidence that the Earth is a globe what would you tell them? Just like I'm putting you on the spot because like this is what normal people would do in a conversation when they ask questions about something. They would ask you, how do you know it's a globe? What would you tell them? It's very simple. It's a very simple thing to answer.
That's how I was taught in school, is what I would say.
Yeah, that's like not the answer, right? Like, because they were like, yeah, but how is it a globe? Yeah, I know you were taught. Just tell me, how is a globe? That's all I want to know. How is it a globe?
That's a good question.
Well, it should be easy to answer if you know that it's a globe. Well, you know, what's the answer?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, and
Okay.
I don't even know what would you say? I would just start talking about like
And
I don't know, like just start talking about different theories.
I'll tell you guys, but the reason why I said it that way is because it's the most simplest way to ask the question and the best way for you to engage with your critical thinking mind. How it's possible that a simple answer or a simple question like that cannot be answered.
That's true.
And
I guess
you should think something like that should startle you anyways. Shouldn't I have an answer for this? Because I know the Earth is a globe, yet I can't even answer somebody that just simply asked me the question, how is it a globe? I don't even know what to say. Right?
The thing,
It's kind of provocative.
my question is Earth the only flat thing? Flat planet?
That's the wrong question because you haven't thought about the previous one I just asked. Because if that's what's stumping you, that you can't even answer a simple question, then there must be something wrong with what you've been taught. At least make the connection there before you go off and ask another question. Because if you don't reflect on this one simple question that I just asked, then everything else won't make any sense.
Dude, oh my
You know
god.
what I mean?
Just say that you're not going to answer the question and maybe someone else can answer it. Like, what is it?
Now
we can all
you're
answer
triggered.
that question. We can all
But now
answer
you're
that
triggered,
question
right?
very, very simply, Firkin.
Yeah.
We can all answer it. But what Mayhem is saying is that you're skipping past his point, and realistically, you know,
No, I answered him. I said that.
No, you didn't.
Honestly, other than what I'm being taught, I don't know how to answer if I am asked.
Well, I know, but that's the thing
Earth is globe. And
that's
then
what I'm
I
telling you
ask
to
a
reflect on,
question,
Firkin.
but then I am
But you
told
can't
that
skip.
I am asking the wrong question. Well,
Yeah,
then
you
don't
can't
answer
skip
it.
right
Then
now.
don't answer
No,
it.
that's not the point.
I'm
That's not the point.
26. Okay, I don't need
Don't
this type
care.
of treatment.
Well,
Okay.
then there's a door. If you don't want to be talking in here, the door's right there. You can simply click on the exit.
That's not what I said, though.
Well, I'm just telling you that this is the way people answer normally. If in a conversation, somebody asks you a question and you say, hey, I don't know, that's fine. Have you reflected on that? Because nobody does. They're just skipping over that and asking more questions, forgetting the fact that they just finished saying, I don't know, to a very most important, crucial question that you should already know. 26-year-old person should already know how the Earth is a globe. Like, that's just the thing that you struggle with right now should be easily answered by a third grader in school.
Cool.
And that's the thing that I'm telling you. It's like,
are you done?
You don't reflect on it. Well, I mean, if you really want to dive into the reason why, you should at least think about it and be like, this is crazy. Why don't I have an answer?
Are you done?
I am now. Go ahead.
Okay. So back to my question. Is Earth the only planet that's flat? And why is the moon not? And why is Mars not?
Can you see the live stream voice text? It should be right above the live stream chat, man.
I don't think he has it. Hang on. Yeah, he's VC verified. Never mind. All right.
Can I see what?
The live stream voice text, the text channel that's right above the voice channel you're talking in right now.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I want to answer you directly about the question you just asked, but because of the fact that you're not perceiving the previous question as in something like that would have implications to your question now, you're not going to see the answer correctly that I'm going to give you. So when I give you this answer, I have to preface it because it's your mind can't understand what you can't perceive. So now I'm going to tell you that the reason why.
Okay.
The reason
Okay.
why that I'm going to answer your question, but the reason why I'm going to answer it the way I am, you're not going to perceive it, is this way, because you didn't see the question that I asked before what made any sense to you. So now if I tell you that Earth has been measured flat and there is no idea that space even exists, right? Now you're going to have even more questions to ask me, but then I have to take you down another logical path. Space doesn't exist as the way you were told. The vacuum of space doesn't exist. The Earth is not in motion as you've been told, and the Earth is not a globe as you've been told. So all these things, the things that they have told you, and supposedly you have a knowledge of right now. When I asked you the very first question, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And you gave me a I don't know. It's going to be the same for the other questions that I just finished telling you right now. How do you know the Earth is moving, spinning around? And how do you know that the vacuum of space exists like they told you? Like, what evidence do you have that that stuff is real? Because that question you told us about, is the other planets flat or whatever, it's like you don't have this concept of like the cosmology, like that aspect of it. You probably don't have answers. I don't know, but you need to tell me. Do you have answers to those questions, Firkin? Do you know that if the Earth is
no, sorry, I was trying to look at the I don't know.
I'll ask again, because you asked if the Earth was you described it in the way you did, but I'm saying this because like these questions are really important to know whether you know them or not. I think you saying you know or no or not, I think that's also important. So if you know if the Earth is moving, if it's spinning around. Hello?
Can you ask me a question again?
Do you know if the Earth is spinning on its axis?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because of the
Yes.
I don't know how to say it in English, but because a day happened.
Okay, a day happens. What causes day and night?
When Earth spins around itself.
Yeah, but like what do you see that makes day and night? Yeah, Earth spins, you already said that, but what causes the day and night?
The Earth,
the sun.
spinning.
Can I pick up this conversation for him?
You can. We can help him out, Ruzi, if you want.
Okay, the sun.
Do you agree with that, Firkin? I just want to see if Firkin agrees with that or not. Or do you disagree with Ruzi?
I mean, a day happens.
No, I'm with Firkin. I mean, I'm just trying to get information.
Firkin, but like, does he agree with your point? That is,
yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't know. He hasn't said it.
I know, but yes.
I didn't understand what he meant. What he means when he said sun.
Day and night? What causes day and night?
The Earth spinning around itself.
Right, but like that's not the thing that we see when day and night happens. What happens when day and night? What causes the day and what causes it to not?
Do you mean during the day the position of the sun changes? Is that what you mean?
Well, where do you see the sun in nighttime? Is it around?
What do I see the sun?
Yeah, is the sun around at nighttime?
Yes or no?
I don't see the sun at nighttime.
Okay, when do you see the sun?
During day.
Okay, so now we know what makes day and night, right?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Can you?
I don't know. You didn't answer me. You're not answering me. Do you know? No. Is the sun causing day and night? You don't know?
But apparently, I am fully comprehending what you're saying. So, can you, in your own terms, without making it sounding a religious text, can you, in your own terms, explain it briefly?
Day and night? Yeah, the sun moves towards your proximity, and then it moves away.
So
when it moves away, it causes the night. And then when it comes back again to your position, then it's daytime.
Okay, so what you're saying is that sort of Earth spinning around itself, which causes day and night instead?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say the Earth is spinning around. I didn't say
I am asking. Okay, I am asking if you ask that, so let me finish. So is that what you're saying, that sun is the one that spins around the Earth? That which causes day and night?
I said
Furkan, you're making this very hard.
Well, I mean...
Just look in the voice text chat.
Yeah, but that's a, that's a model. I would say, just to get Furkan... Just
a cartoon.
It's pretty simple, right, to understand.
That's literally what I said. I asked, believe that it's the sun that is moving instead of Earth.
Okay. Yes, the Globers believe the Earth is spinning, so we go away from the sun and then we come back. Yes.
Yeah. Do you comprehend now, Furkan?
But I don't.
We are spinning away from the sun, and we are spinning back to it.
Do you agree with Bruzy?
I don't understand.
Please, yes, he does.
Bruzy, you can't speak for him. He's got to speak for himself. Furkan,
I have no idea who Riz is, so I don't know.
But he's just saying.
How can I know I agree with him? So
you don't hear him though.
Can you let me speak instead of keep asking me if I agree with him or not? If you're not patient, then just let me know so I can stop talking. But please stop asking. Okay, if you're not gonna be patient with me, just let me know. But please do not ask me if I agree with that person, Ruzi.
You're making this really more difficult than it's like.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. What I'm saying is that I don't understand.
It really simple.
Yeah, and the thing is, though,
or do you see planets? Because everybody here just sees some lights. Have you been there to see what it is?
Yeah, flying.
What I'm asking is that who decided that sun is that small?
Okay, now I have to mute you. The reason why I didn't want to go down that path is because I want him to engage with his own critical mind. And if it's getting harder for him to do it, I'm starting to figure out he's just obfuscating from actually answering any questions. And he wants to be difficult, which is making it more harder for anybody to ask him any questions. I'm ascertaining that the guy doesn't really want to engage. He just wants to meander and not really get to a point. He knows what I'm talking about. He doesn't want to answer the question though, because he feels like he's walking on eggshells like his politics server. So I'm deriving all of this just from our interaction right now. This is the reason why I'm not letting him go off this point, and it sounds very difficult for the audience. But for him, it's it's for me to get to know exactly where his position is. So although it looks like it's a kind of a very difficult process, I'm actually gaining a lot of knowledge from his stance right now, which is, it seems to me like he's being difficult on purpose. He's not doing it because he's innocent. This is one of the politic games that they play where they don't have to be held accountable for the things that they say. And thus it's leading to a very difficult conversation. Yeah. That's why I don't want to go to another point unless he's not willing to engage. So I don't want to have to keep explaining. I just wanted to see if we can have this back and forth. All right, I've unmuted you, Furkan, too. So back to the question, what causes day and night? Furkan, too? Are you there?
Yeah, it's actually Furkan Square, but apparently sun.
Furkan Square.
Apparently.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Apparently.
Right. If you're saying that, okay, so day and night, and so the Earth is spinning to cause this. Is that how you see it?
Spinning to cause this? What?
Yes. Is the Earth spinning around so that it causes day and night?
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, I know. I'm just telling you because it sounds like you were unsure. All right. So the Earth is spinning. It's causing day and night. But what do we see when we walk out the door that causes day and night? We see the sun moving across the sky.
Yes.
Right? Okay. It's moving across the sky. Well, what?
To my understanding, the reason of that is because when Earth spins around, because the land we stand on doesn't go anywhere, but the world spins around and the sun stays there. That's why we see sun as changing positions, but it's just
the
Earth is spinning. Its sun stays there, but also the reason why, like, I just yesterday installed this one app to see how sun moves. It shows me the movement of the sun, and it kind of tilts day by day. It also shows that it tilts, TILTS.
Yeah, the sun.
The position of the sun, not the sun, because of the tilted spinning of the world.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to get too far into it, but you've described everything so far. Now, I just want to see, because we have some people that have their open mics right now. Ruzi, do you agree with what he said?
Yes. It just was very long, but yes.
Yeah, and I apologize, guys, for everybody listening. Trust me. All right.
Okay.
So we finally got there, and so basically, Furkan Squared is saying that the sun is standing still, and the Earth is moving, and it's. At first, I thought you said the sun, but then you corrected, and the Earth is tilted, right? Is that correct?
Yeah. Are you talking to me now? Sorry.
Well, both you and Furkan Squared.
Okay.
I wanted to see what you have to say. Okay.
I would imagine so.
So, and it's just hard to get words out of Furkan because he feels like editing. He's walking on digital eggshells or something. I don't know. All right. So
that's BS. I'm going to say that right now. That's BS.
All right. So I don't know who just said that. I've got somebody
What's
else
BS?
talking. That's BS. All right. So, as in the person that said that's BS says you don't agree with that?
Not at all.
Okay, so what do you think is what's happening?
He just said the sun doesn't move. That's BS.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I want for them to actually have it. Do you agree with? You don't agree with that? Okay, so now Ruzi and Furkan Squared, and now you are your life god, or I don't know what your name is there. I'm trying to read it. Anyway, you who just finished chiming in right now, you're in disagreement. Why are you disagreeing that that's the case?
Because how is that even possible? So you're telling me if the sun doesn't move, then why does people say it does? They say the earth stands still and the sun moves around in circles as the moon and everything else. But how is the sun not moving at all? That's my question.
Well,
how is it just standing still? It just stands still. Just because you see it in the air not moving doesn't mean it actually doesn't move.
Huh? I don't know what you mean by that, but when I said it doesn't
You're being gaslit, Miggy.
it's not, it's not changing.
I want to see how this plays out a little bit. Well, he left. All right. Anyway. All right. So let's just say, for example, right now, I agreed with that previous fellow that was just said something, because we do see the sun moving across the sky. And you guys would actually have to be honest here at this point. When we're standing outside in the morning, we see the sun moving across the sky. Is that not what we witness?
Yes.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, but you have to answer my question though, because we can't get to another point. Furkan Squared.
Can I tell this and then answer your question?
Yeah, but you're not being fair to the question. That's like you want to answer something else. So it's not fair to the question.
Well, because you said yes. I'm going to tell it. So imagine.
I didn't say yes. I didn't say yes. You're jumping over me and just saying it now because you don't want to answer the question. I'm like, why won't you answer the question? Pretty simple.
Answer the question.
Okay, can I say what I have to say?
No,
Furkan, just make it quick,
dude.
please.
No,
Jesus Christ, it's a yes or no question. You spent more time avoiding yes or no than anything else.
That's it.
Oh my God, what is the question? Can you repeat it again?
Jesus Christ almighty.
So we go outside in the morning and we see the sun moving across the sky from the morning time.
Okay.
Okay, so would you agree that we see the sun moving in the morning?
I can agree that we are seeing the sun in different positions, but that is due to the Earth moving around itself.
No, don't qualify it with saying the Earth moving around. That's not. We're not there yet. The only thing I'm asking you right now is to go outside and witness the sun in the morning moving across the sky. Do we witness that?
Okay.
That's it.
Can I
You
tell what I
can't
have?
say yes or no to that? Like what? What is your
Oh
deal?
my god, this is
What is your
painful.
deal? It's painful
Okay,
for everybody.
so-
to
Why is it hard for you to accurately describe reality?
Yeah, why?
Why is that hard for
Well,
you? Without
the
qualifying
thing-
it with something else,
the thing is-
right? So I can go,
Well, that is.
water has waves on it. I don't have to make a statement as to why or where or how. I can just make the observation of what I see. We're
That's it.
just asking you to make the observation. What do you see?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
That guy
Oh my god!
literally-
Right.
Literally, that guy
Literally.
gave a paragraph of speech about my personality and about
No one cares.
Oh my god.
What? No one
Your
cares.
personality.
no one
Dude,
fucking cares. Why would you give
I don't
that
think you have a personality.
whatever? If you put a stick,
Oh,
and then turn
my
around
God.
yourself, and then turn
What are
around
you
yourself.
doing? Why are you
Look
not
at this
answering it?
stick.
This is a politics server, man. No one's gonna be like looking for those little gotchas, so you can be like, "Ah, we gotcha, frickin'. You said it. Oh, he said the sun's moving. That's it. Let's close the server down. We got frickin'. Who cares, bro? Just I'm asking you a question. What do you see? Just say what you see.
I gave you an answer. You don't like
No,
my
you
answer.
didn't. You're freaking
I-
skipping around. You don't want to answer. That's your deal.
You
That's
asked-
why I'm doing this.
You asked if I see sun moving, and I
Yeah.
said yes. I
Yeah.
see sun changing positions, and that's due
Right.
to the Earth.
No,
That's valid, though.
Yeah,
That is valid.
No, it's not because he's qualifying it at the end by saying that the Earth is moving, and no one's asking for that.
So
Only asking
you
for
just
what-
don't like
That's
my
just his
answer. That's the
justification.
problem.
No. Okay, so then here's the thing: if you're saying that you see the Earth moving, then you're gonna have to qualify that. How is it moving? Because I didn't ask for that. I only said, "Do you see the sun moving?" That's the only thing that I asked for. It was
Yes.
either yes or no. But you
Yes.
said no. I see the Earth. I see the sun moving around, and it's moving because the Earth is moving. That's what you're saying.
But the
So
answer
now-
is yes.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't say. No, you can't speak for him. He's got to say it.
I literally
I
started
said
my
yes,
answer.
but
Yes, I literally answered
Only
or yes
one-
because
yes. But the reason you are not accepting it is because I gave an explanation as to why I said yes. So
I
that
didn't
is
ask for that. I didn't ask for that. I only asked for what you see. That's it.
the thing.
I
is,
only asked
you
for
don't
what you
decide. Okay,
I
the
only
thing
asked
is
for what
don't
you see.
decide.
I only
Okay.
asked for what you see. Do you hear what I'm
I-
saying? Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth? I only asked for what you can see. That's it. You get it? I only asked for what you can see.
so the answer is yes. So let's
No,
move on,
the answer
please.
is tell me from your point of view, do you only see the sun moving in the sky
yes.
when you go
So
outside?
from my point of view,
Yes.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I already gave you an answer.
Dude,
Well,
fuck
you
you.
need-
I should just kick you the fuck out of here. Dude,
Yeah.
real simple. Answer the goddamn question or leave.
That's it.
I said yes.
Okay, you said yes. We don't need your
All right.
qualifying opinion of your whatever reason you've concocted in your head. We're not asking about what you think about it. We're just asking you, what do you sense with your senses? What do you see? It's not complicated. The fact that you're so afraid of answering a simple question says it all.
Yeah. It says it all.
I
Can we get back
literally
to the more
answered.
important topic,
right,
which
so
is
now
his personality?
No, we're not going to talk about that. So we're gonna actually focus on that now. So we all agree, Ruzi, you as well, because you answered earlier. So we all agree. We go outside. We see the sun moving across the sky. Pretty easy peasy, right? Simple. Now
Yes.
let's go to the next step. How do we know from that we can know that the Earth is actually the one that's moving? Go, Firkin squared. Now you can say it. How do you know that the
You
Earth is the
can't
one that's
say it.
moving? Whoa, hang on, Ruzi.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Got to be a little bit courteous to Firkin squared.
Well, Firkin squared agrees with me, right, Firkin?
What was your
No.
answer, Ruzi?
I said, well, you can't tell just from that fact.
Okay. Firkin, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. So, how can we ascertain the fact that the Earth is in motion and not just the sun moving? We're gonna have to find the way we can know that the Earth is really moving and not just the sun.
Right.
Go ahead, Ruzi and Firkin Squared. I'm gonna let you guys think about it. Do you guys know or
No, I don't know.
Okay, so Ruzi, you don't know. Firkin Squared, do you know?
So the question is, how can I make sure that it is just the Earth
The Earth
moving and not
yes.
the Sun?
Yes.
Mm,
Go ahead.
no, I don't know that.
Okay. Thank you.
God, why was that so hard?
That's pretty easy, isn't it? Now,
That was good.
See how easy that was? All right. So we can say, assuredly, because you said it yourself that you don't know, that it's just a belief you have that the Earth is in motion. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Yes.
Okay. That was it. Okay, so the third question that I have for you is pretty simple. It's the vacuum of space, right? So now we're going to talk about space and what you might think about it, whatever it is, right? So the vacuum of space is said to be adjacent to the pressure air that we are breathing right now, because the pressure air we breathe is at 14 psi. And so your lungs are breathing this air here on Earth, which it's got pressure, right? So as you get higher in elevation, that seems to get less and less pressure up until you get to where they claim satellites are and ISS and all that kind of stuff, which is super low pressure, right? So how is it possible that we can have this gas pressure here on Earth without the gas escaping into the available space, right? Because in every instance that we have gas pressure here on Earth, it's always contained. And while it's contained, let's say you open up a valve or you release the high pressure inside that contained system, the air rushes out into any and all available areas. Because it goes from high pressure to low pressure, right? That's what happens always. You guys do understand that, right? I don't want to lose you here with the question. You guys know this for sure. Okay, so
No, I don't know that.
So you don't know that. So a simple example: you put air in your tire, right? A car tire, a bike tire, or whatever. You can follow that example, right?
Okay.
Okay. So when you have air in a tire, you can press the valve, and then you press that valve, and the air rushes out of that tire. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That happens because you have high pressure in the tire, and there's lower pressure outside. When you press that valve, the air inside of that tire rushes out and equalizes with the air outside. High pressure moving to low pressure. Pretty simple. I just shown you. You agree or disagree?
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
All right. We have a very simple instance of where I demonstrated to you how gas pressure can work from high pressure to low pressure. So now you understand. So the question is that if we have this super low pressure that's the Earth is floating around in, how is it possible that we have this high pressure here on Earth where we stand without the air escaping into the available space where it has? Because how can we have gas pressure without a container?
Right. So I guess I would answer this as the atmosphere would be the container.
Okay, Firkin Squared, what do you say?
No idea.
Okay, so let me just talk to Ruzi then, since you said no idea. All right, so Ruzi, you said the atmosphere is keeping the air in?
Yeah, or the ozone layer.
The ozone layer. But do you know the ozone layer is gas, right? You know that, right? So
yeah.
Then the question is, how is the ozone layer, which is gas, containing the gas?
That's a good question.
Well, yeah, it is.
I don't know the answer to that. No, I don't.
Okay. So the answer is you know or you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and close it up for you for the three main points that I brought up to you guys, right? Which is the first one I told you was the Earth's curvature, right? And the second one was the Earth spinning around, the one we were talking about. And then the third one is the vacuum of space. Of course, the way they tell us that space is and all that. With the low pressure of the vacuum of space and the high pressure we have here on Earth that you need a container for. So without a container, you can't have gas pressure in the first instance. So we understand that the Earth, being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have.
Correct.
Because you guys have just admitted right now that there isn't an answer that you know of currently that would be sufficient to this. So it's a belief that you have that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
That's it. You get it?
Okay.
It's a belief. It's only a belief. Because if you knew it was really a globe, easily it would have been answered any of these questions that I just told you. Easily. And you would have been able to support it with demonstrations of how it's possible. But to the contrary, now you know that it's not able to be demonstrated that it is a globe. Now you have is all you got right now is just this belief in the idea that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
And that's it. It's just basically like any religious belief that people have, right? That's it. It's just a religious belief that you have.
Right.
But
It is
what?
not
Godless religion.
godless. Yeah.
Okay. So, what would be the reason to make all the people believe that Earth is round rather than flat?
Yeah, it's pretty simple though. I can tell you, and it's a really good reason to control.
Mm-hmm.
So if they control the information, right, of like let's say the idea that the Earth is a globe, they're the gatekeepers, right, the key masters. They own that the information. So in order for you to know what the Earth is, they are the ones you'd have to learn from. You'd have to go to like a higher learning, in college or whatever, to find out like deeper studies of the cosmos or whatever. But everything that you learn has to be through them. Like that's the only way. Like other than that, you can't yourself like really grasp the concept of like cosmology. Let's say you'd have to go through a process by which you learn from people whom you think are very intelligent in this, but they are the ones holding the keys to that knowledge. You can't just like think of things on your own because these things are already thought of. So that method of control that they have is a very strong one. It causes you to have a delusion of the Earth being what it is right now. And you defend it like a religious belief without any idea of how or why the Earth is what it is. You just defend it like straight out. And you don't know why. You're just doing it. So that control
That's
they
true.
have on your mind, the control they have on your mind right now, at this moment right now, and the reason why you're very defensive against it is because you don't know what you know right now is if it's true or not. It's just a religious belief.
That is true. That is true. And I definitely agree with that. And I feel like, especially when someone believes something their whole life, you don't want to admit that the lie,
Right. But the thing is, like, and I was telling you guys also, if it was really true, like, and it's, like, 'cause we're only about the truth in here, right? And things you can test and prove and all that. If it was true, none of us would exist in this server at all. Not especially me. Like, trust me. Whatever's the truth is the truth. That's the only thing I care about is the truth. I don't care about feelings. I don't give a shit about that. The only thing I care is if this is really real or not. So there's no globe evidence whatsoever. As a matter of fact, it's like a religious belief and people try to defend with stupid arguments. I mean, my God, this guy came in today, the guy Firkin was listening to the other day, is claiming that fishing line is evidence that the Earth has curvature. This is crazy. This is madness. Like, they have to resort to like these derivative topics they come in here to try to defend. And then when
that doesn't make sense.
Well, we ask them certain questions that are specific to the Earth, right? Like, okay, just like if I have any object, right? Let's say I have a shape, like if I have a basketball, right? And you know that this basketball is a sphere. And if I was to tell you, no, this thing I have in my hand is a cube, you're like, it's not a cube, because this is what a cube is. You'd probably bring a cube out to me, right? And show me. And I was like, no, it's a cube. You're like, no, we can measure this thing. This basketball you have in your hand, I can measure it to be a sphere. It's got a radius, it's got a diameter, and a circumference. And you could put some maths to it. You could tell me, how much it curves or whatever. You could know all of that stuff, right? Because it's something tangible. You have it in your hand. You could feel it. It's there, right? Pretty simple, straightforward. Now, imagine if you're standing on a giant version of that basketball, and it's definitely an object that you could, measure, right? Because the Earth, according to them, has already, it's got a radius, diameter, and circumference. So if it is a geometric shape like they say it is, then you most definitely can measure the thing that you're standing on. It's also tangible like the basketball because you're standing on it, right? So now what we understand is that we have ourselves a dilemma, which is, on the one hand, I can produce the information like the basketball and tell you that it's measurements and all these things because I can measure everything on this basketball. But then I say, on the other hand, I'm standing on a giant version of that thing that I'm holding in my hand, and I cannot measure it. Well, that's weird. How can I measure a geometric shape that I know is a geometric shape, but this one that I'm standing on, it can be measured? Well, there's a problem, right? Because it should be easily measured. The surface curvature, which would be drop over distance, could be easily measured if it was indeed a ball. And that's what I'm kind of telling you guys right now, because the truth is self-evident, right? So like, let's say, regardless if I say the earth is whatever it is, you can go out yourself into the field and figure this thing out for yourselves. And then
I have a question
and report that. Go ahead, Ruzi.
So, like, the first thing what pops into my head, like the biggest thing, is when I think of when we're sitting on this giant ball, this giant basketball, is like, how the fuck do spaceships and satellites work? Like,
right, but that's the okay. So the hook, right? There's a hook. The hook is that you have to endure a lot of indoctrination through your lengthy years of growing up. I don't know how old you are, Ruzi, but
so 21.
Throughout your lifetime, right? Your whatever it is that you consumed, there's a lot of what we consider propaganda. So all this propaganda that has been pushed onto you, there was no buffer, right? It was just coming at you 100 miles an hour to your brain. But the thing is, now you have like at least critical thinking mind at whatever age you are. You can like, well, just let me check it out, just see if it's true or not, right? Now you can at least question it. Whereas before, when you were a young child, it was like whatever the teacher said, believe the teacher, listen to the lessons and all that. So now that you're asking the question, well, then how about these stupid rockets, right? And pictures from space and NASA live streams and whatever, you can go on and say all the crazy stuff. But then I would then ask you, how can you verify anything that they could put in front of your eyeballs? Anything. I don't care what it is. You can talk
I would say the people.
Right. So then I could say the same. Well, then I got a bunch of flat earth people in here. They can verify the earth is flat. I could use the same argument to you and it wouldn't make sense. Because then you could question me like, yeah, but those people don't know what they're talking about. Now I could say this to you. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't know what they're talking about. But that's not the thing. What I talk about is actually going to, like, let's say they show you an image of the earth from a distance or whatever. Then I can tell you, how do you know that's true if you can't go to the same place they were to see what they're seeing? So basically, I could do that with anything. But I could also present information that way to you, right? I could show you an 80-foot gorilla climbing a tall building and say, "Hey, man, this is true. I got an image of it. Check this out." You're gonna be like, "Nah, that's pretty crazy, dude. That doesn't exist." I'm like, "Well, that's weird. That's a double standard." You say on the one hand, this big old gorilla doesn't exist, but your guy that's taking a picture of the Earth from a distance does. Well, that's a double standard, right?
Well,
so how can I verify the picture from space, and how could you verify the picture of the gorilla? What would you then say you'd have to do, Ruzi? If you're a critical thinking person, what would you ask me?
You probably couldn't.
Well, let's say you wanted to find out. What would you do if you wanted to find out that the picture of the gorilla that I was posting to you was real or not? What would you have to do?
I mean, I would just have to look at it, probably.
Well, that's not going to get us anywhere, because then I can show you another picture of a gorilla, destroying an airplane or something like. Where are we?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
So other than
I don't know.
Other than actually seeing the gorilla, we cannot be.
There you go. See, Birkin had the answer.
What is it?
No, the thing is, no. This is like.
Yeah, you go.
Sorry, I didn't hear him.
No, this is like how. Hello.
He didn't hear what you said. That's why I was saying for you to repeat it.
You didn't hear what?
He didn't hear what your answer was.
Oh, other than seeing it with your own eyes, you cannot
Yeah.
tell.
Yeah.
And the
Yes.
thing with the
That's a good answer.
the thing with the Western education is that it relies on trust. Instead of the basis of education is that you can provide people who are being educated on to be able to observe themselves and gain the skills that you want to teach them. But for example, with the Earth being round, you cannot make that happen unless you take them to the space. So those
But that
people
isn't the
who
only
want
thing.
to be educated,
Yeah, that's
okay,
the only thing.
those people who want to be educated on this are putting some level of trust, which is causing the indoctrination because
Well, that's correct.
the
I'll be right back.
belief is that the Earth is round. You cannot believe anything else. That is the textbook definition of indoctrination. You cannot accept any other belief other than this. So, and with everything you say, it's thought provoking. And honestly, because I don't know about the science of the Earth, it is tough, thought provoking. But as I said, it's also without actually seeing from the space. It's only making me skeptical, and not a
Well,
believer.
sure, of course. But
Flat
what I'm saying, freaking like, and here's the thing though. What I want you guys to do, because it's difficult. Okay, so this is what I'm telling you is not easy. Engaging with your critical thinking mind. So just as you said when I was talking to Ruzi about like he's got his space picture of the Earth from a distance, and I have my gorilla picture like that's climbing the building. And you answered correctly. When you started to engage with your critical thinking, you started to say, I know how to get an answer from this. I know exactly what would need to be done. I would have to go and see it for myself, right? So that I can know that, what the claim of the gorilla was the real claim. It wasn't just like some Photoshop image. So you would then demand that, and then I would be like, well, that's, correct, but no, this is just a CGI image or whatever. Like, but the thing is, you can't do that with these guys, right? Because on the one hand, these the people that are giving you these images, they're gonna tell you they've been to a place that took these images, and you're just gonna have to trust them and take their word for it. And then that's where it's gonna stay, though. It doesn't go. Like you can't then say no. I don't want to leave it there. I want to actually go and see if you actually went to this place. I want to go to that place. Remember I told you that there's key masters and gatekeepers? Like these guys that have these space agencies and stuff, like you can't actually get to a place where you can see that image was a real image, like that you can validate. Because you can never go there. Like logistically, it's an impossibility for you and me. Right? So like now we have where everybody else sees these images and are just believers. There's no verifying this if it's true or not, because only a handful of people can actually get to this location. So now
it's like
go ahead
believing God and heaven and hell.
Sort of, but it's like the instance of what I'm talking about here. It has to be validated by some means. Like you have to be able to do something to be able to provide evidence that this is real or not. And if you most people would say that these images are evidence enough. But what I'm telling you is that when it comes to personal verification, you can't be sure until you take it to the length of like, okay, I heard your story. I know what you're saying, but now let me check it out. And then the person might tell you, no, that's fine. Just trust me. I'm a seasoned veteran. I've flown around the earth. I've been in space. I'm all that. I'm good. Don't worry about it. Just trust me. And then you have to capitulate and say, well, okay, I guess I must only believe you because I can't do it myself. And so what it leaves you with is just like, like a religion. You just have to trust the person that told you that's true. And so that's it. Like, and that's where it ends, right? Because that's where everybody is at right now that thinks that the earth is a globe. They're just left with like, just trust us. The scientists figured it out. And then you're just like, okay, well, scientists figured it out. That's why when I first asked you these questions at the very beginning, these are so thought provoking. Like you don't even know the implications of these questions. Because now when you start to realize, you're like, well, shit, how come I didn't have an answer to something so simple? Because there isn't one. And it's all by design. So that because you don't have an answer, who do you have to go to get the answer? The gatekeepers. And they are going to tell you, once you go down to the whoever said it, then they're going, oh, yeah, I took this image. Just trust me, I've been there. Don't worry. And then you're like, okay, that's the only thing you can say because you can't go there. Right? So it just amounts to nothing but belief. And that's it. It ends up, when you go all the way back to the original source, it's always about belief. You got to trust somebody, you got to believe them, and that's it. So, and remember, you asked, well, what would be the motive for these guys? And I told you, control. Now they have your mind, and your mind is their playground. And so they can tell you whatever they want, and you'll just believe them. There's a new exoplanet that just came up, and it's got, it's inhabiting life and all that, and you'll just believe them. There's a rocket that's going to go to Mars, and it's going to take, all kinds of technology over there. You'll just believe them. You don't ever get to a point where you're verifying any of the things that they say, and you just become a zealot and a believer and a defender of the religion. And that's the only thing that you know. It's like, that's why I'm saying people don't realize how important it is for you to have a critical thinking mind, and that's the only defense you have. That's it.
Bro, is that why all these rockets are blowing up?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
It's kind of unrelated. But do you believe that there are two biological sexes exist?
Oh,
or are you also skeptical about it?
It's a no-no in this server. We stay away from that topic. That server those questions, they get a lot of servers shut down, so we usually stay away from those questions. Not that I don't want to answer it.
I don't.
You. We're being live streamed on YouTube, and then, well, I know, but I'm saying we're being live streamed on YouTube, and there's certain regulations that YouTube has, and even Discord, let's say, and people get into hot water for getting into these topics. But that's why I can't answer it.
Okay.
My answer is yes.
Yeah, TOS and all that stuff. So it's the way of the world right now. So we're just kind of.
I say yes, Firkin. Word.
Nah, but we're not going to engage in that. Is what I'm saying. Like,
I'm just
not going to engage with it. Anyway, but so now that you guys know this, what do you guys think about that? Like, doesn't that have like serious on your mind? You guys are slaves to this information. Like, that doesn't bother you?
Yeah.
Like, that's not thought provoking. That's not like, well, shit.
It's super thought provoking.
And I don't know. Like, if I was in your position, I would be like frustrated. I'd be like, nah, bullshit. Let me go figure this out. Like, at least.
No, can you explain like your evidence?
Yeah, for sure. So basically, when we put the globe to the test, right now, we call it a long distance observation. So when we make an observation on this Earth, we preferably want to do this over water. And the reason why is because water doesn't have land topography. Like, if you go see over land, we don't have to see hills and valleys and all that stuff. We can look over a long stretch of Earth without it being, like obstructed by any kind of land. So when we look over water, we preferably want to do it like on a beach, because we can see from the shore to whatever distance. We want to find good things to put a marker for distance, right? Like a peninsula sticking out or oil rigs in the distance. We have one specific thing that we use. It's called the black swan. And basically it states, like if all swans are white, meaning the idea behind this is that all the evidence that we have, it leans towards the globe, right? If all swans are white, meaning all the evidence leans towards the globe, that would mean that if I showed you one black swan, even though somebody said that all swans are white, if I showed you one black swan, that would disprove your idea that the all swans are white is the only thing that exists, right?
Yes.
So all I have to do is show you one black swan. That's it. So this image basically.
I literally took discrete math, bro. I did this shit.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's.
I'm just looking in the chat right now, and I see like if P then Q, and I just had flashbacks.
Yeah, if P then Q. So you do understand a little bit about this conversation, right? So that when I get into
Yeah, I'm with you.
it's a modus tollens, basically. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So it follows the logic that if, like the same thing, if the Earth is a sphere of a radius of 3959 P, then every distance horizon must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? So we're looking at like the radius of that they're claiming, right? There's a radius value. If you look it up on Google, it's going to spit out that number, 3959. So then the horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q, which is the geometric horizon, or where the horizon should be. Okay? So not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. So we get this observation, right, on the beach of California, and the observer's height was at 1 foot off the water, 1 foot off the water. So the expected Earth's curvature should have been at 1.22 miles, according to the radius of the Earth, 3959, right? This is all based on globe metrics, right? So we're going to either falsify the claim and show you guys in reality that this claim is holding up to the scrutiny of figuring out if the Earth is a globe or not. So with the distance from 1 foot elevation off the water, we're going to see off into the horizon. So what this image is doing is seeing that the horizon is beyond the platform, which is platform habitat, which is at 9.41 miles. And you can see the horizon behind the platform habitat, you know, where the sky meets the water. Do you see that in the image?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically we're seeing beyond 9.41 miles. We say safely around 10 miles or so. But remember, at 1 foot off the water, you could see off into the horizon, off into the distance, greater than 9.41 miles. Like I said, almost 10 miles. But you shouldn't be able to see past 1.22 miles, because that's where the horizon should be, at 1.22 miles. Do you guys see the problem?
Yeah, so I should never be able to look past 1.22 miles. Like,
at 1 foot.
Like
At 1 foot. So you know what?
Right, so I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah, so then you're going to do the math for 6 foot observer. The same as it would be for any other observation you made at whatever elevation you're going to make it at. But you also remember, you have to calculate the distance using the 3959 on the there. We do have a globe calculator, by the way, so you can see that, like, what inputting these values into the Earth curve calculator, how much distance, how much of the Earth's curve you should obstruct your view off into the distance, or where the horizon should be. Let's say the predicted value of where the horizon should be. Is this making any sense to you guys? Because, like, that's what we're saying here, is we're falsifying the claim of the globe. So the surface curvature, right? If there is surface curvature at 1 foot, it should be expected to see the horizon where the sky meets the water at 1.22 miles. Now,
I mean, yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I just have more questions. I feel like it's like it makes sense.
Yeah,
but yet I don't understand it.
Yeah, by all means, you can ask them. The reason I just want to finish up here. So basically, what we did was, and these observations, mind you, is not just in one location. You can make these observations everywhere. So in essence, this isn't just a black swan. We are now saying that all swans are black, because there is no white swans. The idea that the Earth was providing the evidence that the Earth is curving somewhere were the white swans. But the black swan, this one image, provided evidence that the Earth is not a globe, because we can see farther than 1.22 miles, meaning that the Earth's horizon, where it should be, is not where it's supposed to be. We can actually see a lot farther than that, not just 1.22 miles, but even farther than 9.41 miles, like where the horizon is, should be at like 10 miles. So we have debunked the globe claim straight up. And so the Earth is not a globe. It is definitely flat.
Okay. I have a question
Yeah.
off that. So, like,
Sure.
when planes fly, let's say New York to LA, like, and they fly in the not a straight line, right? Because flying in like an arc is less miles. Is that how it is?
No, absolutely not.
How does that work?
However, Ruzi, there's claims. Okay, I'm not gonna say Let's not negate the fact that everybody's saying they're flying over a globe. So when you talk to a pilot or something, they think they're flying over a globe, but in
Right.
reality, they're flying over a flat stationary Earth. Earth is not moving underneath that plane. Well,
Can
not spinning around like they think, but it is moving because it's moving. The plane's moving.
what okay, what
I would
will we
keep going,
see
but
if
I'll
we-
answer Firkin Square's question. Go ahead, Firkin.
what would we see if we look the bottom side of Earth if it's flat? What would we see?
You're saying like what is in the bottom of the Earth? That's
Yes.
a pretty obvious question. What I would say is that okay, let me put it to you this way, right? I'll tell you about the cosmology aspect. So when we say flat Earth, we are talking about we are on the floor of all of existence. So we are on the bottom. This is it. So whatever you see in the sky, and stars and sun, moon, that's all that there is. This isn't an ever expanding cosmology. This is only us in this place. We believe that, well, I can say believe. I say we know that we're in a contained system. It's contained. We're being like inside of something. Now that what the shape of the container is, I couldn't tell you, but I could tell you that we are in a contained system because we have gas pressure. The only way to have gas pressure is to have a container.
Mhm. Is it like a half globe? Is that
I
what
would
you're
say-
saying?
I would say that I wouldn't put a shape to it, Firkin, because no one knows. Not a single living soul knows what it looks like on the outside to give a claim to the only thing I will say is it's a container. If it is a dome, or
because-
whatever, then nobody knows the shape of that.
Yeah. Dome, correct word. I just couldn't remember
no,
that English.
nobody-
But the reason is,
We couldn't verify. That's what I mean. Like, there's no one that's gonna be like, yeah, we've seen it. Like, there's
you're right. The reason I asked is because the first question you asked is that if I see sun moving, and yes, and I also, when I look up at the sky at night, I see a dome.
Yeah,
So-
let me just kind of elaborate a bit on that because I think there's a lot of missing things that I haven't said yet. But I just put a pin on that because I still have to talk about that. But just going back to Ruzi, because if you have any more questions about flight, I do want to talk about that. There's a lot of people that do say that we're flying over the Great Circle course. That's the easiest route from point A to point B. But these are all assumptions. These are all these things that they say that they can't verify because they believe they live on an Earth that's shaped as a globe. But remember, these questions that I'm asking you guys was the simple questions, right? How do you know the Earth is a globe? And just let someone tell you how they know. And if they come up with like, well, Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni or just any of the other claims that people would say, then you investigate those claims. Like, figure out who was it, who was Eratosthenes, what did they do, and then you start to realize how is it possible that they're making these claims if nobody has the answer to how they measured the surface curvature. Nobody does. Not the smartest debaters that come in here. They don't know, like, nobody. Trust me. Like, you can actually sit here while we have conversations with these guys and you will hear out of their mouths, the ones who say they know, and they will go to every other topic to describe how they know that the Earth is a globe, other than measuring the surface curvature. Like I gave you the example of the basketball. They don't know how to measure a geometric shape, and it's very, very profound. That it's like the implications of them not being able to, and they will say, well, we know the Earth is a globe because we see a round shadow on the moon. We know the Earth is a globe because that the latest argument, which Firkin was referring to, was the guy was arguing that fishing line was a way to detect that the Earth is curving. Fishing line, like seriously, like I'm not even joking. These are the things that they say. Instead of saying, "Well,
I don't know what that means. I don't know how that. I don't know how that's.
He's a fisher of curvature.
That's a good way to put it, too.
Okay. Shay,
Oh god.
my question is,
Yeah.
so if Earth is flat, is it a round type of flat, or
Yeah, there's depictions of it looking like the azimuthal equidistant projection map, and that's a fancy way of saying the AE map or the Gleason's map. And these are the kind of depictions that you might see in the server, like the image that you just see right now on livestream voice text. But here's the deal, right? And I want to tell you guys, I don't ever like using maps or models because they give you a false impression of what we say the Earth actually is. So what do I mean by that? I mean, like, no one has ever seen the Earth in its entirety to say the entire realm of existence looks like this. Okay. Remember I told you about verifying? Remember the picture of the gorilla and the space picture of the Earth looking at a distance? Okay, the very same method that I told you about how to verify something is the same method you should use for everything. Like when somebody tells you something, you can ask them, how did you verify it? Prove it. Those two words are very powerful because when you say that, the onus is on the person who presented their information, the claim. They're going to have to be able to present it to you as in true knowledge. So if I say, okay, you're presenting a map or a model of the Earth, whether it be a globe, concave, convex, I don't care. How can I verify that that is the reality in which I am in right now? And they have to give you an answer. If not, it's just a speculation that they have. So that being said, any image of flat Earth that gets put in front of your eyes, you can ask the person showing that to you, how do you know that's what the Earth looks like in its entirety? And I'm giving this like little tidbit or this secret to you because a lot of times newer flat earthers don't know about this. They get bamboozled because they heard some other flat earther talking about like these round maps, like these AE maps, like that's the true nature of the Earth. And then when you question them, how do they know? They come up with, well, that's just what it has to be. No, that's not good enough because globe earthers do the same thing. So I'm teaching you guys with a critical thinking mind, any information that passes your eyes or your ears, you have to always ask, how did you verify this? Prove it.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, how can it be explainable that that we can see the moon, the sun, Venus sometimes as round, but like how is it that those happen to be round but not the Earth?
Yeah, I hear you. Well, one thing I would
came to be.
One thing I would say is that the idea of the Earth flying around in a ever-expanding cosmology is still in your mind. It still has a hold of your mind, and through everything you're trying to filter, your knowledge is filtering through that. You're using that idea or that cosmology to say like, well, I'm living in an ever-expanding cosmology in a solar system, so how can I not see that orb that I see in the sky the same as the one I'm standing on? Well, the thinking always is, the underlying premise is that you're inside of a solar system, inside of a galaxy, inside of an ever-expanding cosmos. So that idea is already faulty because if I was to ask you, how do you know you're in any of all that? You would say, well, I don't know. So therefore, if you get back to your question, which you just asked, how do you know that we're not like those things? I would say to you, have you ever seen this place that we're on looking like those things up there?
I mean, the reason why I ask is, wait, what? Did you ask me a question?
Yeah. Like, that's a question so you can think about, right? How can you know that the things in the sky that you see in the sky are exactly what you're standing
on? I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
Right. Well, no, I'm telling you that that's the reasoning behind this. The reasoning behind it is like, when asked the question,
I cannot know without seeing.
Right, exactly.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
it out of its working parameters. Otherwise, you're really just looking through a telescope. That's all you're doing. I mean, that's not really useful. Not in this way. Not in what you're trying to do to get like exact numbers. I mean, you tried. I mean, yeah, that's you're trying to do something, but I can say I give you credit that much, but it just there's too much going on in the air, bro. Like to actually say that it is, actually that you're seeing a dip or something, because we already know that's happening right now. What's happening at Skunk Bay, hour to hour, you're gonna have a different optical view. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Other than there's no way that you're gonna be able to accomplish your goal of what you're trying to do. As much as you try, you're gonna have different heights of things.
What goal?
So
So I mean, and I
that's the only
understand.
thing. Yeah, go on.
I understand that when the line of sight is close to when the majority of the line of sight is close to the surface of the water, you see huge variations in vertical displacement. And in fact, I have gone to the beach and filmed a ship's waterline at an angle which would equate to like 20 feet above eye level.
Yeah,
A few days later, I go in different weather and it's below eye level. And so, so I know that when the line of sight is close to the surface of the water, which was the case for Skunk Bay, you can go cherry pick flat Earth results, concave Earth results, or globe results, whatever.
Yep.
You just pick your. I can tell by the weather pretty much what I'm going to get before I go to the beach. But what's different about my 36 shots of the 75-mile mountain is that I didn't get that variation. I didn't get the mountain appearing above eye level one day and below eye level the next day. I did 36 measurements under all the different kind of conditions I possibly could, and all of them fell within plus or minus 100 feet of showing 3,200 feet missing. And I want to know why what is causing that. I don't want to just know that, yeah, that's the way it is and it works.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're trying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not taking that away from you, man. But like, the problem we're having here is that in the case of the Earth being a globe, there's already numbers, like figures that are already put up. So regardless of what you do, you're doing something else. What we have is already known geometry. We have fixed values in that there's already a given set radius, a given set circumference, a given set diameter. These values are not to be, you can't just say, well, here comes Jesse Gordon, it's going to reconstruct the drop rate over distance. You have to conform to that in a way that it's going to make sense with your, with your test to say that it is curvature. Because if we're out of the range of where the Earth's curvature should be, then you're already off. Like, because you're not, it's not comparable. It's not, you can't say that those numbers are going to equate to the Earth, because it's, so far as we know, everything should be where, like, that's the purpose of the black swan. The predicted value of the geometry of the Earth should put the geometric horizon at a specific distance. So if your observations aren't lining up with that, then you're doing something else. And I don't know what you're doing. You're just trying to prove that there is curvature, but that's not the case. We're trying to provide evidence of the geometry predicted value. And it needs to line up with that specifically, not with something you came up with. But I did this test and now I know there's Earth's curvature. Because that's what people say when they see pictures from NASA. They showed us pictures from NASA. We're good. We got Earth's curvature. That's not good enough. It needs to conform to the values that they've already set before us.
Well, the problem is, you say that no one's ever measured drop over distance. But I got the best tool I could manage that was literally designed for measuring drop over distance or rise over distance. It's the best I could get my hands on. If you got a better idea, we can talk about that later. But I got the best I could that was literally designed for measuring drop over distance. I assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth, and I measured for drop over distance. And what I measured matches the globe model surprisingly closely. So I don't know what is incorrect. Which is incorrect?
That you say that it matched it closely. You're using terminology that's not equating to that you've actually gotten the numbers that were desired for the geometry or the size of the Earth. So what we're going to see are variances in that, saying that perhaps it came close within like what's your tolerance. You're not even giving that. So there's a lot of words that you use that leave us more they're a bit vague. You're just like leaving some so that people don't hold you down to like, okay, exactly, tell me what it is. You're like, well, we didn't hit the mark right on, but we're like about, you know, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 orders of magnitude. You're not giving us the specifics.
Let me.
How close are you?
Well, that and sorry, Jesse. You're not
What is this, a recording or
accounting for,
something?
if you see something in your data, it says 100 miles away. That
Hello, I can mute it.
No, I actually thought it was like a discussion or something. I didn't realize it was like a bot.
It is a discussion that's happening at a different server, but if you want to talk or anything, you just have to ping somebody and they'll stop it.
No, not at all. I was curious about the margin of error that Jesse was describing, about the vagueness that the flat earther was saying, and it's true. They tend to say things like, "Oh, approximately," "Oh, really, really close." Well, no actual numbers, right? And no margin of error. So you don't know how much you need to be precise to the globe, or how much is too far to be the globe. They just give you these random averages that you're just supposed to believe them.
Yeah, true. Yeah, this is all happening at the politics server right now. So it's if you want to get in on the action and you want to talk to them, you could definitely go there. I don't know if you have access to it yet.
What server is that?
It's the politics server. I can give you a link. I'll drop the link for you. Everybody seems to be going there, but we still try to keep it alive over here at times. I posted it in the live stream chat. You just have to find the 24/7 Flat Earth room, and that's where the live discussion is happening. Do you see it? Hello? Okay, I'll just continue the recording until you're able to talk again.
Erroneous average missing height reading of 3,200 feet that was within 6 feet of the globe model prediction.
And
how did that
another
happen?
thing, another thing too. You're actually doing it over areas that we only see graphs. What we need to see is real field testing, Earth curvature, drop over the distance.
My
tests,
bad. I was
right?
just
So
applying to the
something like the
filling in
black
the
swan
questions.
would thwart the efforts of what you're trying to do, right?
Yeah, no worries. I figured you were doing something. So, yeah, just you can join in whenever and jump in the discussion anytime.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. What is it? Is it Mad Chicken? I appreciate you for the link.
Yeah. No worries.
About to hop on in the other server. Okay.
All right, have fun. I'll probably see you there
All right, man. Thank you.
later.
Creative, right? We're just testing the radius and the circumference claim to where if it lines up with that in any way, we're gonna know. We cannot see line of sight if there is a geometric horizon that will obstruct our view in any line of sight. And what you're saying is there is obstruction due to Earth curvature, where it's supposed to be, and then we're not seeing that. We're just not, Jesse. It's not where they're telling us that it is. It's not because you're not finding it, it's because it's not there. And that's why it's hard. I know you're trying your best to actually bring some evidence to the table, but it's not as what they were claiming. Because that's what we're testing. We're testing the claim that the geometry of the Earth is specifically like the radius value is told to us, and it's not 80 inches per mile squared. It just really isn't that, because it's not. It doesn't conform to that. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
But here's the thing, though, is you say that no one's ever measured drop over distance. I do the best way I can using the
know.
best equipment I can. Just hear me out to check for drop over distance, and I get exactly within 6 feet at 75 miles is surprisingly close to the globe model. How do I know I'm not actually measuring drop over distance? I mean, what's the chances that out of numerous different measurements, it's not, if this was just random data, if my instruments were just reading high and low and all over the map, it wouldn't match Earth curve at distances from 1.5 to 105 miles. Something is curving similar to Earth. Something causing.
I know what you're saying, but like, if here's the thing that I'm saying, man, and I don't know if you can see it this way. You're not getting what they're saying we have. I don't care how much you're off, and that's the only thing that matters. If it's not conforming to the specifics that they gave us, then you're off. And it doesn't matter if you're saying by chance where I came close to it. That does not matter. In this case, what matters is like specifics. And if you're not getting, because we're testing that claim, right? We're not just going and saying, I want to come in with a tolerance level. That's not how this works. We're testing the claim that they're saying. And if it doesn't conform to that, or if it does, we'll know it. Because everybody has access to the equipment that you have, right? So it's not like nobody can't do what you're doing. The problem what we're having is we're testing the claim, not your idea. You're trying to do something else. We're testing the claim of the Earth being a globe, which is the radius, the circumference, and we're testing to see if the curvature matches that.
Doesn't
It's
the
not-
science just say that with your measurements, they will only be to a tolerance? Like
But
science
that's
says
not-
you
that's
can't
not-
get
yeah.
an exact measurement. So
No, because we have specific values. So
Can I ask a question?
3959, 24,901. We don't have like maybe could be's. We got specific numbers. These numbers
No.
are not like
no,
tolerance.
because
well,
measuring devices don't work that way. Measuring
Well, here's
devices
the thing,
only
Theory,
get
you
to a
might-
tolerance. Plus, you said it's going to vary because of things like atmosphere. So
yeah,
it has to be like, how much is it going to vary? You can't
All right.
expect an exact
So
answer.
are we?
Assume you're not really saying exact answer, right?
Yeah,
Just
go ahead.
Are you saying that because my measurement was different than the globe predicted measurement by 6 feet at 75 miles, that therefore I was not measuring Earth curve?
That's correct.
Well, what if my difference had been 1,000th of an inch difference? Would that have invalidated my measurement?
I would say that we have to look at the numbers like more closely. If you got within a range, because what I'm looking at right now is that specifically you have some numbers on a graph, right? What you don't have right now is line of sight. So what you have to remember, I don't know if you're going to do this in the future or not, but if you do have something in sight like a target distance, because I'm always saying this, demarcate your distance between you and the horizon. If you want to do, I don't know if you're gonna use a theodolite or not. Maybe you don't have to, but shit, just use a little telescope on it, or whatever, the rangefinder. And then what you want to do is you want to get the target distance as the horizon, and from your observer height to the target distance, you're gonna have to come within the specific range of the Earth being a globe and conform to the 8-inch per mile squared parameter. Because if you're going for something else, like maybe close, that's not gonna work. We need to get specifics, like right down to the measurement, because they gave it to us, right? They didn't tell us, well, look at the radius between this range and that. They didn't say that to us. That would be the ideal dream for you, but it's not that way. It's 3959, 24,901. Like, it's to the T. It matches a model.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So, saying that 6 feet of error invalidates my measurement at 75 miles, which is showing 3,200 missing feet, that doesn't make sense. When you step on the bathroom scale, you've got more error per reading than that. When you're going down a car,
I know I didn't make this up, man. Like, so you're not actually disputing with me, you're disputing with the numbers that are already set there. So you had to take it up with whoever made that, probably give them a holler on the phone, say, look, guys, you're making me look bad.
or whatever, because those numbers are the numbers. We're not looking at your close to maybe or you know what I'm saying? Like it needs to be those numbers that we're looking at because they're the ones that set the boundaries, not you. Because
Well,
you're not the one who made the claim that the Earth is a globe. You're advocating for it. You're like, I agree with it because I see things through my theodolite. So anyway,
Yeah, but you use the fallacy that if there's any margin of error, then it's not a valid measurement, which is completely fallacious because you rely all the time on measurements that have a margin of error, much larger than 6 feet out of 75.
but once again, you're disagreeing, or you're arguing with me. Your argument is not with me; it's with the math of the globe. You have to take it up with whoever came up with that math.
Use the
So
topography argument.
we're not arguing the point that your numbers are incorrect because I'm saying so. Your numbers are incorrect because you're not adding up to the same numbers that they're giving us. So your Earth is different size already. It's a different size. That's the thing.
No, that's the margin of error fallacy you're arguing.
Well, you can hold on tightly to what you're saying as an argument, but like I said, your argument's not with us; it's with the actual numbers. So you got to deal with that. I don't have to. I'm not the one that's claiming the Earth is a globe. There is no curvature, as a matter of fact. Although you're claiming that there is, boy, you're gonna have to hit the mark, and you're gonna have to tell everybody how you hit it. That's it. It's a bullseye or nothing, Jesse.
Why do you have such a double standard, though? You don't have bullseye or nothing in anywhere else in your life. What's
that got to do with all the tea in China, Jesse? We're not talking about what I'm looking at in life. Listen, I'm not the one advocating for the claim. The claim is already written in stone. It is 3959.
No,
it is
because they don't say it's a perfect sphere. So the Earth is both lumpy and it's also different.
Give them a holler.
Ellipsoid.
Talk to them about it. Let them know.
There's no need. No one in science says you need 100%.
Maybe they can change the numbers for you. All you got to do is maybe give your local congressman a phone call and say, "Hey guys, let's change the education system."
I don't believe it's a constant value. I think it depends where you are on the Earth.
Well, it's not up to you. You're not the arbiter here. They are the ones who set wherever we got these numbers from.
Well, the 8 inches per whatever is just an approximation to begin with.
3969 is an approximation. It's more like
all right. You guys can argue with that amongst yourselves. I don't really care. But if it's not those numbers, you're incorrect.
It doesn't change the shape, right? They could have the radius wrong, and
if you do not have those numbers, you're incorrect because that's the standard by which we're measuring.
You don't have the numbers, so you're incorrect then, right?
They're not my numbers, so shoot.
They are. They're yours to deny.
No, they're not.
They have. Hang on.
You don't have any.
They have those
numbers.
Right? If they have those numbers, right? Then how did they get them? If we can never be correct, then how did they get them?
That's a question.
You can never be exact.
Nah, don't.
There's always a plus or minus in science. There's always a plus or minus.
That's your excuse.
So what's your margin?
I mean, that's one of the positions.
What's your margin of plus and minus? What's your margin of plus and minus? How much can it be out?
I think I would say that at 100 miles or at 75 miles, my likely error is plus or minus 100 feet of elevation error.
You want it to fall. You want it to fall within the range that suits you. That's not how this works, dude. Sorry.
Jesse, are you assuming parallel? Are you assuming that the light rays are going straight?
Yes.
What?
Would you like to argue that they don't?
Why are you doing that?
Well, why should I assume anything else? Unless you've got some evidence, would you like to present evidence that they're doing something else?
You guys claim all the time that they don't go straight.
Well, would you like to
light always bends, doesn't it?
So would you like to claim that they're curving one way or the other?
No, you didn't bring us the numbers that were
you're double speaking at the moment.
You didn't bring us the numbers, Jesse. I don't know what you're
doing. Double speak.
Your little theodolite avatar that you have and all that just falls by the wayside because you don't have the information to present that you've got the numbers correctly like the way they've gotten them. So you're really coming up short with all this information with your theodolites. It's nice try, right?
No, I'm
So
not
try
coming
again.
up short. I'm not
You
coming
are.
up short.
You literally are coming up short. You're not coming up with the exact numbers, bro. Sorry. There's no way.
Look, when you fill your gas tank with fuel, and the pump says 5.83 gallons, do you throw a fit because you know it's not exactly 5.83 gallons? It's a little more, it's a few tablespoons more or less. Do you throw a fit, or do you take that as a measurement?
Well, I'm not measuring the Earth as a globe, so I take it as a measurement.
Right. So all the measurements that you rely on in your day-to-day life, you know there's a margin of error, and you just accept that that's a margin of uncertainty. But when my measurement has a surprisingly small margin of error, you disregard it simply because you don't like the meaning of it.
I don't like the meaning, or it's not up to the exact standard that they gave us. Which one is it, Jesse? Because you made an example that I didn't say. I said you didn't present the information as they presented it to us. They're giving us these values. Timbo just told you if you're not lining up with the same exact numbers, then you don't have what it takes to get it. That's fine. Your little theodolite test didn't work. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, how did they arrive to it? Do you know?
Well, I got another question.
Jesse, answer the question. Yeah, but we gotta wait, Elise, because Jesse needs to answer the question. How did they arrive to it, Jesse?
Beats me. I wasn't there.
Beats me is the answer. Okay, Elise, you're next. Go ahead.
So, Jesse, is this like your experiment that you
The one that's just the 36 shots from the same location, I did all myself. The one that's the 20 whatever odd shots from different locations, I did most of them, but I had a couple of other globers and a couple of flat earthers also provide data for me for measuring in their countries.
So you think that if you did this again, you did your experiment again, it would come up with the, like you say you did it in different locations, I think it would come up with the exact same number?
No measurement ever comes up with the exact same numbers, statistically speaking. There's
Okay,
always
so
some
there's
margin of error.
like a margin of error in your own work, right?
What's that? I can hardly hear you. I'm not sure why. I heard everyone else.
There's a margin of error throughout your work, right? It will never be the exact same.
Actually, if you look through the data, there actually might be two measurements that actually were exactly the same when we're rounded to the nearest arc second, but I don't remember.
Okay, so what you're saying is if you repeated this experiment again in different locations, it wouldn't be the same, but you think it would have the same kind of curve, even if it wasn't exactly the same.
Well, the one that I did at from 1.5 to 105 miles, yes, I believe that if I were to repeat the same measurement at different distances and elevations, I would get data points that would fall very close to along that same curve.
Right, but it wouldn't be the exact same curve.
Well, they would fall along that exact same curve.
Okay.
I'm not sure what your question is.
I'm getting this. So you are saying that your empirical data is allowing for a margin of error, yes?
It's just raw data.
Does it take into account any ecological factors like atmospheric pressure, etc.?
No, it's just raw data.
And if you had that data, would you incorporate it into your experiment?
If what?
If you had the weather variables of the days that you took the data, could you incorporate it into the experiment?
I would need to know the temperature gradient along the entire line of sight distance. So I would need to fly an airplane with a dual temperature sensor, a differential temperature sensor along the path of the line of sight to really get a good correction for atmospheric variations.
Or you could use the data that's already available free on the web.
But the thing is, the line of sight, for example, to the 2-mile-high mountaintop was way high up in the air, not near any ground station. And was 75 miles long, and it was certainly somewhat different conditions along that path. So actually getting that specific information for that point in time on that line of sight up to the top of a 2-mile high mountain, I don't think you could get that from available
Hey,
sources.
Jesse.
I think you could actually.
Jesse,
Cool.
are you gonna add in? Can you ask it? Yeah.
So yeah, you can incorporate all of these variables if you want to. You can add them to your data set. And what would that do? That would literally, all that would do is increase the margin of error. And you would account for that in your data. Then you can test for statistical significance within that data set, whether you've repeated it or not. That's why it doesn't have to be exact. Whatever this globe thing is, whatever the numbers say about that, it never has to be exact.
Cool.
This is your empirical data. Like anyone doing experiments like you're doing,
You know what the
there's going to be margin of error because, like Alpha this has said, there are problems in the atmosphere, whatever, creating these variables. For some reason, you're not allowed to account for your own margin of error. I don't know why, but
Yeah,
it makes
no,
sense
that's
to
not
me.
the issue. So what he hasn't done is he hasn't taken into account the atmospheric conditions. So he would claim that light curves. So then you would have to add in the refraction rate, would you not, Jesse?
Well, yeah, I can add in refraction rate, but I'm giving you raw data
Cool.
because
So
I
how
know
much are you gonna? How much? Wait, stop. How much are you gonna add in?
when I test it against the globe claims, I add in 1 degree per 932 miles.
1 degree per 932 miles of refraction.
Right. So if something were
So why are you not giving us the same amount of refraction on the Black Swan then?
because that's way, way more than 1 degree and 932 miles.
Oh, is it?
It is.
So if you're gonna give, so it's all different. Just when you do it, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
But,
Yeah.
and then you claim that the Black Swan is, it's just refracted flat, and then you add in this extreme refraction, and then all of a sudden you've got 1 degree of refraction over 900 miles.
You
on
call
your
that confirmation
claim.
bias, Jesse. That's confirmation
That's fucked
bias.
up, man.
ALC doesn't know you like we do, but you always do this, and that's fine. She may be new to this, and she only sees that you're trying to provide some evidence. But what she doesn't see is the attempts that you would make to actually have your confirmation bias. That's what you do.
Where's my confirmation bias here? I assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth. I got the best instrument I could get for measuring drop from the horizontal, drop over distance. I measured the same shot 36 times to make sure it wasn't just some erroneous individual, bad reading. I used 11 different instruments. I did it during the summer, the winter, snow on the ground, different years, different times of day, different times of year. I did everything I could to get every possible different source of error in my readings. And the average was 3,200 missing feet.
What was the height difference? What was the height difference that you should have seen? So from what you should have seen to what you actually saw, what was the height difference? Over what distance?
The distance was 75 miles. The delta height.
75 miles, and
the delta height
was height drop was.
The delta height was 10,600 feet.
What was missing? How much was missing?
3,200 feet.
Was missing.
Yes. The mountain was 3,200.
You're using what kind of? You're using a theodolite over 72 miles.
75 miles. I was using a Nikon DTM 420 total station.
75 miles.
75 miles. A Sokia set 5.
Total stations already have built-in algorithms, yeah.
Not when they're in angle mode. Look it up, man. You want to bet money on that one? I will. You put
So
them in
you're claiming you're looking through 75 miles of atmosphere.
Yes, sir.
And how much if you add in your who's talking in the background? If you add in your refraction rate of 1 degree per 900 miles, how much is that going to add?
Hold on, I'll get that for you.
$75 miles is almost impossible to get the visual on that. So
556.
I don't know how he's doing that. I'm up in a high-rise building at the moment, and I'm looking over towards the mountains, which are only maybe 60 kilometers away, so only half the distance of what he's claiming, and I can hardly even see the tops of them.
You want to see the video? I videoed one of the times when I did it.
Keep going with the information. What do you got? What's the refractive rate going to change it by?
Oh, so at 75 miles, standard terrestrial atmospheric refraction would be about 556.2 feet of lift.
Okay, so yep. So what does that take you to of your estimate of where it should be?
Hold on.
You had 3,000. What were the numbers again?
Yeah, 3,200 feet missing approximately.
Yep. So now and then you're going minus 500, yeah? 2,700. What should be the dip?
3,200 feet.
Plus your
500.
Yeah. Have you added in your margin of error too?
Yeah, 3,200 feet.
Yeah.
over 75 miles, right?
Yeah.
Well, he got to see something, so. there you
So,
go.
3,203 plus 556 is about 3,759, roughly.
Plus. Yep. And what's it supposed to be over 73 miles? What's the drop angle? What's the drop distance? 75 miles.
1 second.
Like almost what's that? 100 k's? It's over 100 k's, 120 k's. About should be over a kilometer worth of drop. Yeah.
$37.50.1 or $37.50.8, roughly.
So
Hey,
nowhere near it.
Join Air Force. Can you stop streaming because it limits the people that come in here?
What do you mean nowhere near it?
Why did you go? Why did you add on the refractive rate? Didn't you minus it?
Yeah, refraction raises
Or am I
things.
wrong there?
Refraction raises things, according to the globe claim.
So you got to add that on. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
And what did you use to see 75 miles?
Exactly.
Hey,
A theodolite.
A building.
A theodolite.
A building tool. To build
A
buildings with.
A theodolite, yeah, and not very good one either.
It's got some pretty good magnification, though. I could see a mountain at 75 miles.
Is the
Okay,
moon
then.
flat?
How thick's you know your crosshairs in the total station?
What's that? How thick are they?
Yeah, how thick are they on that 72 mile distance?
Hold on, I actually measured that, but let me look it up.
Jesse, where did you get your standard refraction number?
Off of I almost said off of eBay, off of Wikipedia.
Yeah, the terrestrial refraction is where he's getting it from.
Oh,
7 over 6R. Standard.
The thickness of my crosshairs are approximately 2.5 arc seconds, which would be a quarter of a millimeter at
0.5
6.7
arc seconds over. Sorry, repeat that.
What distance would you like it at?
At 72 miles. What's the height? 75 miles, sorry.
Yeah. Almost 5 feet.
Okay.
4.7996554, since I know Miggy likes exact numbers here.
Yeah. I mean, you got to keep it to what they've done, man, because otherwise, just making stuff up the way you want to make it sound like you found Earth curvature, but you have not. It's fine. I don't care what you present.
Jesse, you know, in water, when light or lasers refract, they curve downwards, and when they refract in the air, they curve upwards towards the sky.
I disagree.
Which way did you took? Yeah, but you have to determine when refraction takes place into the air, you have to determine which type of refraction you have for that day, in which direction, upwards or downwards.
All of my experiments have shown that light curves towards the more dense region in a gradient, right? Is that funny?
Towards more dense?
Yes. Do you know why the light bends in the sugar water in the fish tank?
Because it's sugar water in a fish tank.
Can you add
Are we
sugar
breathing?
to the air?
Are we breathing sugar water, Jesse? Jesse, are we breathing sugar water?
Patience, dude. I was just letting get finished laughing. I try to not cut people off. I don't know if you've appreciated that, but I try to not cut people off. So if someone cuts me off and I'm waiting for them to finish, don't call me out for not responding. Let them finish, then let me respond. I'm not running. I'm just waiting. Okay. So no, you don't breathe sugar water. I don't breathe sugar water. I've repeated the test
How
also
did you
in
measure
and in air.
the air density?
Hey, was these results just in one of your tests or in all of them?
Why are we debating his experiments anyway?
Because he did some.
No,
Yeah,
no.
he's
I'm just
filling some
asking.
time in.
I heard
No-
that, but I didn't see any data on it.
Yeah.
No, he's just time
what's
filling.
were they
for now?
Did they all come up? They all come up with the same readings, Jesse, or not?
The 36 shots to
Or
the same.
did you just pick the one that was closest?
Well, I did 36 shots to the same from the same.
I think he was talking about your refraction experiment.
Which one? What's your question?
You mentioned them, not us.
What are you asking about, Timbo?
Well, how many of these shots did you do?
Are you talking about with the fish tank, like Battlemon says, or are you talking about to the 75?
No, not the fish tank.
Okay, the 75-mile mountain.
Yeah.
36.
And what was the results of the 36?
The results was an average of about 3,200 missing feet, and the peak-to-peak deviation.
Average? Yeah, no, I don't want to know the average. What was the minimum and the maximum?
Well, it was within a plus to minus 100-foot range. Let me get you the exact numbers. Okay, the minimum was, let's see. Let me find it on my spreadsheet here.
What was that?
Sounded like a belch.
It's theodolite.
Yeah, like yeah, I don't know. We don't have anybody else, so we're just letting Jesse kind of go through his.
I will say though, the Nikon that you have, that's perfectly worthy of using within reasonable experiences. But I wouldn't use any total station or theodolite at miles, but that's just me.
Yeah, God Rockin' was talking to him long ago. Told him.
Well,
I don't know, but
I'm
I
not
think
going to
it's
say the guy
also
can't learn it and all that either. I'm just saying, I'll just state it
Yeah.
plainly. He's not doing it to a professional standard. Just
Yeah.
that simple. But
He's also
he openly
I got
admits that
some
he's not
surveyors.
trying to. He's not trying.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
surveyors at work that will only use them up to 3.5 kilometers.
Which is the reason why I was always bringing it up to him. I was like, dude, you're not. The manual doesn't instruct that you could use it for this. He's like, it don't matter. The rangefinder on it could sight for whatever distance, unlimited. I'm like, yeah,
Okay.
right.
Okay, so
No.
the minimum missing height that I measured was 3,090.52 feet, and the maximum missing height that I measured out of the 36 shots was 3,286.41 feet.
It's a nice try, Jesse, but you have no clue what you did. Actually.
Yeah.
It's too bad I
That's
can't.
what
I strongly disagree.
Of course, you strongly disagree because you want the Earth to be a globe. So anything Jesse's
No, I disagree
presenting is-
because he's giving you raw data, and you're
It's
like,
music to
when,
your
when,
ears.
when you say
Yeah.
something like it doesn't match closely enough the globe model that has very specific numbers, therefore I'm throwing it all away. That says more about your honesty than my confirmation
Yeah, the
bias.
honesty here is that it does.
He didn't
listen
give
to this.
raw
Listen
data.
to this.
There's
Naps,
no raw
did
data.
he-
He's just
did he know-
drawn on an Excel spreadsheet.
Look, man, did he do what they've done to actually extrapolate those numbers? I ask you, Naps. Did he do that?
Why is the moon upside down from
I'm
the opposing
asking
hemisphere?
you.
hold on, Miggy.
Whoa. Let me
Hey,
ask Naps. Let me ask Naps. I got him on the ropes.
I want to
You
ask
don't
you
have me on the ropes. You don't have me on the
Did he
ropes.
do-
You won't
yes,
answer that
I do.
question.
Hang on.
I answered
Mike.
that question last
Nope.
time, and you had no answer.
No,
Give me-
no.
give me a link to the
wait.
live
I
stream
need you
you
to answer
live
my
stream
question,
on.
Naps.
I need
Did
you
he
to answer my
do-
question first,
Did
then I'll
he
engage your
do?
question.
Did he do what they were supposed to do when they measured the Earth's curvature? Did he do that?
How do I know that? All I'm saying is that
Ah!
he's shown that his graph shows a clear curve.
No, it doesn't.
I
show
don't
a
need to
clear
know
curve.
that to see it to interpret his
Because
results.
you
there.
have a confirmation bias. You want it.
So
you
do
want the
you.
Earth to be a. No, I
You're
don't.
disregarding. You say,
No.
okay, it shows a curve, but it doesn't show the curve that I want, so therefore it doesn't count.
So
That's what you
you
said.
don't know. You don't know how
That's
they've
the
got
dumbest thing
No.
I've ever heard.
Naps, you don't know how they extrapolated the Earth's curvature in the first instance, and you don't know if he's done it correctly like they've done it.
And then the argument
what
against
gives
it was
you- what gives you the right to say that he's
what
done
was
it
that guy
correctly?
put in the
What
chat
gives
there?
you the right to say he's done it correctly? You don't
What
know
gives
how
you the
he's
right to
done
say
it?
he hasn't?
Because I'm asking you, how did he do it? and you
Because
didn't
I'm
give me a
answering the
response.
arguments that you gave against him.
No, you didn't
You
give
said
me the response.
there,
You
there
didn't
is
give me the
flat
response,
level
dude.
water. Yeah,
No.
he showed the
He doesn't
the
even know
horizon
how they've
from
done
the
it.
water
Do you
view
know
going
that,
up and
Naps?
down. Yeah, but his is a
Jesse-
very consistent result.
All right, so
it's a
I'm
very
not gonna shout
consistent.
over you. He has not told anybody how they've done it, Naps. He's not told not a single person how they have done it. So he doesn't know, and you're advocating for his position like he knows what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just trailblazing his own way. He doesn't know what he's doing. Yet, because of your confirmation bias, you want him to be right. So you want him to say everything he wants because he's not doing something like he's supposed to. He's using that device way out of its context, out of its working parameters. He's not using it like a professional would. Therefore, he doesn't even know what they've done to measure the curvature of the Earth. So you guys are just wanting him to be right. That's what everybody in here who thinks the Earth is a globe wants. Of course you want to side with him.
Stop. Okay, so stop bloviating, and don't say that just because you want to talk, I'm talking over you. Okay? You
Hey,
speak
can
more than
I get a
anyone in
link
here.
to the live
You just
stream
monologue. Okay,
for
so let me
this?
now answer you. I don't have to, neither does he, have to tell you how
All right.
other people say that they've measured a curve in the Earth. He's given you his methodology, and you have to discredit his methodology. So when I was making the points, I was saying that your criticism of his methodology was incorrect. Okay? You don't need to ask me about how other people are supposed to measure the curve if it's irrelevant. It's not
No,
what I'm here
it's
to do.
not. You guys think you know what you're talking about, but he
Oh,
doesn't
you got
even
me.
know how they
You got
measure
me.
the curvature of the Earth.
Why does
And
he have
you're
to know that?
siding
He's
with
done
him.
his own. He's done his own test.
He doesn't know how to measure it.
Okay, so just okay.
It's not-
Instead of
it's
just
not the
saying no,
burden of proof. Hang on,
why
I'm
does
gonna
his
pause
method
you.
not prove anything?
Okay, now I'm gonna answer the other person that said, "Do you?" It's not the burden of proof is not on me. I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe. It's
Don't do that. You
those who
both tried
claim that
first.
those
Raise
who
it
claim
anyway.
that the Earth is a globe. The burden of proof rests on their shoulders, not mine.
Yeah, it does rest on you.
No, it
as well.
doesn't. I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe.
Well, then
You
can't
guys
disprove
are.
anything.
So the proof is on you. You have to bring the evidence, not me. I don't have to present anything.
Do actually.
Yep.
Like what?
Sitting
What
here
am I
advocating that the
having?
Earth
What do
is
I have to
not a
provide?
globe.
What do I have to provide?
You have to provide evidence against it.
No, I don't. Because the burden
Again,
of proof
you
rests.
don't? Or you just sit here and say?
Do
that
you,
the Earth is
Elise,
flat?
Elise, listen to this. Do you go around instructing people all over the world what the Earth is? No, academia does. So academia is telling everyone that the Earth is a globe, Elise. You have to at least
Not just
understand
telling
that
them,
point
it's showing them
first.
how to do it.
So people
Shouldn't just
everywhere
tell them.
as a child growing up believe the Earth is a globe because they're being told in school. Therefore, those people rest on their shoulders to provide the evidence how it is a globe, not me. I'm not saying the Earth is a globe. Academia is, and everybody who advocates for the position that the Earth is a globe, you got to provide the evidence that it is because we don't see a globe. Do you see a globe when you go out to the real world, Elise? Do you?
Wait, I'm so confused. So you're saying that you don't have to prove it, right? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. But you've also just said that you don't have any evidence against it. I'm so confused.
What do you mean I don't have any evidence against it? Whoever said that?
You did. I asked
No, I
you.
didn't.
I said you have to be able to disprove it, and you said
No,
I
I
don't.
said that if you have evidence for the Earth being a globe, then you have to present the evidence. He's not presenting evidence. I asked him, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth? He said, I don't know. Therefore, how does he know how to measure it, Elise?
No, what I'm saying is clip it.
Answer my
because in
question,
the last
please.
5
Answer
minutes,
my question,
You
Elise.
didn't answer mine.
Yes, I did. I
Yeah,
said I
you
didn't. I
said-
never said I was not going to prove evidence. So I answered your question right there.
You
Now
did
answer mine.
actually. You did
Answer
actually
mine.
do that.
Answer
Yeah,
my
answer
question,
mine.
Elise.
Let's prove it then.
No, I already told you. I'm not at that point yet. He wants to demonstrate how the Earth is curving, and so I'm letting you guys. But you haven't demonstrated that he knows how to. Okay, Elise, let me ask you. How have they demonstrated that the Earth is curving any time in history, as in the drop over the distance, Elise?
Have I ever said throughout any of this which side I'm on?
I don't care. I'm just
Yeah.
asking you. I'm just
Right.
asking you a question. Do you know the answer to that question? Because
Well, it
everybody's
sounded
been
like one-sided.
because everybody's been told that the Earth is a globe.
Maybe.
Do you know?
Maybe I'm just sitting here listening to you guys debate, and I'm hearing one guy who's actually done his own research. And you just
He
say,
has
no,
not
no,
done his own
no.
research, Elise. He just finished saying he doesn't know. What research has he
Exactly.
done?
Yes,
You
he
tell
has
me.
done his own
What have
research.
you been listening to? What research has he done, Elise? What research?
The research of the spreadsheet that I'm looking at. The
The
little thing, the
spreadsheet. No, no,
curve.
no, no. Not something he's thinking he's doing. I'm talking about how has he identified that he's doing the exact thing that the globe Earth has done to measure the curvature of the Earth? How do you know he's doing that?
How do you know he's not?
Because I asked him, Elise. I told him,
Okay.
are you doing the exact same thing that they measured the curvature of the Earth? The people that gave us these numbers. He said, I don't know. He doesn't know. Were you listening to that, or were you just hearing him prove your globe Earth?
So he's not an expert in physics.
Oh
and
my
math and
God, that's the
geometry.
point.
Yes, but
That
neither
is
are
the
you.
point.
Neither are you.
Oh
Sounds like
my God.
talking
Okay,
to
so
that
that
you're
was
not.
your retort to all of that. Neither are you.
No. My next point would be, well, he knows. I think this
We don't
Jeff
know.
guy knows a bit more.
He does
about
not
And it's all his
know. He
fault.
just.
He
let
knows
me
more
go
than
back over it
you.
again. He does not
Yeah,
know
I think
because I
this guy's
asked
a
him,
show, really.
dude.
He's
Why
just
are
being
you?
Lots
Why are
of
you
stupid.
American
talking?
things.
Why are you
He
talking?
won't listen to anything reasonable
All right.
because he has to support this.
Hey, do you mind
Okay,
not
so
misquoting me, Miggy? I didn't say that I didn't know anything. I said I didn't know how.
So, Elise, when I asked him the question, he said he didn't know how they've done it. And that's a specific thing that I asked him. It's important in this context because if he doesn't know how they've done it, then how is he going to replicate what they've done? This is the important part of this whole scenario, of the whole test. If he doesn't know what they've done, then how is he going to replicate it? He's not replicating what they've done. He's
Did he
just
claim to
trailblazing his
replicate
own ideas.
You can come to the same conclusion in multiple different scenarios. Like,
Oh
you
my
don't have to.
goodness.
Did he?
First of all,
Did he
okay.
say he was replicating it? Did
No, no. Listen.
he?
So
Okay,
first,
then what's
first
the,
of all,
what's the
first of
relevance of your
all, first of
question?
all, he's using a theodolite, right?
Why
He's
are
using
you
that. He's
muting
using
him?
that instrument.
He's completely relevant in this because he can.
No,
speak
he's
for himself.
not. Can you use a theodolite
He's
to
not
measure the
relevant. His
curvature of
own
the Earth?
research. Oh.
Elise, can he measure the? Can you measure the
Listen,
curvature of
hold
the Earth
up.
with a theodolite? Can he do
What
that with
she's
a
not
theodolite?
getting is they did their measurements with a standard of process. And Miggy is wanting to know if he has been true to that standard of process for use and observation distances, and if he's just working by their professional standard or no.
Right. That's the question that I was asking him, and he said no. He doesn't know how they've done it. So you can't tell me, no, I'm sorry, but you can't tell me that he's doing something correctly because he's not. He doesn't even know what they've done.
And you won't even let him for himself.
Listen, he's admitted. Listen,
he admittedly said that. Do you want me to play back the audio clip when he said he didn't know how they've done it?
when I said you're not doing it to a professional standard, he replied, I wasn't trying to do a professional survey.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
He still came to the conclusion that there was a curve, and he assumed that it was a flat Earth.
That he thinks the Earth is a globe. He's gonna say that. He's gonna say that because he wants it to be a globe, dude.
This is ironic, bro.
This is you're arguing. You're arguing from a position. I don't know why you say
Their faith
you
is
never
equal.
Yeah, hang on, guys. Let me finish saying this to Elise. She's arguing from a position where she's saying, Elise, you're saying you don't know if I'm a globe earther or a flat earther. I was like, well, it's very apparent right now what you are. Obviously.
I'm a scientist, actually.
Well, then, you're a scientist. Okay, well, that's interesting. Since you are a scientist, can I give you a little bit of quiz, little exercise? Because I'm thinking you probably don't have the answers to this, but you could surprise me. How about that?
Wait, what science?
Hang on.
Science you're gonna ask me because
I don't. I really, if you.
To do with
Well, here's the thing. If you know, you know. If you don't, you won't know. So it doesn't matter either way. If you do know, then you would be able to supply the information with enough evidence, right? At least. I mean, you could say what field you're in. It doesn't really matter. So the only thing that matters is that you're honest.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. That's what I'm here for. Just to be honest.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you the same questions that I start with everybody. It doesn't matter. But who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, at least, any time in history, as in the drop over the distance or the elevation change or, slope, rate of change? Who's ever measured that?
Got no idea.
Okay.
No idea.
Okay. So the second question I would ask then is they're telling.
Script.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying this is script. Gets you.
The script is these questions that are asked over and over again to every intellectual type. It doesn't matter. But if they can support the information with evidence, that's fine. If not, that's okay. It's just your base knowledge of what you understand from the globe perspective. All right. So the second question is, has anybody ever measured the rotation of the Earth directly? Because they're telling us that at the equator, we're spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. If you have any information to substantiate that claim or what they're saying.
Are all of your questions related to the Earth and the curvature of the Earth? Okay, because that's fair enough because the server is about flat Earth as far as I can
Correct.
see.
Correct.
That's the thing. I don't know anything about it. What I
Oh,
do
is this
know about.
not in your field of expertise?
Oh, absolutely not. What
Okay.
I do know about how to do.
Say again.
About it.
You're
Testing and analysis. Good science.
statistical testing.
You haven't provided anything. Like
I have a
nothing,
question.
nothing, no numbers whatsoever. I would like you to. 'Cause I want
Yeah,
to
we
understand.
haven't. At least we
Because
haven't
all
gone
you're
over
trying
that
to
yet.
do- Well, I am all ears because
Okay.
I
Well,
want
if
to
you
do
s-
use
if you sit
your method
if you s-
to
if you sit
disprove.
tight, if you sit tight, we're gonna go over that. But like the reason why I couldn't get to that because we were talking to him about his information and it not being conclusive. So on top of that, something very specific. When you claim something in this arena, right, and when you're having a conversation, you have to at least have a method by which you can hold like scrutiny to. If I'm saying I'm doing something based on something that has no relation to testing or measurement or anything, then I say, well, hypothetically, I could be doing something. You're like, wait a minute, you're not doing anything. You're just giving me a hypothetical. Like that's not a test. That's just me thinking I can get away with like what my position would be if I'm just giving you a hypothetical. That's not. This is what they do, right? Anybody who comes in here because they have a strong confirmation bias, they're going to want to advocate for their position, and they're going to want to give me information that has no relation to a topic that they don't have any knowledge on. So it's interesting to me that nobody's presenting any facts like, okay, the questions that I asked you, I ask everybody. And Jesse, I probably asked him 100,000 times already. They don't give me the information to support the claim. Whether they could have just went to go find this information out, maybe it's an easy Google search, but nobody gives me the information to substantiate the claim. So the burden of proof right now is on those who advocate or make the claim. So maybe that's not you, but you still think in your head that there must be some evidence out there, pictures or whatever. So right now I'm asking the room if they have that information to support their claim. And that's what everybody is either coming up with or because, Jesse's doing what he's doing, but it's still not what they've done professionally. If they have done that, because they've already given us these values, right? The radius, diameter, and circumference. So we're going by those metrics, not by what somebody wants to make up and say, oh, I got this thing. It's pretty close. No, we're not doing that. If you don't know what they've done and you're not replicating that very test that they've done, then you're doing something else. And it has nothing to do with them. So, no, Flatsy, she's statistical analysis. I don't know, it's something to do with that. What field is this, Elise? What do you do with like? What do you interact with like with your day-to-day statistics? What is it for like pharmaceuticals or like what do you? Is it now? You don't have to say it if you don't want to, but is it
I will say,
something?
I do have some experience in geography. We were talking about earlier with atmosphere. So I know you can actually do what you were saying that can't be done by just.
Okay, like name one thing that you said.
You can, I guess, Jesse, line of sight. You couldn't take into account atmosphere and variables of weather that would blah blah blah. You actually can.
Okay, so what refractive model that you guys? Because as far as I'm concerned, there can never be something that's concrete because of all the variables that we have. There, you can get within a range, like your maybe statistics will show.
Wait,
you're not gonna like this, but
go ahead.
just one second. Stop. So, would you use if you were in the kitchen, would you use a spoon to cut up your meat?
Gonna ignore that.
Because no,
But,
don't be stupid. It's the
right, well,
thing
there you
is
go
that the
again,
tool
insulting me. Can you mute him, please? Because as far as I'm concerned, if
No,
Jesse
you
can't
can't.
speak, neither can that guy. I'm not talking to him, I'm talking to you.
The thing is, right? Jesse's using a tool. Jesse's using a tool that doesn't work on these distances. So that's my reference to the spoon cutting up the meat.
Yeah, the
Don't talk
problem.
over the top of me.
Right.
So the spoon and the meat was not a sexist remark. You turned it into something that wasn't. That's why I said don't be stupid. I've never been sexist in my life. All right?
No, I got you though, bro. And calculating refraction at that distance while using equipment outside of its capabilities. It's just increased
Exactly.
increased air over distance.
Yeah, that's what
Exponential.
I'll be 10 seconds. The thing is, yes, you can add in all these variables, but the equipment that you're using to do it in the first place is not designed for this purpose. So you've got that throws it all out anyway.
You said you used 11 different.
Yeah,
all the same.
Okay,
all the same
listen.
tools.
They're
the
designed
autolites.
for that purpose, but not at that distance.
Yeah, they're
Because
different.
error is exponential over distance.
They're
So
different
some of us,
theodolites.
hold on, and the reason we critique him about a professional standard is because some of us actually do this for a living. It's our profession.
So, anyways, there were 11 theodolites, at least. That's what he was using. They're different models, but they're still within the. They're not the high quality professional total stations that like Mike would use on some of his bigger
No,
projects.
one's decent though. I'm not gonna knock Jesse's equipment. It's not that antique. When
And
I
you're not
said
going
antique,
to-
I'm implied 30 years. I would say it's more like 10 years old, 10 to 15.
Are you going to let Jesse that
We've heard this 100 times. You act like, are we gonna let him do it for the 101? You should have been here the first time he did it, or the 10th with your feelings, and then
Well, I'm not.
we'd be done by now.
Yeah, we
I'm just
listen.
for now,
I
so-
You
don't
weren't here
like, for
the
your,
first 100 times.
No,
Right,
but I
it's
mean for
about
like.
you. It's not about new people that come into the server. It's all about
At
you.
least check this out.
He's
I mean,
not
if you
new.
want, listen,
No, I'm
if
saying
you
it's
if you
about
want to if you
you.
want to hear his rebuttals, and that's fine. You can have. What I would say is, I would say it like this: if you want to have your confirmation bias for whatever he's saying, that's fine. I don't mind if you believe him, but still, we're holding people to a standard, and that
It's
standard
not
needs
about
to be met with.
confirmation bias.
Listen,
It's about you
Listen,
not allowing,
Jesse's a nice guy. If you want to
I
know
will
all
listen
about
because
it,
you all
DM him.
talk over
I'm
everybody
sure
who's
he'll
going
one-on-one with you. He's a nice
Yeah,
guy.
I don't mind.
Jesse's
No,
a
but
good guy.
But when you started talking because you have a really low microphone, I had to mute everybody that was talking in order to hear you. Otherwise, I can't hear you. You're really low.
Jesse can hear me just fine.
Oh. No, I meant the other people talking.
Jesse's not crying about it for crying out loud. Jesse's a better person than you.
Yeah.
And he's a good guy. Understand this. None of us here hate Jesse. He hangs out with us. He's done it for years. Come on. This ain't the first time. We're trying to get new people, not the everyday same old thing for us.
Well, then don't mute the people that I want to speak to because I'm new here.
Well, that sounds
Not
real
moving
selfish and narcissistic.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
you don't be
saying what you
self-centered and
just
say the
said.
people I want to speak to.
Just really
Well,
quick,
no,
I'd like to
no,
mention.
don't be-
Because you're not at home, honey.
You want
You're not
new
at home. You're
people,
just sitting
then
in your
don't
front
try and
room. You're in
silence
somebody
them
else's
when
server.
They join the server and to speak over them. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I know. You're not at home. You're just sitting in your front room on a computer. You're in somebody else's server. That's just the way it is.
And just to
You
be
sound
clear,
sound a bit-
you're hard
you
hard
sound a
to
bit
hear. I have
sexist.
you at 200%
Karen.
volume. I have you at 200% volume, and you're still more quiet than everyone else. So you might want to look at your mic situation.
Well, that's what I was saying, but she's.
Jesse was messaging me saying that it's nonsense what you're saying about his tools. That's why I said please unmute him so that we can talk about it. Okay?
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah, you guys talk about truth and honesty and sincerity, and all you do is just monologue, just try and show off and just mute everyone that disagrees. It's hilarious.
Amazing.
And it's
Put 'em
obvious.
on mute.
Yeah, mute me quick. I'm speaking facts. Quick,
Mute 'em
me.
all.
Fuck my horn, you bulldog.
Okay, well let's be.
Does anybody else want to concern troll the live stream with their feelings and the concerns? Hold up.
The Earth is flat, you pussy.
We'll call it Glover Sympathy Al-Anon. We'll give you therapy for 2 minutes, and then you got to be done for the day.
Jesse, what was out of curiosity? Why do you think what they were saying about your equipment was garbage?
What's that?
Why did you say that what they said about your equipment was garbage? Out of curiosity.
I said it.
Try rewording that.
Was the
I'm
question
Jesse.
to you? Shut up. Battle
I said it was newer than I thought it was. I looked at the models you got. It's newer than I thought it was. It's not antique. Just maybe late model.
Yeah, but it's not made for 75 miles.
That was the whole point.
Well, there you go. But yeah, It's still a decent addition.
Yeah, it does, but it wasn't made for 75 miles.
Let Jesse.
No,
Yeah.
not
Let
at all.
Jesse refute that though. Jesse, is it made for 75 miles?
Well, the manufacturer.
It's made for measuring angles.
He didn't answer the question. Is it
Yes,
made for
correct.
75 miles, Jesse?
It's made for measuring angles with no limit.
Answer the question. Is it made for 75 miles, Jesse?
It's made for
Answer the question
stars.
directly.
You know he wants
Answer it
to
directly.
say infinity.
Yeah, you know what? If he doesn't answer this question, you'll see how he's disingenuous. But if you guys want to feel sympathetic to his cause, go ahead. But this is how he's ingenuous. He's not answering the question. I'm going to ask him once again, Jesse, is the device that you're using to measure 75 miles?
They're made for surveyors who frequently take angle measurements to the sun and stars. So,
Yep,
To the
he's muted.
sun.
No, he just
He's
destroyed
muted.
you with that answer, and you muted him.
No,
That's
no.
amazing.
The
Listen.
theodolite, is it measured to? Is it for measuring 75 miles?
Yeah, he said
Naps?
the stars and
How
the
about
sun,
you?
but the
Answer
thing
the
with
question, Naps.
the
Is it
thing
meant
with
for to measure 75 miles, Naps?
It's an irrelevant question. If it,
No,
how
it's
how
not.
do you know
Answer
that
the
it doesn't
question.
work? How,
Answer
how,
the
how do
question.
you know that it's invalid at that distance?
Because they're
in the
not
manual.
meant to
Their
be
standards.
measuring those
Well, the
distances.
users-
Just because something wasn't
Hey,
designed with a
pause,
specific use
pause.
in mind doesn't mean it's
It
not
could
accurate.
be. I was just about to say,
You're
like,
muted.
it's obviously the case, right? That there's two issues here. One, something might not be made for something, but could fulfill its purpose in this situation. But then, Jesse, you need
To
to
what
clarify.
standard?
Jesse, you're being asked to clarify if there is an objection. It doesn't work at 75 miles, right? That's not what it's going to
Well, the
be.
premise.
The data you're going to get from that's going to be inaccurate at best, right? You have to clarify now why it would work just as fine at 75 miles as its original purpose distance, right?
But the question was it designed to be
Well,
working in
even if
those
that's
in those the parameters of what the tool is designed to be meant to be used for was not for the range that he's asking to be used that it's used for in his case.
Yeah, but you would say that the reason why it can't be used is not just the purpose, but because the data would be inaccurate at the
No.
end, right?
No.
Yes,
why-
it's called a cumulative. It's called a cumulative error. So, if you let's look at the setup of a theodolite or a total station. He might have an
pause.
auto
Before you
set
go,
up.
before you
Shut
go,
up.
I need to
God,
clarify
God,
one thing.
God.
I need to clarify one thing. Because
Listen, he knew the technical name of it. You don't. So just shut up
no,
and
it's
listen
not that.
to the man.
I'm just asking why
He's
Alpha
a
is saying.
contractor. He knows.
I'm not debating him on whether he's correct or incorrect. I'm just clarifying that is it the purpose or is it the data? Because Alpha's saying it's the purpose and you're saying it's the data, right?
So when
No,
you
All have
use it,
different. We can
listen,
also it's different things, isn't it? So,
Capability is not purpose.
so
Quit
when
saying
you
purpose.
when you go set this device up, is it meant to go shoot for 75 miles of distance? Is that what
No,
it's
that's
meant to use
outside
for?
of its capabilities, but it is used to measure angles.
Right, but like to shoot
yeah,
that
you
distance,
got to. Yeah,
75 miles.
yeah, you got to think of the calibration as well. If you're out
A
by
cumulative error, bro. You were going to explain
Yeah.
it. Get back to that. I'm going to mute.
Yeah. So I was just saying on the setup as well. So if you're out by a tiny little bit of leveling, yeah. So imagine if you're out by the tiniest bit of level, then if you're shooting over 75 miles, how much is that going to be out by? You've also got vision through the atmosphere. Now, Jesse's whole claim is that light bends, but he's not putting light bending in his results. He's putting that light runs straight. Goes straight to the eye. Now we know that this is not true. There's stuff that happens in the atmosphere that throws the light off. Always, we saw that before in the Skunk Bay footage. So why is he claiming that on his theodolite shots that the light is coming into the lens straight when Vibers have always said that light has a natural curve. So why is he not taking into account the natural curves of light and how do you measure those natural curves of light? Because he's given you a standard refraction which is
7/6R, which is the Earth's radius. Now, where the whole thing comes back to, where does the Earth's radius come from? Now, if he's saying that he's doing it to the Earth's radius, then he needs to justify where he got the Earth's radius from.
Okay, you're
There
gonna
you
let him
go.
do that? Are you gonna let him respond?
Go for it. Yeah, go for it, man. Why are you using straight light instead of bent light?
Oh,
Jeff.
did someone ask me a question?
Yeah, it was for you.
Oh, what was the question?
Why are you using straight
Why
light
you-
instead of bent light?
Well, I assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth was straight light. But if you have some evidence that I should use some other assumption for, well, first of all, are you
Do you claim that light is
Are you
straight, or does
serious?
light bend? Does light bend,
Wait,
or is
wait,
light
wait.
straight?
No, seriously, Jesse, are you serious? Is that your serious? That's your final answer? Really? Seriously?
That's what my math assumed in that spreadsheet.
See?
But if you have some evidence that I assumed correctly, then make your claim and present your evidence.
No, it just speaks your standard of process.
I just measured and presented raw data. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to
It's
do?
not raw, it's orthographic, linear, straight line data.
But there's no corrections
You
for
didn't
anything.
correct for anything at a greater distance than people would actually correct for.
So are you saying I used the wrong math?
Does light bend, or is light
Listen,
straight?
we all know the atmosphere has effects on observation. So yes, you should have corrected for refraction.
that a
but,
long
but you
time
know
ago.
this, motherfucker. You know this.
No,
and I'm not-
we thought he knew this, but he wasn't doing it.
Let
Look,
me
man.
respond.
If we do it at 1,200 feet, why the hell wouldn't you do it over 75 fucking miles? What?
Yeah, I told him that a
you
long
want people
time
to
ago.
take you serious?
The problem is, right? So we've got the Black Swan at 10 miles, yeah. But if you use standard refraction on the Black Swan, it takes the horizon, the geometrical horizon, to 1.6. That's being generous. I think it's even 1.4 miles. Now, that's nothing. But we see 10 miles. You know, so you are you claiming, Jesse, that the light comes in straight on the Black Swan as well?
No, in that case, I measured it to be above eye level. It comes from above.
Okay, so the light bends on the Black Swan 10 times the amount it should, but you're only giving 7/6R, which is 15 feet over 70. What was it? 15 feet over 75 miles?
So you accept it and deny it at will whenever it appeases your model.
Confirmation
Hold
bias,
on,
bro.
that's what I'm hearing.
Confirmation bias. Yep.
Can I respond to that?
I've been saying that.
I simply provided raw measurement, and I added no correction for atmospheric refraction, because you and I don't agree on what atmospheric refraction is. But if you tell me to use standard atmospheric refraction, then I'll update my missing feet from 3,200 to 3,750.
You add in whatever you want, mate. Like, you're the one that your observations were saying that I'll accept straight light, because if we're accepting straight light, then the horizon on the Black Swan takes the Earth's size out to 250,000 miles.
Okay, how much curve do you want me to use for the curvature of light then?
I don't really care, man. It's your curvature. I think it's flat.
Well, are you saying that my measurement is invalid because I did not use the correct assumption of light curve?
I'm saying you're contradicting yourself, because you say light is curved. So if you say light is curved, your curved light should be in your equation. Should it not? And where are you getting the rate of refraction from? Do you have the atmospheric refraction rates over 75 miles?
Okay, so the standard atmospheric refraction would be like 550 some odd feet. Are you good with that?
No, dude. Here's the
I don't
issue,
know.
guys.
I don't know.
Here's the issue, though. The ambient air temperature over 75 miles will be the atmosphere itself is fluctuating from point of observation to a target distance over 75 miles in such a
Yeah.
great distance that you couldn't possibly know the temperature between where you're making your observation to the target, man. It fluctuates too much.
Yeah,
And
you're
it's not
talking about.
It's not a
Yeah.
static environment. You have to understand this,
You're
right?
talking
Anybody
about
with half a
mountain
brain,
tops as well.
anybody
You've
with
got
half a brain
mountain
would know
tops.
this.
You're going from a mountain peak to mountain peak. So what happens in valleys? Yeah, you've got updrafts and you've got heat coming up. And then when the heat goes up, it gets replaced with cold air, and then you've got all this turbulence
There's
in the
no
air
way.
because of the valleys.
There's no
Like,
way.
there's no way, mate.
Mm-mm.
Can't
There's
do it.
no
It's
way.
not
Miggy,
consistent.
Miggy, do you remember when I asked him about refraction? He said he invoked the sugar water like the air density. And the problem is he cannot measure the air density. All he can measure is the air pressure, and it's not one and the same thing.
Yeah, I know, but
Because yeah,
these are the mental contortions that he has to take in order for something that he thinks exists. He has to kind of manifest that in his mind and project it outward so that other people who
yeah,
are listening to him think that he's making a point because they think the earth is a globe. They don't have evidence, so he's their only hope, and he doesn't even know himself. That's the issue we're
yeah.
having right now. They're championing him as their savior. He's not going to be the guy. He's not the guy.
It's not.
No, I think that's fair.
Far be
I
it from
think the
me.
point was just that we didn't know what his argument was, right? Because no one knew what he was trying to say because we
Well,
don't know the guy, right?
Britt, yeah, you guys don't know him. We've been around and round and round with this guy. I mean, many, many times. So I have already understood where he's coming from, but you guys have to hear it. I already know the holes in his argument, like already. But the thing is, because you guys are first now hearing him, and you think maybe he's got a shot, he does not, because it's completely he can't account for something in a way to use like mathematical variables. Because even though at least it's probably for the side of statistics, what we have here is a temperature variance from the point of observation to the target distance in such a great distance. On a small distance, you could probably say it's within a tolerance variable, but within the larger distance you go, the more temperature variance you're going to get. And you get, like Timbo was saying, you got updrafts, you got, hot weather causing turbulence. There's a lot of factors in between that range that you're not going to be able to account for in something that's a standard refraction. It just will not even be the case. You can't make a case for the standard because the atmosphere itself is not standard. It's in fluctuation. Anybody with like I said, anybody with half a brain would know this.
Yeah.
And you couldn't put something standard to that.
Okay, well, I can get, if you're interested in knowing what point by point in a data set on at any point on the Earth, you satellite data. You can get the temperature, the wind speed, the direction, precipitation, satellite, cloud cover and height, visibility, barometric pressure, and no pressure is not the same density, but it's proportional, directly proportional.
So does that tell you about updrafts and everything? Yeah.
It tells you about gusts and direction. I'm sorry if you're trying to say that there's going to be an updraft at every single point in data collected, then you're really pushing. You are really pushing because
over what area does that satellite So what's does it show you every type of, because he's talking about mountain to mountain, so in those valleys in between, I would say that you've got rivers in there as well, and you got these little spots where you're going to have hot air climbing up the sides of the mountain. You got cold air drafting down in the middle.
Convection currents.
Surface temperature, but we're shooting from a mountaintop to a mountaintop. You're not getting surface pressure.
No, it would be the surface temperature of the mountain.
No, but if we're shooting across valleys.
Yeah, well, the valleys as well. Surface temperature of the valley. 3D.
You're not shooting across the surface, though.
What are you saying? You're shooting across.
What height are these mountains,
the valley
Jesse?
and the mountain.
He's going to tell you the height.
So why is temperature important? Apparently, if pressure's not, density is.
Well, pressure is governed by temperature, is it not?
Right. Okay. So you've got the pressure. You haven't got the density, but you have the pressure. And if they're all
you just asked me a question, and
can you answer?
You didn't even know that they were related.
No, they are related. As pressure
Lady.
increases, temperature constant, density increases. It's basic Google search.
I see. Do you know the
Could
difference?
hypothetically use it in your research within this analysis that he has conducted. Could use elements and these variables. Say
Well,
you
I
can't.
guarantee you
Just put
wouldn't
them
come up
down.
with standard refraction.
Yeah, you wouldn't have standard refraction, at least. That's not what you can use in the factor in
I'm
this
not. I'm
end.
not saying. I'm not talking about that, but I am saying
We
what
are,
you
and
can
this is
do.
what was being used, at least. And so
No, no, no.
people that
Yes, but what I
people
was
that hear
saying. Can I speak for a
Yeah, it's
second?
not just
All I was saying was that
ambient
Jesse Get's point about pressure and making fun of Jesse for saying that pressure, blah blah blah, is incorrect. Because if you know some
Oh my
Jesse, he knows
God,
when
man,
you're
you
throwing.
What?
Well, you
Yeah.
like guys, like just
Can you tell me the difference between
just let
density
her
and
speak. They're like 5 of
pressure?
you interrupting. I can't
Yeah,
even make what
she's
she's trying to say.
No,
she's
Mute
really
she's
low, man. I think
attacking
people can't
me.
hear her. She's really low.
Sorry, I can't tell you the difference because I'm not a physician. I don't know about physics.
Then shut the fuck up.
No,
Hey,
but I can
hey,
tell you they're
let's.
directly proportional.
Yeah, one
Be
second.
respectful, okay?
Elise, I did not listen because
What
maybe
I can tell you is they're proportional. If they're proportional, then you can incorporate one into your analysis.
what?
If you can incorporate one into your analysis and assume, because it's direct, that they are proportional elements, the two variables that are proportional, directly related to one another, you can use one in place of the other and make inferences. That's all I'm saying. There was no greater point to that. I was just saying.
That's fine. That's fine. You
Sure.
can make inferences, but we're not doing that. We're getting specifics, and it's not about inferring. It's about understanding the nature of our reality. In so much that when we're doing these observations, a lot of factors that are left out are not included, and so that gives us inconclusive information. We can't
I
go
agree.
based. Well, I mean,
You can't have perfect science. We'll
that's
never
not
be able to get
that's not the
exact
case, though.
point
It's not
of the
science.
density
That's
of
not
every
the
given
case.
particle.
Science is factual,
Oh.
not
Not
perfect.
science.
Nope, that's
You
wrong.
can't have perfect science.
Science is
Not
factual, not
science.
perfect. Science is not an art.
It's never going to be perfect.
Well, that's not the thing,
It doesn't
though.
need
With
to. It's
with what's
factual.
Exactly.
yeah
It
with
doesn't
what's
need
being
to.
with what's
You're
It's
right.
being used.
factual.
Yeah, with what's being used, it's like standard refraction, right? There's no model that tells you refraction is like some type of understood phenomena that can be accounted for from point of observation to the target. There's no model that can actually simulate this. Everything's in fluctuation, and you're just like the minute difference of change in air temperature can cause turbulence from the observer. So we see the things in reality because of the fact that there's a greater like variable understood. Like there's levels where the weather guy is going to tell you you could see X amount of distance due to the air temperature outside, but it's not going to tell you that's what's going to be viewable in every location, in every place. This is just like what is like tolerance. Like you could see 10 miles today, but what if you say, hey man, I've seen something at 15 miles today? Like you're never going to get something that they're going to give you that's like the gold standard. That doesn't exist.
I agree. No, I agree. And you know what I would say to that? I have some knowledge about this. How to overcome these problems in science.
Science?
Overcome them when you do an experiment like you're talking about. It's quite not simple. It's not too
Experiment?
simplistic. But within your analysis, your data, you're never going to have all of the data. Just not. You don't get a perfect data set anyway.
Okay.
And you never will. And things are fluctuating all the time. They're changing all the time. You're right. Okay. And they're not deterministic, completely stochastic.
Hmm.
So when you can do this in a model, you can simulate, you can run.
Model?
I'm sorry, I can't hear because
Model? Words?
someone is speaking.
Guys, come on.
Yeah,
She's
I
making
know
a
what you're talking.
like no. She's making a point which I think is useful, and I can just hear you guys talk over.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
In the
What you
model-
got to understand though, Elise, is that
I'm sorry,
these measurements
apparently
where
I'm
these
finished.
measure. Yeah. Well, you're kind of rambling a bit, but
I'm not rambling, and it's definitely not as long as one of your monologues. So anyway, the point that I was getting to was that if you run, say, 1,000
Meow.
simulations data, right, and you can have all these data points, you can have them changing all the time. You can have them being completely random, completely stochastic. Reality, that's the closest you will get to reality. Of running a simulation like this with a model like this with all of these variables constantly changing according to yourself. Right? So you can create these parameters in your model and run them. And that's what, if Jesse really wants to do, is with his data and his experiment, maybe there are some other things that you can go over to, whatever, that you guys are talking about, but that is what would give him the closest
Cool.
And whether that would
So
be
in his maths, he has a number which is the radius of the Earth. So if he's going to use that number, we need to know where that number comes from.
I
So
don't use that
we need
number.
to- Yeah, you do. You just claimed it in your standard refraction.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you
You
did.
didn't claim it at all.
Show me. I said
To-
1
to-
degree per 932 miles. There's no reference.
No. Yeah, no, Jesse, it's in terrestrial refraction, 7/6R.
I
The
didn't
R
use
value-
No, I did not
What did
use
she
it.
use?
No,
You
we
said
have
that
to
to me.
talk
You
about-
said that number to me, Jesse.
I thought you said that.
when I
earlier.
asked you
talking
the
about-
refraction.
I was talking about what Elise said as well, because Elise was saying you got to add in all these factors.
Yeah, but she said something
So
different than she
you've
was.
got to add in.
You go on, Timbo. She was saying something different than
just
Jesse
saying-
was
yeah,
earlier.
go ahead.
So Jesse was talking, and I've heard
Yeah,
him say this
yeah.
before. So I don't know why you're reneging on this. You did say you use terrestrial refraction, Jesse.
I use 1 degree per 932 miles. That's the same on a flat Earth as it would be a globe Earth. It doesn't have anything to do
Yeah,
with
derived from 7/6
How do you
R.
know? Who's measured this?
1
Who measured
degree.
this?
I got
Well,
it
now
off.
you got me confused, man, because you said
You
I
got it
thought you
off
said
Wiki.
Well, just
fuck,
to
dude.
start again. If one person saying they didn't say it, one person saying they did. To start again, what is the claim? Are you saying that you didn't use that formula?
I'm gonna let him say it. But what I heard earlier was that he was using 7/6R standard refraction, terrestrial refraction, to factor in the amount of refraction that's going to be for this whole distance, right? This is what I heard him say.
Because he gave us a number of 500 feet.
Yeah, this is what I heard him say. Now, if he reneges on it, he's actually changing what he says now to fit what he wants to state now. Like, go ahead, Jesse. If you have something different, say it.
I'll bet you $100 that I did not say that I
Fuck,
used.
dude, you're gonna lose that 100.
Someone pull up the stream. Someone pull up the stream and just continue whilst we're looking through it.
Jesse, there are more than 2 people here that claim they heard you say that.
Yeah,
So
just pull up the
you
stream.
already
It's
lost.
recorded. It's
Play the clip.
recorded.
Play the clip.
Yeah.
It's recorded. Someone pull up the stream. Whilst that happens,
he
though,
had-
do you want to
he
clarify
added
what you
in-
meant?
He added in 7/6R standard refraction because he came up with a figure and he gave us the figure of over 500 feet. So how can you not claim for terrestrial refraction and then give us a figure for it?
Because I use 1 degree per 932 miles.
And we added it up. You came up with a figure of over 500 feet, correct?
Yep,
All right, there you go. So why'd you lie?
I didn't.
Oh, fucking hell.
Look, you can have multiple different ways to express a number.
You just admitted that you used it, and you gave us a number for it.
But the number I
You
use,
said you... Yeah, go ahead.
the number I use does not depend on Earth curve. It depends strictly on the density gradient of the air. It would be the exact
No.
same thing on a flat Earth. It
No.
would still be 1 degree per 932 miles.
But you can't. Oh man. Anyway, whatever.
7/6R is referencing Earth or light curve with reference to compared to Earth curve. I'm just referencing light curve with reference to a flat plane. That's what 1 degree per 932 miles is.
Really? So a flat plane has a radius, you're saying?
No, the light has a radius. If there's standard refraction, if light is
And
bent,
the light, yeah, you attributed the radius of the Earth to the light. Yeah.
Is it?
That
Can
R
I go?
value,
Yeah.
3,959 miles,
Yeah.
you attributed to the radius of the light curve.
Yeah. To get the
Yeah.
arc
Yeah.
of the path of light, you also have to assume the arc or the curve of the Earth,
Right.
obviously.
I think he's tripping over himself just right now. Is what's happening right now. He's tripping over himself. He doesn't.
It's always going to be
remember.
begging the question. The only thing you can hope to get out of this is an affirming the consequent fallacy. All you can hope to get out of this is an affirming the consequent anyway. So it's pretty useless, dude.
Yeah, so you guys are just gonna do this gang up bullshit.
Fuck
All
you.
right, we got Crashman Jones just jump in here. We're gonna go ahead and talk to you next. How about that? We don't need to gang.
Can
up.
I
We
go
just-
or somebody's next?
I don't care. We're gonna go with this guy first. Crashman decided to chime in. So Jesse, you can just have a seat real quick. We'll talk to Crashman. All right, Crash Man.
No,
you're
I
up.
didn't open the floor to do it with you guys. I was just
Yeah, but
commenting
here's the
on
thing,
how the.
dude.
Hang on, no. Don't speak over me if you give me the
Yeah.
floor. Relax.
You just want to talk
Actually-
shit. That's all. Just want to talk shit in the
Actually-
middle of a conversation already gone, but you don't want to have your own.
Yeah. Now the hot seat's on you, buddy. And yeah, you answer the question. That's all you got to do. Just be cool. Answer the question, okay? That's all you got to do.
I just had the floor. I was actually going
so-
to give you an answer.
Well, the
so you're gonna
floor
do
was-
it again.
the
You
floor
guys are
was-
fucking losers.
Are you?
Suck
What are
my
you gonna
dick,
do?
boys.
You're gonna listen, or yeah? That's what I thought. There you go. You left on your own. Booney, you're next. You're up, Booney.
I'm my free speech has been taken away from me by no jokes allowed.
I don't know what that means.
You know, Alpha's got his baseball bat and he's ready for you all.
No, listen. If they do have some information, I want to hear them out. Like, at least give them the floor. But they don't have to be cheese dicks when they're in there. But at the same time, don't interrupt. If we're having a conversation, let it go through. And if you want to chime in, we're gonna get to you. Let's see. So we got Booney that's in here. Booney, once again, if you want to try again.
I'm nervous now because no jokes allowed is harassing me.
Where does it say that no jokes are allowed?
What is that?
He's like harassing me in the text chat, and I'm nervous. I'm kind of like clamming up.
Who's no
I'm
jokes
sorry. I'm really
allowed?
nervous right now.
Oh, somebody Lulu changed her name.
She's in the.
I was like, who's no jokes allowed? I don't even know who that is. Lulu changed her name. Okay. No, but listen, just focus on what we're doing here with the conversation. How about that? Don't pay attention to the text chat for now. How about that?
All right. So I have some papers here. So what part of the argument for the globe Earth are we talking about today?
Well, for the beginning of this topic, we just want to first get to know what position you take. Are you with Globe Earth right now, or you side with Flat Earth? Where are you at?
Yeah, I side with the globe Earth.
Okay. So, is there any information that you have to support the claim that the Earth is a globe? Like, and if you do, bring it forward, whatever it is.
So, and like I would go with like my best evidence is like in the empirical evidence, like the high altitude perspective, where it's like you get the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, what demonstration do you have to present this?
Like as you get a certain altitude, like you'll notice that like the horizon, it just goes away.
Goes away.
It's a good one.
Ups away.
Okay.
Like there's no horizon.
Okay. What do you mean by goes away? Does it curve? What do you mean goes away?
Like the horizon, as you're lifting up, like the horizon, like the horizon line, where it's like you'll notice at a certain, especially if it's like the horizon's at a certain like land, like geographical like shape, like as you're going up, that line will move.
Stop it. So the higher you go in altitude, the further you see.
Okay, so
yeah,
I'm just like Crashman, just hold tight if you're gonna come back in here and have a conversation. Booney's
If
up
you
right
do you
now.
want me to go to another one? Like I maybe.
No, I mean I was gonna ask you some questions pertinent to what you just said, but if you want to go to another one, that's fine. I didn't really get much out of that one, but it's up to you.
What about the time zones, like the like as the Earth spins?
Sure, provide some evidence of time zones due to the Earth being a globe.
All right,
Go
so
ahead.
look, I've been like waiting to come in here. I've been doing. I did some modeling. I'm gonna give you a link to my thing here. Here, just go to here. Right here.
I mean, you have any like images, things that you can
Yeah,
put
just
up?
put it in the text chat.
Oh, you're that guy. Very funny, Booney.
All right, thank you guys. You guys have a good night. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, keep it flat, dude.
Ultimate Warrior.
That's the best evidence I've seen. Every time he presents it, I'm like, this is the best evidence I've seen of the globe. Yeah, it's fine. A little break away from.
I'm
the
not
rest
like a
of the-
dickhead troll, dude. I'll just do one, make the people laugh a little bit, and then I'll shut the
Hey,
fuck up.
dude, I'm not knocking you. Whatever, you know. You're not out of here yet. You're not muted, so that's cool.
Thank you. I love you all.
Just freaking-
So do you have like some kind of PowerPoint model yourself? Anything?
No, it's not a model. What it is we can actually go like say there's a testable claim that the Earth is of a specific set size of dimensions, right? So, like I was saying in the previous conversation with Jesse Gordon, they give us the radius, diameter, circumference. So everything is really public information. Anyone can look this up. What the curvature drop rate is, 8 inch per mile squared over. Say, what'd you
So
say?
you don't want to present your argument.
Yes, I'm
I'm just
doing that
asking.
now. I'm doing that
No,
now.
no, you're saying to me to go and look elsewhere. You're not presenting it.
Elise, I think you might be a little bit stung by the last conversation, but I don't think there needs to be that.
It's really not about that. I don't know why
I
you would say that.
I do sense a little bit of a chip on a shoulder kind of thing going on.
No, I'm asking you. Do
Yeah.
you have anything to present yourself? Because
I'm doing that now.
okay, what are you doing other than telling me to go and look on the internet?
Are you really stung by the last conversation? I think perhaps
Why
if
did
you
you
take
come
Are you really
five.
not going to answer
Are
the
you gonna
question?
answer
Yeah,
my question?
perhaps if you take 5, because I think there's a little hostility I sense,
No,
and
no,
due
no,
to the
no.
fact that you were in
I'm
like a kind
genuinely
of a
no.
debacle with this last
Maybe my voice
conversation.
sounds tired or something. But
No, you just sound a little bit frustrated, but that's fine.
according to you, I mean, now you're just on the wind up. No,
No,
but
I'm not.
seriously. So,
I'm having
okay,
a good time. Trust me.
okay. So
This sounds like a
200
disqualifying
experiments.
statement. Critter, what's going on? Why don't you mute this guy?
Mez,
Yeah.
have a seat, dude.
No, it's true. I mean,
Or
you
I'll
can't
sit you
present
down. Either way,
anything.
if your microphone doesn't go into a little white microphone, it'll be a red one. Which one do you prefer, Mez?
Can I ask you?
I'm gaming at the
Yeah, 1
moment.
second, Elise.
Can't about.
It's up to you, Mez. You're
Okay.
a big boy. You can choose.
Bro, like
You
everyone.
can just mute
I'm
me.
looking. Still
Yeah,
waiting.
can,
Okay,
Mez, can
Mez.
you just be
Sorry.
quiet while Elise talks? Because she's really hard to hear.
I know. I sat him down. Go ahead, Elise.
Okay, so without like trying to sound derogatory or I'm not trying to back you in the corner when I say this.
Okay.
Genuinely interested. This is just a simple question. You are saying your argument is to go and look at it publicly, right?
No,
Okay, so
I'm
what
not
were
saying
you
that.
gonna say?
That's what I'm saying. Like I just want you to just USA. You know, like we're gonna center ourselves right now because when we go into this information and what it is I'm gonna show you what it's not, and then I'm gonna show you what it is. It's a 2-step process, but by doing that, I'm gonna have to actually gonna ask you some questions, like I did before, right? Like I was asking you, you said you gave me the answer basically. I don't know because that's not my specific field of expertise, and I was like, that's fine. You don't have to be. As far as like you being whatever you are, study analytics and all these kinds of things, that's fine. And you don't know the information to support the claim that Crispy, you got a hot mic, brother.
Oh, sorry.
And what it is like for you to identify first of all that you don't have the information to support the claim that the Earth is curving, or that the Earth is in motion, or that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe. Right? That's the script that you said earlier. Oh, it's a script. Yeah, it's kind of like that because nobody answers the questions. So therefore, those questions weren't answered. So right now, currently, you just have a blind belief in the Earth being a globe. That's fine. That's your belief. But what we're going to get into is the reason why it's not what they're saying it is, right? So when we go into a line of sight test, now I'm going to talk about the black swan. The image that we're going to talk about is basically a method that anybody can do. You can test and verify this for yourself. So it's not just me telling you this. This is something that you can do as well. It's called a line of sight test. And what it is comparing the globe geometry, which is said to be a radius value of 3959, circumference of 24,901. And what you're doing is you're getting this information that's made public to everyone, right? Anyone can do this. But what we're doing is we're testing the Earth's geometry. So when we go out into the field, anywhere, right? Go to somewhere where you're not dealing with land topography. Land topography is going to make it more difficult for you as far as like testing the elevation change or the slope, basically the curvature of the Earth. So you need to go over water. That's probably the best way you can do this. And when you're testing, you want to get a good size of a sample set, somewhere in between 15 to 20 miles. That's pretty good. You want to get the drop rate to actually be a bit more defined in that, so that when you're doing the long distance observation, you're going to be able to specify where the said horizon, the geometric horizon, should be on a globe with the circumference and diameter that they're telling us, right? Excuse me. And then what we're going to be doing is looking for the predicted value of that geometry where the horizon should be. The black swan image that hopefully, can somebody post a black swan image in the text channel, please?
I,
So the
I've
black,
never heard of it.
yeah, what it is just like it's basically like the saying of people tell you that all swans are white, with the Earth being all things equal, that it's a globe. That if we show one instance that can debunk that all swans are white, showing you the black swan, that there's one black swan, that's all we need for evidence that the Earth isn't the geometric predicted value that they've been telling you.
Yeah,
So
I've heard of this, but I thought like flat Earth. Big image.
yeah, it's supposed to be in the text chat right now. Hold on, let me see. I think it scrolled up because it's going really fast. It's 51 minutes after the hour at least. I'm saying least, but your name is Elsie, right? Elsie?
Yeah, is it the picture
My
of the
bad.
boat?
Yeah,
Somebody
well,
died?
it's actually 2 oil rigs. Platform Habitat. It's off the coast of Santa Barbara. There's a video connected to this, so there's a little bit more information that you can probably look into. But what this is it's something that was done to test the claim of the Earth being the size that they're telling us it is, right? So there's a modus tollens logical argument that's going through this, right? The modus tollens would be a statement: if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's the logical statement. There would be, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, geometric curve horizon, or well, you could use a Earth curve calculator that's online. I think Walter Bislin has an Earth curve calculator to put this into perspective, right? The Earth curve calculator, you're going to be able to put the values of the Earth's geometry. Then you'll be able to put your elevation, height, distance to target. Like there's a bunch of stuff that you can play with around there. I think it even has a refraction value in there. I'm not sure. I think that's what it has. But what you're doing here is you're trying to get all this information input in here from what observation you're going to be doing when you go to a beach and doing this test. And so the logical statement then says at the next thing at the bottom of that says, not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, Earth is not a sphere. And that means P stood for the value of 3959. So if the Earth, like going back to that, if the Earth was with a radius of 3959, which is stands for P, then every horizon distance measurement must be, okay, so this is the part that's really important. It must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In this image, the observer was doing off the water at 1 foot. So doing off the water at 1 foot, the horizon predicted value should have put the horizon at 1.22 miles away from the observer. But in fact, we see with this observation, the camera zoomed into these platforms and we saw a distance greater than 1.22 miles. The horizon is in fact behind platform Habitat at 9.41 miles, which makes the horizon a good conservative 10 miles. So with the geometric horizon being at 10 miles away, right, conservatively, we're going to say now the statement that the maximum distance to the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles is invalid. What we have is an exponential distance to the horizon at least conservatively 10 miles away, which according to globe predicted geometry, where the Earth curvature should be at 1.22 miles, is not there anymore. We see a distance to the horizon where Earth curvature should be at 10 miles away instead of 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height off the water. And not only that, we can confirm because the platform Habitat and Hill House are within the camera's zoomed in distance. So as the camera zooms in, you're going to see Hill House and platform, Habitat and Hill House. They're at specific distances. Hill House is 6.21 miles. Habitat's at 9.41 miles. So we have something to demarcate the distance away from the observer. So we know a known distance from the observer to those platforms. They're only there in the distance to demarcate the distance.
Platforms.
And then we're going to have the horizon at the far end of that. So what we have is the geometry of the Earth as the predicted value should put the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, not there. And we have a distance greater than 9.41 miles, which puts the geometry not what they've been telling us. Therefore, the Earth is not the size that they told us it is. This is called a line of sight test. Anybody can do this anywhere, and you can confirm, do the method over again, and verify for yourself that the Earth isn't what the radius value that they've told us, or the geometric size of the Earth being what it is. So if the Earth isn't curving like they tell us, or if it's not curving anywhere, then it can only be flat. No curve.
Alpha,
No
have
curve.
you been using the Earth curve calculator, perhaps?
Yes, this is how you actually achieve the metrics that are being used here. So otherwise, the 8 inches per mile squared that is set to a parabola of the Earth being the size that it is wouldn't conform to the geometric horizon being at 1.22 miles. This formula came from the defined radius. So the radius value is what's important here. If the radius value is not used here, then the math doesn't work. It has to be exactly what they said the claim is. The claim is 3959.
Well, you know, all those numbers, they are correct, you know. It's probably
Sure.
you that's just misunderstanding it for some reason.
Yes, but this claim is invalid because right here, this test has not been done by just anyone. This can be done by everyone. So you can validate this. So it isn't just in one person's hands. This is in everyone's hands. So the confirmation comes here
So-
by the people that can peer review this and redo the test. And so it's what this is doing, and your little kind of slight at putting it on all on my shoulders is saying that because I misunderstand something, I'm sorry, but that doesn't work because other people can confirm that the math also fits wherever they're at and whatever place they're doing it at. So they can confirm. So it's what you're saying is you're speaking to the group when you're saying that says everybody that does this is getting it wrong. That's
How
correctly
many
the way you
people
should
have
say it.
tried this test of yours?
Anyone,
Talking about?
everyone.
Not
It doesn't matter
everybody's
who it
tried
is. So
but,
it doesn't
like,
matter. See, the thing
I
is,
just
it
want to
does,
know how many people have tried it.
irrespective, irrespective of your feelings, it doesn't matter what you feel. This has nothing to do with feelings. This has everything to do with a confirmation of geometry.
Just curious. I'd like to know how many people participated in this test of yours.
Anyone can participate in this test. That's my answer to you. So if that doesn't satisfy your notion, then you need to go and test this claim and see if you can't come up with something similar.
It's not who can, it's more like how many did already.
Well, I don't know everybody who's done this, dude. I'm not gonna go and ask everybody, but I know that the method can be replicated. That's the reason why it's a method. So you can go and test for yourself. I'm not gonna ask everybody, have you done it? Have you done it? Have you done it? Everyone can do it. And if they are coming up with this different results, then we're gonna have to compare. We're gonna talk about it. But what I'd say for the most part, anyone can do this. And if it can't, and
Compared
if
to
it
your
was
results so far.
if it was
like-
done if it
like
was
if
done
you-
one time, listen, dude, if it was done one time to disprove the method that the expected geometric horizon where it should be is not there, that's all you really need. This is all the evidence you need. Anything farther than that would be, just gravy. Like if you do it and you don't come up with the same results as the geometric horizon is predicted to be, that's fine. Then you'll find out for yourself. But you can do it too. Helicopter. I don't know. You sound like somebody that probably needs to do this, which is fine. Just go and do it. Like you'll find out for yourself. There's nothing to worry about. Like all you got to do is just go test the claim, and if it's not what they're telling you the predicted horizon should be at, then you'll know that geometry is not exactly what they're telling you. It's
Yeah,
fa-
but
you
you know,
false.
the thing
You basically
is, you're bringing something forward, and
Yeah.
like I'm just trying to figure out, like, is there
you're not
like
trying to
other
figure out.
people
You're being obtuse. You're being obtuse right now, and that's
just
fine.
asking questions? Because
No,
that's
you're
usually
not
what a
asking
person
questions.
does.
You're
That's
not
trying to figure out
You're not an
something,
honest
you know?
actor, Helicopter. I've
Ask
known you. You're not an honest actor. You're trying to thwart the efforts of
don't
anybody
even know
looking into
me.
this. That's
if,
fine.
If you knew me, you knew I was a flat earther.
It doesn't matter. Then you would
Well, it
understand that
kinda
this
does
method,
matter, but
then this method can be replicated by you, and you can go and test it, and you can verify, and you can come back and tell everybody, hey, I've done that too. Right?
I'd just like to know, is there somebody that you compared with, like, test results? Anyone? Like, or
Test results. What do you mean? You're seeing them right there in that image.
oh, that's your holy grail. One
It's not a
fucking
holy grail.
image.
Dude, are you gonna relax with your kind of like comments? I mean, if you got
What do you
something
mean,
constructive,
man?
if you got something
is obviously
constructive, then
going
bring it
nowhere.
forward. Okay, let me ask you, what did you do to validate that the Earth is not a globe?
I called your mom.
You're gonna get a mute now. See how easy that was?
Oh, you.
It's my fault. It's my fault for him being that way. Did you like the
No,
way he
this
responded
guy
to me,
is
Alcy?
Both are
Hold on a
better than
second.
us.
Do you like the way he responded to me, Alcy?
I didn't think he was respectful, but I
You
don't
guys
know.
cheerlead the worst people. What does that say about you?
Wow. You are. Are you a dishonest actor then? Because people can't confirm your globe?
Well, her idols are dishonest, so she must be too.
I had hope. I had hope for you because you said you were somebody that sounded reputable, but now I'm starting to have my doubts. Perhaps you're not.
Strange thing.
It is not strange. You advocated for somebody who said my mother.
No. The mother thing.
Yes, yes, yes. You did advocate for that. You deserved it.
Before he said that, but that was
No,
immature of
you
him.
advocated for his position. Why did you do that?
I'll tell you if you let me speak.
No, I don't
No,
think
I don't think
I
I
will. You can go away now, Miss Scientist, if you like.
There's no science.
You guys back the worst people.
I swear, man. Like, you deserve this. Nobody deserves that.
Have you ever been in a relationship where you accidentally do something and then the other person, your partner, will like hit you or throw something at you, and then they say it's your fault that I threw that at you?
Yep.
That's what
That's that lady.
gaslighting is.
Yep. Said it best.
That's terrible. It's starting to make me think that everybody who sides with the people, these Globers, are just degenerates, man. There's nothing else to say. It
No,
makes
it's
me
not,
sad.
yeah.
It makes me sad, man. Like I have hope, man. I don't think the worst of people. I just don't like that they actually side with degeneracy like that. There's no need for that. Crazy.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel to find a globe hero, huh, guys?
And they'll just
Sad.
they'll tag whatever they want to these days with the word science, right?
No one agreed.
No, you're not gonna get an unmute helicopter.
Why is it quiet? Did we prove the Earth was flat or what?
We proved that people don't got what it takes to be in this arena, Britt.
Oh.
They don't have the fortitude of the Constitution. Seems like.
You never knew the scientific. No jokes allowed.
Who else is in here right now that has evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, we got clown, what's his name, Zeno, posting black swans in the chat like those are good for him.
He's posting the.
These guys are so dumb. Just posts another proof against the geometry that he's claiming and acts like it's proof of the geometry.
What's weird is that he's saying, just to be an idiot and waste my own time, can you give me a formula to account for refraction here? Why is he asking Kimball for a refraction?
Yeah, that's what you need, you dunce. And you're going to need like 100/6R for that one that you think is the actual geometric horizon. 400/6R for the other, so you're pretty screwed. Neither of them are geometric horizons. I think you know that. It's so desperate, just scraping the bottom of the barrel to find anything. And then they say that like that's what it looks like on a normal day, but notice how years go by and that's the only picture like that that they've ever shown you. Like, why don't they have dozens of those pictures from that location now?
Good point.
Their evidence of a normal day is this one picture for years and years. We got tons of black swans from that same location, where the horizon's way further than that. And also, if you look at the original video for that one that he's got on the left, it's a super wavy day with a bunch of swells and stuff. It's not that calm. It's so desperate.
Yeah. He said he was gonna leave, but I guess he didn't.
Who?
Zeno.
You know, nah, he loves to hate us, man. He's gonna be here forever. He's a long-term person. That he's one of those that I would say I put him up there with the Patricia Steer, Scott Mackey. He's probably one of those types.
They've been here for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's funny.
Well, Scott got the boot, I think, today, but he might maybe comes back.
I think Mez might have proof of the globe. I think maybe
Mez?
he's the one.
You think he's the one?
I think he might be the one.
Mez, you got evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of evidence. Star Trails are a good one.
What do you got, man? Give us one piece of evidence.
I like Star Trails.
All right, what can you do by looking at the star trails that tells us the Earth's geometry?
Well, you can see that they spin one way in the northern
Okay.
hemisphere. They spin the other way in the southern hemisphere. You can see some of the stars in the northern hemisphere. You can't see those same stars in the southern hemisphere, and you think, how could this happen?
Mez, let me ask you a question.
And it's
When you say northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, what part of the globe is that?
The northern and southern parts.
Mez, you can see
Wrong?
this.
Oh, is that wrong?
Mez, you
you're
can
wrong.
see the southern cross in the northern hemisphere, by the way.
Oh,
Maybe if you're like right
let
on
me
the
ask
equator.
Britt, I'm gonna get you because you're in here with Mez. Is it what part of the globe is the northern hemisphere?
Okay, I actually don't know what the correct answer to that question is.
Well, ask Mez. But Mez, what did you say?
Well, it's the northern and southern parts.
You mean like north of the equator?
The
'Cause that's
half
what I
that's
think it's-
nearest the North Pole is the northern hemisphere. The half that's nearest the South
Wrong.
Pole is the southern hemisphere.
Nuh-uh.
Oh, is that wrong? Oh.
Yeah. Because northern and southern hemisphere have, remember this. So the next time I quiz you, northern and southern hemisphere come from the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bow. So you didn't correctly state where it came from. You said it came from terrestrial sphere, the globe, and that's not what it equates to. When you look up at the sky, you're talking about celestial sphere. That's where northern and southern hemisphere come from. Didn't know that,
okay.
Mez.
Write
Know
that down
know
for
that
next time, Mez.
Yeah,
write that
write
down.
it down. Keep it in your pocket.
You're right. I didn't
Don't
know
lose-
that one.
All right.
But they're pretty close, so.
No, they're
yeah,
not.
either
dude.
way-
One's in the sky, the other's the ground, bro. What do you mean? They're not close.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
still,
pretty
the Earth is
I think-
roughly divided into two halves.
I remember bringing up the idea
so
that you can't
I don't
see
think
the
it really
southern-
matters.
I once brought up the idea that you can't see the Southern Cross from the northern hemisphere, or north of the equator, I guess, we'll use that phrase. But apparently you can see it from Texas, so I guess the correct answer is that you probably can't see the Southern Cross from a very northerly latitude. Sorry.
I'll go with that.
I mean, yeah. Well, why
If
do
you
you think
leave
that is?
if you leave Britain out in here long enough, man, he's gonna learn all the arguments. He's making a list and checking it twice. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, man. You guys are lacking. See, what he's doing is not what everybody else is doing. So, sorry.
I mean, the point is right. Like a certain a certain what you got latitude north, you won't be able to see the Southern Cross. A certain latitude south, you won't be able to see wherever the North Star is, Polaris, whatever. Why do you think that is? Can you create a model or have an explanation for why that happens on a flat plane?
Model. Why do we
We don't need
a
one.
model?
The explanation
Why
is
do you
your
need a
claim,
model?
your argument. This is supposed to be your evidence of your worldview. We don't need
Well,
a
yeah,
counter.
this is a phenomena. I think a globe explains it pretty well. You have any better arguments?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not a globe.
Because you changed your position.
It's not a
It has
globe.
nothing to do
That's
with
not a real
Washington.
argument.
Yeah, my argument would be
because-
check the ground to verify your globe interpretation of the sky. Let's see if you can pull that one off.
Check the ground.
Yeah, Go there and see
Hello,
if this
ground.
globe
Hello,
actually
Jackie.
is a globe. Don't just look in the opposite direction and surmise, well, that's going on up there. It's got to be because the ground beneath me is a globe. Go to the ground and see.
Well, it doesn't have to be. I'm not saying that, but I don't see any other explanation for it.
Well,
so
that's
I'm
too
going to
bad.
continue
Then
believing that the
there's
Earth's a
no
globe.
one's
Yeah, show
problem.
me a flat planet.
Mez, have you asked them why the moon's upside down on the opposite hemisphere yet?
Oh, that's a good one. Why is it like upside down, but like
Just you wait for
you
this
can't see
answer.
the other
This
half?
is fucking brilliant. This is brilliant. Let them
Oh
answer
man, you
this.
guys have been cooking in the kitchen all day
Wait,
for
it's
that
6
one, huh?
a.m. What you doing?
Oh,
Yeah, the
dude.
moon's upside down.
Yeah, dude. Apparently, I mean, we got upside
Well,
down.
I've verified
moons,
that. I'm
Earth
sure there are people in here that can verify that as well.
verified. Well, are we saying Earth is glob because the moon's upside down? We got
I mean,
confirmation.
again, it's another very rational explanation for why the
All right,
moon is the other way
let me
up.
just talk. Let me just talk to Flat Earth for
In
a second,
Australia.
guys. We gotta shut it down. The moon's upside down. Let's go home, guys. Pack it up.
Why do you think that is? I feel like you're avoiding the question.
Avoiding the question, dude. What do you mean?
I don't know. You haven't really given me a good explanation. I
Okay,
think it's
so-
because it's like a ball in the sky that's like really far away.
Yeah,
on
you
a
still
globe.
haven't got to the
Oh,
point
that's
where
a
you
big
prove that
mistake,
the
Mez.
Earth is
It's
flat.
not, it's not that at all.
You know, not
It's
Earth
not
looking.
that.
But how do you explain that on a flat Earth?
How do you
What do you mean
explain
by-
what? What are you
do you
talking
mean
about?
by
Well,
it's,
you think the Earth is like local, right? Like it's a lot closer.
What do you mean?
Who
What do
said
you mean
that?
by it's
No.
upside down? What,
No, that
what are you
wouldn't
saying
answer the
it's
question,
upside
Mez,
down?
because then you'd see the other side of it from the other side of the hemisphere.
Wait,
Are you guys
what's-
trying to get your 150
Yeah,
words in? What the
exactly.
fuck?
150
What do you
words as
mean
opposed to your
words?
1500 words. Every time I
What do you
undefinite, it's
mean
just you
it's
speaking.
upside down? What do
just
you
to
mean
clarify,
it's upside down?
Is it the idea that because
Well, it's the other way up.
if you're an inverted,
What do you
I don't
mean?
know. I can't really like explain it
he's-
any
Hold on,
simpler than
hold on,
that.
Brett.
he's saying
Hold
that
on,
it's
Brett.
inverted.
Other way up from what?
From your
From
starting
in the
point.
northern and southern hemisphere, if you look at the moon in like Australia, it's the other way up than if you look at it in somewhere in the north.
You're
So
saying
you-
your perspectives of
Which way does is the light on your moon on the top?
No, you're
Great question.
misunderstanding. We're not
Try
saying it's
again.
literally upside down. It's a perspective point.
Is it? I'm
Yeah.
asking.
There is no
the
like
light
absolute
on
up.
your moon on the top?
Is the light on my moon
The
on
light's
the top?
on the whole
What?
thing during a full moon. The
What are you
whole
talking
thing.
about?
Okay.
Could you
Well, you're not
please
going to see.
rephrase the
You're not.
question?
Well, it's not going to be upside down. You fucking idiot, is it? So
Well,
when
it is
you're,
upside down.
The
So you're just
irony
saying
that
it-
you genuinely
seeing
don't realize
it from a
that you're
different-
the one making the mistake by saying it's not upside down is amazing.
you're seeing it from a different perspective. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
You're seeing
and
it
it's
from the
the other
opposite
way up.
perspective.
So can
Okay.
that happen on a flat plane?
Nope. Unless
why
it's
not?
a projected
Not really,
image.
no.
Why not?
Unless it's a projected image that's so close that walking to
If
the other
I'm
side of the
looking-
planet.
If I'm
you'd be
looking,
walking the
shut
other
up,
side of it.
everyone. All right. If I'm looking at the moon north, and you guys are looking at the moon south, then you're looking at it on a different. You're looking at it from a different side, aren't you?
So
Can we
you
see
think
like
it's
a
like looking at a
demonstration of
signal?
what
No,
you're
not a
trying
different
to,
side.
what
So-
you're trying to say
yeah,
right
that's
now?
We see
brilliant.
the same side.
That's your answer.
People
Like,
in
I
the
wanna
UK
see-
see it one way
same
up.
side.
People
Yeah,
in
that's
Australia
odd.
see
How
it
come
the
there's
other way
no
up.
parallax if it's a big
If the
ball
Earth
and
was
it's
flat and the moon was a lot
Scottish
closer,
cunt.
you will be able to see completely different sides of the moon.
Yeah, now you're straw manning us. We don't say that it's a sphere. That's your claim, which you're now trying to
Damn,
put onto
Like,
us. And the
this is
problem
what I was
too
trying
is
to
that we
say,
don't
Mez,
actually
is
see
you
any.
fell for the trap.
Okay, if the
We're not
moon
gonna
was
see
a
any
flat sphere
parallax.
in the
So
sky,
you're arguing that the moon
Oh.
is not a sphere now?
No, you're trying to argue
'Cause
that.
I've heard people say that it's a sphere.
Okay, you guys need to shut up. You all have ADD. Like,
Yeah,
I
seriously,
mean,
why
I'm really
y'all-
trying to get what you're arguing.
Everybody's
Is
talking. Ed,
If we
shut the
see-
fuck up, dude.
one
We can't
sec,
hear
if
the
we
other guys. God damn,
if
dude.
we
Ed, can
see-
you hold
if
your
we
trap for just
see-
a moment?
If we
dude.
see the moon, right, we all only see one side of the moon. If I'm looking north at the moon, yeah, which I do from here, then you're looking south at the moon. Are you going to see a different side of the moon and you think it's upside down and me think it's the right way up? Is that correct?
Well, I think we all see the same side of the moon.
Yeah, no shit. I just said that.
Right.
Not a whiteboard shot, man.
So how are you explaining this phenomena
So
on a
if
flat
I'm
Earth?
looking north, yeah, I just said it. If I'm looking north and you're looking south, are we going to see different sides of? Are we going to? You're going to see it upside down, and I'm going to see it the right way up. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know about right way up, but yeah, we'll see it other way. Yeah, okay, yes.
Inverse. It'll be
Hey,
inverse.
hey, no, it works,
Inverted, yeah,
doesn't
that's a better way of putting it.
so that's
It'll be
sort of like
inverted.
if I draw a 9 on my ceiling, walk to the other side of the room, turn around and look at it. Now it's going to look like a 6, right?
Right. But
Yeah.
the
Very
problem
good.
you've got got there is that the side, if you like draw a square, the side that's closer to you will be like bigger because of perspective.
So maybe it's not a
But
physical
fortunately
object.
for us globers, this moon is like quite far away, so that
I
difference
have
in
a
perspective is
question
quite
for you
negligible.
guys, for gentlemen that are talking about this right now. So you brought this argument in here. I need to ask you, what is the right side up?
There is no right side up. That's.
Well, then why was that the fucking thing you said when you came in here? Well, why was
I
the
never
moon
said there was a
upside
right
down?
side up. I said
Well,
it was
what's
upside down.
then? Well, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh,
What's
look, if you're
upside
going to
down
rely
to
on a
you?
semantic argument,
Is
you
it
know
It's not
upside down?
upside
to-
down.
Wait,
It
hold
is
on a second,
Is
man.
it upside down? Well, it
Let's figure,
depends.
let's figure this shit out, right?
This isn't an
If you're
argument.
saying,
I'm sorry.
I don't know, they brought it up. Fucking, I'm just entertaining it, right? What's upside down to you, Mez?
The moon,
Why the fuck is it upside down to you?
because
And
if
how
you
do
look
you
at
know
it
it's upside down?
in Australia and in the UK,
Yeah, but what's
it's the other way up.
you're saying? It's what? Dude, what's
I
upside
mean, is
down?
this
to you?
is this a
Upside down-
contentious statement? Can you
Okay,
not wrap
upside-
your head around
alright,
this?
fuck.
If
Dude,
you look at
listen.
the if you look at the moon in the UK, it's one way up. If you look at the moon in Australia, it's the other way up.
And
So what? One person
So
south of
how
it,
do you
one person
explain that
north.
on a flat
One
Earth?
person is north of it, one person is south of it. Do you know that the moon has tropics and ground positions and shit?
Yes, but I'm saying right. For
Well,
us
then that's
globals,
the answer,
because
you
the moon is
idiot.
really far
Shut
away,
up.
right? And it's a ball. That's why this happens.
Dude,
You're flat earthers. You think
Okay,
the
it's
Earth
a
is
ball.
flat,
Prove that.
right?
Prove that claim. Prove that claim that it's a ball.
And you think that the
Prove that claim that
Earth
it's
and
a
the
ball.
moon are quite close. They're quite.
Prove that claim that it's a ball. Don't tell me what I think. Just prove what you think, which is that the moon's a ball. How'd you prove that?
I mean, I think the moon landing is a pretty good explanation of that. I
Oh,
think you can
really?
observe
My
other
goodness.
celestial bodies and the way they orbit. I think you can make rational deductions that the moon
Other
is
celestial bodies.
a
Have you
ball.
proven that any of them are balls? Start with the one that you're on. How about?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty sensible, logical deduction.
Oh, it's just sensible.
Of the understanding of how
Shit,
gravity
sensible as
works
can be,
Okay.
huh?
and
So it's just a bare
how these things
assertion.
orbit each other.
Yeah, that's pretty sad that all you have is a bare
I think it's
assertion.
quite sensible.
Yeah, you think it's sensible, so it's a ball. All right, thanks.
I'm blaming you, Britt.
Oh, I am actually curious because let's say it's nighttime in the same sort of place, right? Like, so I think nighttime in Japan would be roughly nighttime in some of Australia, right? And they're in different parts of the they're on either side of the equator. So I believe, just to be clear, that if I move from one side, if I have my phone, vertically, so like I'm holding it like a normal person, and I prop it up, and I move from one side of the room to the other side of the room, I still see it in the same sort of position, like vertical, like top to bottom. Doesn't really change in that respect. But obviously, what we're talking about is that it's flipped, inverted, on one side over the other side. So I think I get what he's saying in the sense that it implies globe. Obviously, it doesn't mean globe, right? It implies heavily. So, and obviously, you can't say you just moved positions like north, south, whatever. So I guess what would the flat earther say?
Well, okay, here's the thing, guys. Check this out. It's so simple, right? Doesn't matter where you're at on Earth. Whatever you visually see in the sky, a flat earther and a globe. I said this before. Flat earther and a globe earther go in whatever locations you're talking about right now. What do you see in the sky? Well, I see the moon. It looks this way. Okay, you go to another place. What do you see in the sky? I see the moon looks this way. Okay, that's great. What difference does it make? We're both making the same observations. We're both seeing the same thing. What do you mean? How does it work on a flat Earth? It's working like it's working.
But we're not seeing the same thing. We're seeing different things.
No. Don't ask that, Mez. You shouldn't ask the question. Like, it's a silly question to say how would it work on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right. But what I am curious because that phenomenon doesn't happen when you go east to west. It only goes north to south, right? Like when I go east to west, I don't see a different angle.
Oh, that's a good
When I
point.
go
I
north
didn't
to
think of
south,
that.
I do.
Yeah, why didn't it happen if you go east to west?
Yeah, so I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, but what I would say is like this. If you see the moon's face when it comes up from the east, like just don't go anywhere. Just stay in one location wherever you're at. Go outside, go look at a full moon going from east to west, right? When it starts on the east, very easterly side of the horizon, you're going to see the moon's face in a particular way, right? As it crosses over ahead above your head and down to the western horizon, it'll be flipped upside down in your own horizon. By the time it hits to the western horizon, it'll be upside down to your right side up from seeing it on east. Trust me, you can, if you don't believe me, go outside when the moon's in full and go follow it from your eastern horizon. When it goes to your western horizon, it'll be flipped upside down. So if you put your hand up to the face of the moon, follow the moon all the way up, with your hand going all the way up to the ceiling, and then make it go back around your head, and you'll see your hands upside down. That's what the moon's doing. It's just traveling straight across the sky with the same face facing you the whole time. When it hits your western horizon, it'll be upside down. Trust me, I've seen it before. I've checked this when I was first early on with flat Earth, so it does do that. Exactly what I just told you is what it does. So, of
I
course, if
guess that
some-
might be true. That might be
It
true.
is
I
true.
mean, like, when I was
It
in
is true.
I was in America like last month, and obviously the moon to me looked like how it looked, similar sort of latitude as it does in the UK.
Yeah.
So I think it's the case that the moving sideways isn't inverting anything, right? I think that's the case. Maybe it does something when it gets really close to the horizon. I don't know. I've not seen that. I live in a very hilly area, so I can possibly tell you what happens there.
Yeah.
But there must be some sort of inference that you could draw from the idea that I can't go east to west and that won't happen. Like, at least generally, like, maybe something's happening on the horizon I can't see. I don't know. Generally, like when it goes across the sky, I see the same sort of face, same sort of angle, no perspective inversion. When I go
Well,
north to south, I mean, that would you'd expect to see it, right?
Well, it just goes upside down from your eastern western like horizon. What I'm saying, like what I said, put your palm up to the face of the moon on the eastern horizon and move your hand up to the ceiling, and as you move your hand back around your head, it's gonna be upside down. It's
Okay,
exactly
I'll try
what
it.
I'm saying.
I'll try it the next
I
full
would
moon.
say
I'll
it's
try
this-
it because I'm I'll test that. I'll test it.
I would say it this way: you could take what I'm saying to the bank. It's gonna be doing that on the full moon. You can trust me. If you don't trust me, just try it out. I don't know who's gonna wind up doing this because you actually have. What's the moon gonna be out for like 8-9 hours or whatever time? Because now it's wintertime for us in the north, so you're not. Well, no, it'll probably be. It just depends how long
Yeah.
it lasts in the sky. But anyways, full moon. It is gonna It'll do what I said it's gonna do. Trust me.
What do you think about that, Mez? You've been debunked again. Again, Mez. You've
Once
got
again,
no
Mez.
argument.
I don't know. I haven't had a
You gotta
real
stay-
explanation of how this flat Earth moon works.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, you have.
I haven't heard any convincing.
Brick,
I've been
you're
told that
brick
it's not
and you
round.
can't take any information on board.
There's no need. You get tangled up with the whole idea of looking at the celestial sky, like the objects, and I just
I
feel
don't know.
like
I think we
that's-
can learn a lot from that.
It's,
So
it's a non sequitur, bro. It has nothing to do with the ground you're standing on. It has everything to
I feel
do
like
with
it
the
has.
sky. Like what? Draw the like find correlate it to me, man. Make it make sense to
well,
me.
again, like the way we see things in the sky, it would
Yeah.
look differently. Different things would
Why?
happen
No,
if the Earth was
no,
flat and if it was
no,
round.
no.
Mez,
I'm
if
No, I don't know.
Ah,
if you're on a
dude.
flat Earth, right, Mez, imagine you're on a
Right.
flat Earth and the moon's arcing above your head,
Mm-hmm.
and you're on one side, right? Like it goes east to west, so you're on one side and you're on the other side.
Yeah, I'm
You'd still
imagining
have
the
that sort
flat,
of-
the pizza
you would
world
still-
with the.
You assuming it arcs over, right, as you observe, right? I assume you would still have that effect, right? Probably at least. I don't know. I don't know how
It arcs over.
but yeah. So I think like let's say it's let's say it's assuming it's flat, like just for the sake of argument. And then it goes over your head. You're standing in England and you're standing in, I don't know, South Africa. I think in my head, in my head's picture, I'm picturing that you would still have the same sort of visual image, right? So you would still see you'd still see it upside down from each other or inverted from each other, or am I wrong about that?
No, you're okay.
So
So
uh,
if I'm stood somewhere, I'm seeing the moon rise from one side.
Just imagine it's arcing over your head, and you're like,
yeah, that's
on
it.
opposite sides of the opposite side of the plane, right? So one person's in England, one person's in South Africa. They see it arc over. Obviously, it's arcing over because it's not at the same time. So you would see opposite sides, right? Like be from a different perspective, right?
Yeah, I made sense to Epsilon earlier today, but he
I
understood
mean, you're cutting
that
out a lot.
you are cutting out a lot, Britt. I made sense to Epsilon today because I told him visually we were seeing the same things. There's nothing different. So what you see is what I see. There's no like, well, how does it work on a flat Earth? Like it's working just fine. It just operates the same.
Yeah, but you can't really explain it. You can't create
What
a
do you
model
mean I
to
can't
actually
explain
explain
it?
these things.
There's no model needed. We have the
Well, yes, there
celestials-
is, because
we have
the
this-
Globers
we-
have a model and it
the
explains all
Globers
this
have-
stuff and it makes
the
sense.
Globers have
The flat
the
earthers have
Globers have
nothing.
the Globers have a reification fallacy. That's all they have.
It's not a fallacy.
Well, it is because you're
It's figuring
you're
out a
saying
way that all these things can make sense in
the
the same
celestial
universe.
sphere. I've been telling you the celestial sphere. That's how it makes sense because people have been looking at the sky like things are arcing over their head. from their position. They've always been noticing that. That's perspective. That's how they see things moving across the sky. It looks like it's coming up from the east and setting in the west. Like we all see this. It looks like a celestial sphere in our like a dome. From where you're standing outside, imagine a flat plane with a dome over you. That's what you're seeing. Essentially, that's what you're seeing. That's exactly what you're seeing. Flat plane and a dome above your head. That's all you got to think about, and voila, it's there. Everything is accounted for.
Yeah, but this doesn't
That's it.
explain a lot of things.
No, that's what
If
you
we're
just
living in
want to
like
say
a
because you want the
snow
Earth to
globe.
be a globe, dude. Like
I
you're
don't.
just
I
saying
don't
it 'cause you
care.
want the Earth
I
to
don't
be.
really care what like the shape of the Earth is. I don't. I don't have. I
Bullshit,
have no
dude.
stakes in the Earth being a globe or it being flat. Right. It's
That's
just I'm
cap.
looking at all the evidence and the explanation for these things, and the globe one seemed to make a lot of sense, and the flat Earth one seemed to make very little sense,
Did you hear
especially
what I
when
said
compared
about?
to other
Did
explanations.
you hear what I said?
In a bunch of stories, you haven't provided any evidence.
Did you hear what I said about being on a flat plane and having a dome above you, like a perspective? Now I'm not talking about a real like physical, but obviously the what we're seeing is visually represented like a dome above our heads because we're seeing things arc over our head, like the sun, the moon, the stars, all that. It's
Yeah.
arcing over us. But that's the
But
visual
again, if
perspective.
that was the case, whether it really is like a dome, or if it's just I don't know.
Well,
You think it's just an
that's
infinite plane of stars or whatever?
no.
This
That's
doesn't
that's
explain why you can move
there is an
6,000
issue.
miles and like see some stars and move
Yeah, I
6,000
know,
miles
but
in the other direction and
that's
see
some
like different
speculation
stars.
that I don't want to
There
get
is an
into,
issue.
man.
There
It's
is an
not
issue with-
speculation. This
there
is
is an
something that
issue
actually
with-
happens.
No,
There is an issue with arc perspective, and I'm thinking in my head because I'm trying to like picture it. But if it would have to be flat, obviously. It can't be a sphere, otherwise you'd be seeing entirely different faces of the moon, right? So it'd have to be flat, moving across your head. And so if you were where the moon rises, where it sets, you'd also be standing on a different perspective, east to west. So you'd be looking at a different version of the moon or perspective of the moon that direction, which I don't think you do. I mean, obviously you didn't. So I guess the way I'm trying to picture it, working with the arc perspective either. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like struggling to picture it in my head, but I can't imagine it.
Yeah, everybody has a perspective. Like wherever you are, you see a dome of perspective wherever you are. Your vision is the way it works. It's not like how can I put this? It's not like you might imagine it being like, okay, where you are, it looks like a dome of perspective, but as you move, that dome stays right where it was. No, it follows you everywhere you go. Like so wherever you go and you look up at the night sky, that it's like I'm gonna say this really stupidly. Imagine you looking up and your eyeballs shoot up an umbrella, right? Every single time you look up, there's an umbrella like right above your eyes. So that umbrella is like how you see the sky. So every time, it doesn't matter if you move like 100 feet, 1,000, 10,000 miles. It doesn't matter. Wherever you are on the earth, you always look up and you see that dome right above you. So you see everything in perspective to the location where you're at. So that means
I think that explains stars, but I
Yeah.
can't. But I don't know if it'd explain the moon because
the moon.
like I
Oh,
said,
you're
like
saying with
if
the face. Okay, so
yeah,
now
yeah.
here's-
So I
here's-
like
here's-
if I'm sitting west and I'm looking east, right, and the moon's arcing over my head. Let's say
Yeah.
I'm in America, I'd be looking at one corner of the moon, and then if I was in the UK, I'd be looking at a different corner as it starts to rise over. But I don't obviously no one sees that happen, right? So I'm struggling with that perspective, the east to west
Yeah,
perspective.
because okay, so what's not happening is that it's not actually going over like a dome, although we see it that way. So visually in where you're at, your location, you see everything doming above you, but it's not actually doing that. That's the way that whenever it arrives. Okay, you're in the UK right now, right? So you would see the moon going. It would be passing through your area first, and it'll be coming towards mine. As it goes into your western horizon, I'll be seeing it in my eastern, right? So what it looks like to you when you're looking your western horizon, that the face would be facing a specific way, I'm going to be looking towards my eastern horizon. This is going to be kind of weird. I'm going to look to my eastern horizon. I'm going to see the face of the moon coming up. You're going to be seeing it going down in your visual perspective. I'm going to be seeing it coming up. This is
But then,
weird.
but then I feel like the north to south thing becomes a problem because if it's not arcing it
No.
directly above my head, right? Then if I'm south of the individual, then I'm having that classic inversion that people talk about, which obviously is the case because at least north to south, at least everywhere is in perpetual darkness at some point, right? I think I'm struggling to because now east to west makes sense on its own, but now I'm struggling with north to south again with it not arcing directly above my head, because that means that
Oh, I get. Yeah, no. I get you. There's actually a model that I was passing around to some people. Just let me see if I can pull it up. I know what you mean now.
But it still goes
Are
east
you
to
saying
west
that
and
like the night
south.
sky is
Hold
unique
on.
to every
I
single
have to.
person? Was that
I
what you
have
were
to
getting at?
Yes, but hold on, because I got to show something to Britt.
Yes.
That you brought that up.
Do you have
Wait,
any
just-
scientific
just-
evidence of
just
that, or
wait.
is that too much to ask?
No, that's not. Just listen. Just look. Watch this.
Oh,
This is what I. Now this is gonna blow your mind.
it
Well,
fucking will.
It did when I started to present this to everybody about it, but people were like, "What the fuck?" Okay, so check this out. I need your attention to the chat. Tell me what you think that is that I just presented. See if I can show you some better information. This one's better.
Wait, so this is a model?
Yes.
You've created a model.
Oh,
So we have a model.
Wait, dude. Yeah, it is. It's an actual model, but 1 second.
Okay. So is this your
Can
claim
you-
that
can
what you
you-
think the Earth is like?
No. Wait.
Oh no. So this isn't the model.
Wait, this is a model, but it's not what you're thinking right now. Here. Now this is probably something better because you can see time frames. The Native Americans knew this, but I'm just okay. So what I just posted is the sun's path, also the star's path in the sky, and visually represented. You could see. You remember when people talk about that the star trails are doing something in one horizon and they're doing something in another. Okay, so the
Yeah.
last one that I posted was you could see as a little guy standing in the middle of that, right? I want you to remember
Mhm.
that wherever you are on location, that person is standing in a specific geographical location that's visually represented. So the guy in the middle represents everybody like that's in the northern hemisphere. So we would be seeing that visual representation of the sun, like in the 21st and the 23rd and that. This just depends how close you are to the north. People, I would say, to the far north. What is the farthest north place that we can think of right now? Like Iceland or Norway or what are we talking about here? What's the
Like
farthest?
Svalbard,
Okay, so
which is
let's just-
Norway.
Norway, right? So we're saying that they would probably be the third one at the bottom. So what they would be seeing visually represented in their sky, oddly enough, is a horizontal rotation. So that whenever they start getting like a lot of like what they would have like a month or two like in the sun, like they never gets night. I would say they're closer to the north anyway. So there's some places that they'll have like the midnight sun. Have you ever heard of that midnight sun?
Yeah.
Okay, so stuff looks more horizontal. So their sun looks like it goes down, but it's going down in a spiral down to the ground, like where you can't see it anymore visually in your horizon, and then it comes back up again, like the very bottom one. This is gonna get a little confusing. So the middle one is like you, me, and everybody in the northern hemisphere. We were gonna see the representation of the sun arcing over our heads at an angle, like the way that person's seeing it, and in the equator. This is what it's going to look like for people in like lives in the like in Ecuador and such. They're going to be seeing the sun arc over their heads directly east, directly west, and it doesn't matter on the equinox or what. It's going to go back and forth, and it'll always be represented east to west on the equator. They'll always see the sun visually represented that way. Can you at least
Yep,
see what
but-
I'm showing here, like in relation to the person and them seeing the sun move across the sky? This is difficult.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so. I think I understand it. Like that makes
Do you?
sense on a globe. I
Yeah.
don't see how that makes sense on a flat Earth.
Because he's like that little guy right there is only standing on a flat plane to kind of show like what it represented. So what I'm saying is this: even in this representation, the guy's not standing in an arc; he's standing on a flat plane. So
Yeah.
the
So
only thing,
why,
the only
when
thing
he
that's
stood in the A bit, is the sun going overhead?
well, so what I'm
Whereas when he
saying.
stood in the C bit, it's going like around him in a circle. Unless
That's what
his
I'm
like
trying to
angle
tell you. I'm trying
that
to
he
tell
stood
you.
up in relation to the sun has changed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. the Doma.
That's what I'm saying, though.
So the Doma perspective in the sky is visually represented in the sky that way. So we're not concerned about the ground. Is not you said like, well, we know we're on a globe. No, we don't. We can just tell by what's happening in the sky only how it's represented in our vision. Our vision is seeing this. We're not seeing the ground curving. It doesn't need to be a globe. It just needs to be happening in the sky, visually represented itself to us in the sky. So what we're seeing in the sky is what these little demonstrations of this diagram showing you. In
I
this
think
model.
I get it. I think I get it, but I think wouldn't the issue be that because obviously
There's
we
a lot
have
of issues with this.
No, there
there isn't that many. I think the only thing that I can think of off the top of my head is that with the Doma perspective viewpoint, you can have just imagine two individuals, right? One, because that's basically what the issue is, that from two different perspectives we're seeing a problem, right? So there'll be two different domes at the same time, because it's the same time of day. You know, it's the same. You can have the same sort of time of night as it is in South Africa, as it is in the UK.
That's correct.
I think with those relative two domes of perspective, I feel like they contradict each other, right? To the point where, which is where I'm struggling with this.
Okay, yeah. So
The only way this makes sense if you're also arguing that the sun that I'm looking at, if I'm still on the North Pole, is not the same sun that you're looking at when you're stood closer to the equator.
Maybe.
Well,
that could be.
Unless you're also arguing that every single sun that every single
That's
person
the
sees
case.
is technically a
That's
different thing.
actually-
This doesn't make
it
any
is.
sense whatsoever.
It is.
So that's
that
what
is
you're
the
arguing.
case.
You're arguing that every single sun that we see is actually different.
An apparent position.
It's an
You don't
apparent
see
position.
the actual position. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So.
But wait. No, hey, no, this is not coming from us. Man. Hold on a second. You're laughing, but you think it's coming from us. We're not the ones saying that, bro. You need to stop laughing. We're not the ones proposing that it's an apparent position.
I know he's laughing at his own science.
You're laughing at your own. That's the globe,
Yeah,
bro.
You're not going to be laughing anymore when you need that excuse.
Yeah,
for the
they
sun
say
and
due to
eclipse.
refraction, it's an apparent position of stellar objects.
Yeah,
and
like
an
things are going to
actual
refract a little
position.
bit. Like atmospheric refraction is a
Okay.
thing.
Oh,
It's
so
not
now-
going to
now you got it.
completely
It's
change the angle of the
semantical.
sun by 90 degrees.
Listen,
That's
Hold on.
You got it all of a
it's
sudden.
bonkers.
semantical, but it's true.
So
Hold on.
yeah, I just want to show them one more thing real quick. Look at the diagram that I just put to you. This is why people with solar panels on their house, they need to know the arc path of the sun and the latitude and the how it travels through the sky throughout the year, so they can actually these guys who have a business putting up solar panels. This is what it's for. These models that they have are demonstrating that you could have the place where the flat surface of the house and all that, because they need to know the location of the celestial body. They don't worry about the ground.
Yeah.
They don't need to know
True.
that the ground is
Okay.
curving. They just need to know the
Okay,
path.
just
the
to
sun.
clarify, so is there different suns depending on where you're standing on the Earth, then, or is it just in a different, the same sun but different? They just look like they're completely different spots.
Different apparent position.
Okay, so
Can't necessarily say it's a different sun.
Yeah.
But you see it in a different position.
You see it in a different position, yeah. Apparently.
Subjective to you. And
Relative
that's
to
why
you.
Yep.
And that's why when you're on the beach watching a sunset, somebody 10 miles down is seeing the sun reflecting on the water to their feet, just like you are.
Yeah.
And you could be 10 miles apart on the beach.
You guys get it
The
from that
sun is still
angle?
reflecting to your feet.
Could you? I don't know if this
So
is your
is there
graph, but could
actually
you-
one sun?
Well,
There
that's the
must be.
thing. Here's okay. Hang on. What we're
So there
saying
might be
is,
multiple suns?
No, here. Wait. We're saying we don't
No?
know what the sun is. First of all,
Okay, but do you think there's
Right.
just one sun, or is there many suns?
that's left up to speculation, bro. We're still on Sunday, right?
So there might be
No,
multiple
We're
suns.
already Monday morning.
No.
but-
That's basically what they're saying.
no, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
But
You're
what
saying you
what I
don't
will s-
know.
Yeah, I'm
No,
saying we
we're
don't know.
saying
Do
that
you
it's
know what the sun is?
subjective.
Oh
Do you
my
know what
God.
it is?
I have a fairly high degree of confidence that there is one sun.
No,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying, do you know what it is?
It's a star.
Yeah.
No.
Giant
have
ball
you seen
of
it? Have you seen it look like
nuclear
a star,
whatever.
Ed? What star does it look like to you?
It's a
Really close
okay.
one.
It's a
Which
giant
one?
ball of plasma
How do you
made
know?
from hydrogen,
How do you know?
oxygen,
How do you know?
because of the spectrographic reading.
Of
It
what?
gives me
Hmm.
Of what?
Did
the
you
wavelengths of light.
did you consider the container in your spectrographic analysis?
Yeah, it's called gravity, mate.
Oh, really? Could you demonstrate that as a container for air?
Yes.
Yes.
Earth.
Please.
Here.
I'm not going over this again. This is like a
Yeah.
parody of week 2, so why don't we try a different question?
Another
Why don't we
globe.
actually try
Another
typing
globe
the
realm.
question?
Well, I
So
guess
gravity's
question
fake.
that I
There's
just
multiple
posed.
suns.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Didn't we say
The moon's
multiple
an
suns?
illusion.
I
Mez,
said
you're
the
laughing at
sun
the
is made
multiple
of
sun thing,
plasma.
but it's not actually that stupid because look, if you can infer
I disagree,
that,
but
no, wait, just wait, Mez, right? If you can infer it from where you're let's say that this is an imperative, right? So like, if what we're seeing on the Earth is flat, there's no curve, right? Then you can only, and then you see this like object going over over the sky, then from that base point of the Earth is flat, you'd have to infer why the fuck you're seeing all these other phenomena, right? So
it's an apparent.
Yeah,
You can prove that it's an apparent position just by trying to triangulate it. You'll keep getting different results. It's easy. This has been known about for hundreds of years.
That's because to triangulate accurately, you need a wide enough difference in the angles to be able to
It's
position
because
it
the
properly.
lines of sight don't converge at it because it's in a different apparent position for each observer. That's why you can't triangulate its position properly.
Isn't it because
Exactly
it's too
what
close?
we're telling you.
You know,
Everybody
you need
else
something
knows
that's
this.
really far away.
I can demonstrate it to you right now if you go outside and you have street lamps and you're walking down the sidewalk and like outside in the middle of town and you have street lamps, parked cars, you watch the reflection of the light and the light, it follows you in your perspective. It's subjective to you.
Hey,
Think
you like
about
the
it,
last
yeah?
example, Crispy?
Everyone's standing at the beach, yeah? There's a
Yeah,
guy
I think the.
10,
Sorry,
there's a
man. I
guy
mean,
10 miles, guy 10 miles down the beach.
Everybody go quiet.
I thought I cut out.
Yeah, he went quiet.
Oh,
But he
Mez
was
got
saying
muted.
exactly. He was saying exactly what I was trying to say. Like you can go to the beach and watch the reflection of the sun at sunset in one position, and somebody else 10 miles down at the same beach will see the sun reflecting to them. It's all subjective to
The
the
moon does the same on a full moon
Yes.
over the water. Does the same thing. The moon does the same thing. It's apparent position to you, and it's very I would say in the visual perspective, it's very subjective to like when you see it streaking across the water. You know the way the moonbeam is reaching you, and then somebody like 10 miles down the way would be seeing the very exact same thing. They laugh and they snicker, but it's what they see. So you're not
They
gonna
can
be able to say
demon-
it any different.
They can demonstrate it to themselves. All they got to do is go outside and look up into the sky at the moon or the sun and walk and keep their eyes on it and watch it follow them. I mean, this is just remedial knowledge.
But the most recent example you posted, Alpha, is probably the best one. It kind of it just started to click for me.
Did it make sense to you on that one?
Yeah, this one makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah. But this is all on a flat plane, but they explain it on the globe. You want to see how they explain it on the globe? It's the same thing. So what I was saying visually in the sky, I'm going to show you what it looks like on the globe. Check this out. But look, all the flat land that you need to
What?
Yeah. Visually represented because you know the reason why it looks that way to them is because they're looking at the sky. The ground has nothing to do with this. The sky is what it looks like. It's like the arc path that the sun takes. Here, let me post the I'll post the link to that. Because they even say it on their on their website, their path of the sun. Yeah, I know, but that's represented in the way that it is with the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn being shown.
Yeah, even the NLEMA of the sun
Yeah.
shows that it takes a larger path south of the equator than it does
Yes,
in
it
the north.
does. It does.
It even shows you, and you're looking at the evidence.
Yep.
And they're just putting the globe in front of you instead of what it actually is.
Guys, this is the pear shape. That's where they get pear shape. Look at this like bowling pin and a lemma. Slightly chubbier at the middle because they know they can't give it the explanation that they think they could modeling it. That you can't. There's no model. I mean, for God's sakes, you got the geoid, the freaking ellipsoid. There's so many different models. Yeah, Toby, that's the visual perspective that people have. That's what you see. I want to save this. I'm actually going to steal that from you. I was looking for a good visual representation of that. That's perfect. Yeah, Toby put that. Well, you can see what he put up there. The guy that's looking at this like big dome of perspective. That's what a person's visual representation looks like as you're looking out into the horizon.
Wait, I don't know if I'm struggling here, but how would that explain an inversion of the moon?
What do you mean inversion?
Like, you know,
Upside down from your
yeah,
position to
upside
like.
down moon. Yeah, upside down moon. Yeah.
Well, that only means that as it's moving across the plane, it's going to be visually represented differently to someone else in another location. Just because when it arrives there, it's kind of like you see it start off in your eastern horizon in the face that you see it, but when it goes across the sky, it'll be upside down to your western horizon. So you only see it upside down, but they don't. They see it right side up. Like that's their right side up. Their upside down to you is your right side up. Like when it's upside down for them, it's right side up for you. You know what I mean? Like so coming from the UK, when you see it go over your horizon, like your dome of perspective, once it reaches your western horizon, and then it's time for me to see it in my eastern, I'm gonna see it the same way you saw it when it was going down your western horizon. The same face
But
you see it
would
in your
you
western horizon. You get it?
wouldn't it? Yeah, wouldn't it have to be like in my mind? I don't think I could like conceptualize it without imagining
Okay.
this moon and sun is flat, right? Because if
Okay.
it's a sphere, I'm imagining because we're all relative to one another, it has to be that way, right? So you
Well,
can't
this
see the
is
back of the moon, right?
yeah, no, nobody does. It kind of has a little bit of libration to it. Like it does swivel a little bit, just a slightly little bit, but it doesn't. It'll never turn all the way around. There's a little libration though to it. Like it does kind of go a little side to side kind of thing, but it doesn't like go all the way around.
Is
I don't know
it
if you knew
like
that.
wouldn't it like demand a flat moon or say that we should be able to see the back of it?
I mean, people have different ideas of that, but I don't have I don't put my hat in the ring with that shit, man. Because like I mean I don't know.
You definitely can't demonstrate how light would reflect off of a convex surface the way that it does. If it was reflecting off of the moon and it being spherical, you wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to replicate that at all in any scenario. You
Yeah,
would have
it
a
sounds
hot.
like it'd have to be a flat moon. Like I can't imagine it this like
Well, it,
diagram
it
You know
would
working
have
what?
with
to
this.
emit its
A
own
lot of
light.
people were actually saying that, Britt. As far as speculations go, they would say that would probably be an explanation to tell them about what it is. But I'm neither here nor there in that argument. I'm just like maybe. Like I mean, I'm not yet. It doesn't look that way to me. I'm being honest with you. When I look at that thing, it looks like a sphere. Looks that way to me. I can't say if it is or not. If it's flat and I'm only seeing it I couldn't say. Moon's a mystery to me. What it is.
Mm.
But I mean, you do bring up a good argument. That's all I will say. It's just compelling that you actually would think of it that way and how most people don't even get to where you're at. They're probably like, nah, this is bullshit. But it's whatever. Because at the end of the day, I'm never gonna be like, oh, we found out that it's the flat moon or whatever. It wouldn't know. The thing about all of this is that we are not in any position to know such things, right? We are just people, that are looking at the sky like they were, thousands of years ago.
Well, I'm just saying, if it is a sphere, who knows? But if it is, it would have to emit its own light, not reflect it from the sun.
Well, we'd see a specular highlight on it if it was a sphere.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was reflecting from the sun, and that's why we had the phases and all of that, you would see the highlight on it, like you would. I
Yeah.
mean, in any other scenario, if it was a sphere. If like I'm saying, if it is a sphere, couldn't tell you one way or the other. It would have to emit its own light, not reflect light from the sun.
Yeah, if you were to get like any light, like a flashlight, and shine it on an object, you see the object would have like a bright spot on it. That bright spot is recognized as a specular highlight. And you just any sphere would do this. But the moon has an even covering of light. It doesn't have like we're different shades of light. Same covering of light.
Well, I mean, it has like certain properties to it that have darkness, but overall it emits one light. It doesn't have some sort of highlight to it or any kind of anything that would resemble reflecting light.
Yeah, let's not get into the other stuff that we've seen with Kroll 777.
On this particular topic, I mean, I'm gonna I'd say in terms of pure simplicity, I'd have to say the globe earthers have an edge on this topic particularly, just because the idea that there's the amount of extra legwork you've got to do for the flat earth side on explaining all these sorts of things that I guess are hard to conceptualize, right?
We can't make a claim either way. This is just us kind of spitballing to you.
Yeah. Well, it's not Speculation Sunday anymore, all right? So we're not doing any of that.
Yeah, we're not doing that anymore.
Oh, sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah, to me it's like, because of the fact that we're told what it is, that we have to accept a specific thing about it. So I'm just like, it doesn't matter. To me, I think the only thing that's important is if the narrative was true, then every facet of that narrative would be true. There would be no inconsistencies whatsoever. We wouldn't find that it's difficult for us to measure the curvature. We'd find that, everything lines up. Because for me, it was always about the truth. It was never about like, oh, I think flat Earth is cool, let's do this. Like, I was like, no, it's not the truth.
Yeah, I think that it makes sense now, like why the actual why you guys say like let's look at the Earth and stop looking up there, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of because I guess you're doing the reverse of what the globe earther does. A globe earther would say like, oh, look at the sky and infer shape from that, whereas you guys want to infer shape from the Earth and then infer the sky,
Well,
right?
I mean, because of the fact that I even said that when we talk about celestial navigation, when we talk about star rotations, we're talking about celestial movements. We're seeing things in the sky do something and then inferring that the Earth is something because we see the sky. Because of the celestial sphere, we have the notion that the ground is, because of we're seeing the sky the way the ground is dictating the way we see sky. So ground curve, see sky curve. Like that's the way that people in this argument would look at it. That's the reason why they would say it's a globe, because their sky is curved. Like, why else would it be curving? What else could explain that?
But in reality, the sky looks nothing like the Earth. It's completely different. So to look for our position, it should be realistic to anyone that that's not what we're looking at when we're talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, it's the Earth we're talking about, which, yeah, it's just a difficult topic to get into. Because think about it, all the cognitive dissonance you have to fight before, because people don't come in here like, hey, let's talk about the Earth's shape, and they're not doing that. They're like, dude, you guys are idiots, man. The fucking Earth's a globe, and you can't chip away at that chip on their shoulder. It's just so strong. It's like, to me, it's amazing. It would take somebody first. They have to come in here and kind of go through the process of railing against it and be like, all right, got my feelings out. Now I want to see what's really going on. Like, that's probably the only way.
I remember one guy came in here and he was laughing about it, and then he got some evidence shown in his face, and he's like, "I never thought of this before."
Those are rare. They're not always we're gonna get that.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
it's
For
pretty
the most
refreshing.
part, we'll get the Mezes of the world. They'll
I
come in
think
here.
Mez is funny, but
Or you know what? Yeah, he's kind of funny. Scott Mackey. Oh my God, that guy is. He is like the poster child for fucking obtuse. Like, fuck, dude. If anybody's gonna go down with the ship, even if the president came out and said, "Guys, we apologize, but we had to tell you the Earth was a globe for a long time, but it's now flat," Scott will be like, "Fuck that. You guys are, you guys can keep your fucking flat Earth." He would still believe it's a globe. Fuck. Kind of cool though, man, because keeping people to think about this subject for as long as we have to, like, having the conversation going has gotten us one of the biggest rooms here in politics.
Yeah, and
What
I
do you
think
think of Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Flexi.
I was just gonna say it's pretty refreshing to have a Glober in here that is willing to just talk about these subjects without being a troll. So I appreciate you, Britnat.
Yeah, I give props to Britnat too. He's been pretty even in these discussions.
Hey, Britt, don't fuck it up, dude.
I've got status, you know, from one of the.
You got
one of the
you,
big groups.
dude. You're like right now. If somebody was gonna mess up, if you're like the link between, after you go, man, there's no buffer, dude.
I thought Owlishness was also a fan favorite.
She's okay. She's nice.
It's a troll.
She's, well, I mean, as
I think
far
she's
as like reason goes, I don't know. She's okay.
Jokes around too much.
We
What
got
do
a
you think
pecking
of
order here.
What do you think of that container rebuttal for the spectroscopy claim?
Were you asking Brett or me or who?
No, you, Miggy.
Oh, the container. What? Say it again.
Yeah. Well, did you consider the container in your spectrographic analysis of the sky?
Oh, I heard you using that. Yeah.
It seems to brick them pretty quick because it goes straight to gas pressure without a container after
Yeah,
that.
I know. Which is kind of like, I haven't heard it being used. Like only that one time you were. But I was more talking to them about like the evidence for like, how do you know in that environment, you know? But you were actually stopping them before there. So I've never heard that. So I was like wondering, kind of like, why are you saying that? So now I get it. So
Yeah, I
you're
mean, if that's in the way, I mean, you don't know for sure whether these things are outside of it or whatever. But if they are, you would want to think about that.
fucking right, dude.
Right?
Yeah. Fuck, dude. Like, you see, it takes, because it's just seeing the argument differently, probably, than I was like not looking at it that way. I was more of like, okay, so all things equal, Earth being a globe, but then you're like, no, how's it possible? Gas pressure without a container, remember? Like,
Yeah, there's got to be a container up there. Are those things outside of it? If so, how did they
Yeah.
affect? How did it affect the spectra? Right?
And that's going to, if you're looking through that, and if it's something to look through, you know, like.
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh yeah, massively. You'd be going from atmosphere to no atmosphere.
Yeah.
What, you don't believe that gravity can contain gases under the table?
Dude.
Yeah, this is what the Globers say. Like
I
when
know.
we release hot gases, they never rise above the table, you know. They always stay on the bottom. Below.
You know, what's weird is that they don't expect, like, I guess over the years that I've been doing this, I've kind of I've been really good at listening to the way they speak, and I can easily detect if somebody doesn't know what they're talking about. You know, when I can spot the chink in their armor, like they coming in here and they're just their demeanor. Like, I'm so fucking, like, I'm amazed sometimes. Like, I'm like, oh fuck, I got him on this one. I'm thinking of that when they're speaking. I'm like, shit, I just heard him say, it could be, possibly, maybe. I'm listening to suggestive terms. The moment I hear them say anything like that, you can already bet that I'm going to catch them on it. If you're listening to me talk to somebody, and they're like, well, I think that. What do you mean? You think? Why are you thinking? You don't know? Like, it's easy because like now I can. When you talk with confidence and you know what you're saying, you don't use suggestive terms. You like, no, this is the way it was, and we studied this, and we know that we've got this outcome. Everybody speaks with confidence. They know what they're saying. In the case of like when you're speaking of things about the globe, people don't know what they're saying, man, and they have to use suggestive terms, inferences, like, and so it's easy. You don't even have to try. And everything that they say, they don't know what they're talking about, and it's easy too because they're like, "Well, what about the ISS?" You know, it's like, "Do you know anything about it?" Like, so I got Alex that I just shut him down real quick. It was funny, dude, because they come in with their. You hear that, Crispy? Like I had him on the ropes and didn't let up, and then at the end of it, I was like, "So can I have a concession?" No, but so can I have a concession? And he's just like, "Yeah, okay." He's just like capitulated, dude. Fuck, dude.
The ISS argument, man. Yeah, he's like, yeah, the ISS. He's like, and you ask him, and he's like, "I'll go get it."
Yeah, nah. When you go get it means you don't know, right? Because you're not just gonna go and get something that you know. That shit will be coming straight off the dome.
Yeah, I have everything that I've learned in my head. There's some things that I've saved here and there, but I've got a really good memory, so things that I learn, I'm able to keep them in my head because I'll learn them to such a degree that I could describe it to a 5-year-old. But
Yeah.
my problem is that when I'm in here, it's like I forget words like that are usually in my brain and how I think about things. But when I'm on here talking to someone, I'll forget like reconcile. I'll forget that word. And I'm like, I think about it all the time and I forget it when it's really needed.
Well, you should get paid for teaching them. You shouldn't doing it free.
Well,
Flat Earth teacher.
I think that I think that it's valuable to save things so that you have it on hand so you're not forgetting like I do simple words so you don't have to worry about the kind of language you're using because you'll be thinking about that because you have the information pulled up in front of you that you're talking about. So there's nothing wrong with that. I don't do it that way because I'm not used to it. I don't know.
I suggest trying to do exercises like 1 word a day to repeat
Even
its
like one
definition.
word a day?
Yeah, like read
Kind of.
that word, read its definition in the morning, noon, and afternoon, and evening, 3 or 4 times a day, and you
I wouldn't even
will
say that. I think
memorize
the
them.
best thing to do, the best thing to do would be to, and it's gonna suck for a while, but you actually have to like fail a few debates because the more debates you fail, the more you learn, the better, the quicker you become in thinking about the
Yeah.
correct words to use and when to use them.
That's true.
So,
Yeah, when somebody calls
if
you
you
out on
throw
something.
yourself into the deep
Yeah,
end
yeah.
and you lose a few debates, you get better each time, right?
That's
I
so
agree
true.
totally. If somebody calls you out on something that you didn't know or you had wrong or something, you figure it out after that. Works really good. It's a good way to learn.
Yeah, you got to take the L sometimes.
We
Even
gotta
if
worry about Britnat, man.
you're
He's gonna be the most polished Glober that there ever was, and he's just gonna navigate like fucking. I won't be able to hold him anymore. Flatwater won't. He's just gonna be like fucking Neil deGrasse or some shit of the fucking Discord arena or
Yeah.
some.
Next Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So I hear you saying that the Earth is flat, but in my conclusion, I already know every argument you're gonna give me. Like, whoa, what the fuck did we train Britain out to be the ultimate fucking destroyer?
Science
Fuck.
communicator.
That's fine.
You can take over Neil deGrasse's job.
Probably do it way better than he does.
We're training you for this.
That's kind of cool though. I had fucking Newt come. You guys weren't here. I don't know. Were you here when Newt came in? Like
Moot
it was
Newt.
a couple days ago.
Always
Friday.
Moot Newt.
Newt is moot.
He came, I was always on the move, so I couldn't see who was talking. And he just like a fucking Pokemon in the wild nude appears, dude. He fucking popped in here and he was like, "Well, I just came to see what you guys were up to." Like, it's just like, you know. And then I was like, "Who is this?" And he was like, "Oh yeah." And somebody told me in the chat, "Hey, it's Newt's in there." I was like, "Newt," and I was like, just right on him. All right, man. So I hear you're a god of debate. I always say that because everybody talks about him like that. He's like, "Oh, dude, Newt, man, I can't believe." Yeah, he knows how to debate, that guy right there. Oh, the guy's fucking lightweight. Hell no.
Well, part of knowing how to debate is knowing what to debate to, and he might have known that his stance was undebatable
Hey,
here.
hey, don't be talking about Newt like that.
Dude, he's fucking. Oh my god. He said something
Yeah, they
really.
hyped that. They hyped him up. I don't think he had anything to do with it. They hyped him up.
I think he even said, "Who's saying that I'm the god of?" I was like, "Other people are, man. Somebody thinks you're
Peer
hot
pressure,
shit."
the motherfucker. At a
Yeah, now
young
you're gonna
age.
have to live up to your name, man. Like,
You
fucking.
get about 35, you're like, fuck other people. There ain't no pressure. You just tell them,
But
hey,
see, Mike,
that's some dumb shit.
Yeah, but they don't know you either, Mike. So you've thrown down in your day. Fucking
Man, dude, that dude is just all logical fallacy.
Yes.
Some of these dudes crack me up. They come back a year and a half later. What about it now? They sound like my fucking secretary, man. I try to get away from her as quick as I can. I love the lady. She's autistic when it comes to organizing shit. She's annoying, okay? So I'm simple and I try to move on. You know, got one of them voices, you know.
Who's that?
Oh, Jesse. Jesse
Oh.
Lightpath, man. That dude saying the same shit for 2 fucking years. Got the most annoying voice. And at the end of it, he just says, well, I'm not satisfied with that. I'll be back. And we're like, yeah, we fucking know.
Yeah, but check it, man, because he should already be knowing all the things that we talk about in here,
He
being that
does.
long in here, but he does not, because I just asked him today. So what have they done to measure the curvature of the Earth? Do you know? He's like, no, and I was like, what the fuck? At least learn the fucking arguments, bro. Like
Yeah,
you
he
can't even.
doesn't listen.
He doesn't give a shit, dude. He just does what
Scott
he.
Mackey told
No.
me that dip in the horizon equals spherical axis, and I thought, that's about your level there, Scotty. Good for you, buddy.
Fucking Mac.
Yeah, he also keeps saying that straight line triangles make more than 180 degrees,
Yeah,
and then
I mean,
when you're
you
like,
said
"Oh,
it
how is
right.
that?" You said
You
it
get
over and over
spherical
again.
axis.
Oh my God, dude.
It absolutely applies to rectangles. It's got nothing to do with the dip in the
Fucking
horizon.
Scott, dude.
Here, this
Yeah,
one,
and then when you call him
give
on
him
how
a photo
ridiculous,
badge.
we call him on how ridiculous that is, and he just says, "Well, sorry, you don't understand it." That's his rebuttal for everything.
It's
I
weird
know.
because he is educated, isn't he? Like he does have a formal education, no? Like it sounds like he
I
does
would
anyway.
assume Scott does have a formal education, but
Sounds like it.
you
I
know,
think he's
that's why I pointed out the other day that I know some engineers I've worked on projects with who were book smart than a motherfucker. But when it came to making the project happen in the field, I ran shit. You know what I'm saying? Because these guys, well, they were just book smart. They
He's
don't
leaning
have
on
the
Larry's
experience
education.
of erecting and manufacturing a structure.
I can't wait for Larry. He's got to get Larry in here one of these days. Oh my God, it's gonna be fun.
You know what's funny? They were invoking like air density causing more refraction. And I'm not entirely sure that's actually true because in cold winter days, when you have dry air, cold dry air, that air is dense, but it allows a long distance visibility, like clear view.
I would say not all the times there, Get, because I've seen some
Yeah.
images of like superior mirages in like cold weather regions. Like I want to say there was an image of like Antarctica, like they were getting
Yeah.
towards like right above the ice. You could see this like superior mirage. Or
Wouldn't
was
it
it
be
inferior?
wouldn't it be reflection if it's ice and
Ah man, let me get it. Let me get the image. I know I've seen it somewhere.
because I think that I can't stand it when people say atmospheric refraction because it's a category error. It's all wrong. But when you're talking about like mirages and stuff, a lot of the times it has to do with reflection.
An image I know I've seen before. It was a cold. It was like it had ice in it in the image.
Yeah, hey man, listen. I was so glad I was muted. If I just blurt out some obscenity, it's not at you guys. I forgot to mute and I'm playing chess, okay? I get a little mad. I'm one of them guys.
Yeah.
Like, you son of a bitch!
Miggy, I was saying that based on some observations I personally made in my city, outside my city. I live in Plainfield region area, no hills and stuff, and about 300 kilometers away from my city there are some mountains, and in the summer I can see the shape of those mountains. Not all the days, but in some days we can see the shape, and they look like blue, almost the same color as the sky. You can tell they are mountains because you only see the shape. They are a little darker than the sky. But in winter,
back into full view when, according to the curvature of the Earth, it should be obscured. Part of the boat should be obscured by the curvature of the Earth, yet we're able to bring it back into full view. So I don't understand like why no one brings that up, that anomaly, but like
I think they do, but a lot of people
like it or not. You might not accept my answer, but I got an answer for you.
Sure.
Well, that's because of refraction, of course.
Atmospheric refraction, right?
Oh.
But unfortunately, atmospheric refraction it can only occur with very specific atmospheric conditions. It's not an everyday occurring phenomena. You have to have it. It has to be the right conditions for atmospheric refraction. I mean, okay, we can take another example of the law of perspective and, disproving the curvature of the Earth. Have you ever heard of Salar de Uyuni, Mayhem? The Bolivian salt flats?
Yeah, I know that place. I heard about it.
Okay. So, if you go there, if you've seen it, it's about like 100 kilometers wide, and in all directions. Let's say it rains a little bit, like 3 inches of rain per se in the Bolivian salt flats. The reason why it's popular and people know about it is because it makes it look like it's a giant mirror, perfectly flat mirror. It's not convex, not concave. It's a perfectly flat mirror for over 100 kilometers.
What's it called?
Salar de Uyuni. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but just type in Bolivian salt flats. There you go. Or Bonneville salt. Is that what it's called? There you go. Let's see here. Let's look at this video real quick. Actually, I don't know about the Bonneville salt flats, but apparently that's another salt flats place. But the one I'm thinking of is in Bolivia. There we go. Secret Asian Man posted a picture of it right there. Gorgeous, by the way. So let's take that.
Legitimately heaven.
Yeah, it's like a perfect mirror. Like there's no warping in the reflected image. It's completely flat. That's not what I'm not saying that proves it, but what I am saying is if you're able to see for over 100 kilometers perfectly like that far of a distance, where it looks like it's a perfect mirror, completely, symmetrical with the image that you're looking at. Like if you're standing 50 kilometers away, and you're looking at something another 50 kilometers away over there, it's the same mirrored image.
Yeah,
like
there's no curvature. Yeah,
there's no concaveness. Yeah.
Yeah. My argue. I mean, I solely believe Earth is completely flat too. But my argue there is that Earth could be that very big.
Okay, let's say that's the case, right? Let's say that that's the case, that the Earth is so big that you're unable to see the curvature of the Earth.
For a while, yeah. For like.
Okay, well, let's go back to Eratosthenes. Let's go back, because that's important. That's basically where we got the measurement of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but I thought you said we can agree to disagree about Eratosthenes. Why are we going back?
No, we are. But we're going back. We're going back to the measurement, though.
I'm like I said, yeah. Keep going.
So the important part of that measurement, right, is that it confirms, quote unquote, that the Earth is about 25,000 miles in diameter, which is important. It's very important, because based on that calculation and of spherical trigonometry by I think it was Aristotle. Let me look this up. There's actually a calculation that you can look up yourself that measures the curvature of the Earth. And it is this calculation, bear with me. And this is very important.
Wouldn't it be crazy if we don't even live in a flat or sphere? It's just a matrix.
So, let's see here.
So, yo, guess what? It's all simulation. That's crazy.
Let's see here. So, based on the law perspective and the measurement of the quote-unquote curvature of the Earth, that when we're looking at the horizon, that anything that we see, I believe it is 6 inches per mile squared, I believe. I can't remember the exact thing. If anyone could help me out here, can't remember exactly what to find here. I can't remember what I'll try to find it on Google, and it keeps giving me different things. But I think it's 8 inches.
Never give him 6 inches when you can give him 8.
There you go, 8 inches. 8 inches per mile squared. Per mile of distance that you're looking at. So let's take 100 kilometers, for example. 100 kilometers to miles is about 62 miles. So if I'm in Sawyer to Uni and I'm able to see perfectly all the way to the other side of the salt flats where you can see the mountains, like for example, in that picture, which is about 100 kilometers. So if it's 8 inches per mile squared, in terms of how your perspective line, like your horizon line, starts to dip according to the curvature, then that means those mountains, for example, 100 kilometers, say, and I'm sorry I don't have the exact numbers about those mountains, but you don't even need to because 62 miles, it's long enough to see a difference. Those mountains should not be in view. They should actually be about, 8 inches per mile squared. So 8 inches times 62 miles. Let's see, so in feet.
So you're telling me the people who made these rules are kind of like screwing themselves over because people are like proving themselves wrong.
Well, if you have,
think so. Yeah.
I mean, if you have 25,000 miles in diameter, if that's like what you're basing this entire globe measurement on, which is basically just fucking
common
two
knowledge.
dudes or a dude that basically put a stick in the ground, like. And let's take that at face value. Let's say it is 25,000 miles in diameter. Okay, so according to spherical trigonometry, it's about 8 inches per mile squared. That your horizon line, like your vision, like the way your eyes see, you can't. You would start to see that curve, based on how many miles are. If it's 25,000 miles, right? That means Earth is that's limited to that space, and it's a sphere. So you can actually have a calculation about how much curvature you're going to be seeing as you go further down your perspective line. So if I'm looking at 62 miles away at those mountains, then that should be per mile squared, 8 inches, 8 times 6, that's 48. 8 times 2, that's 16, 496. So that should be about 49 feet below your horizon. Like, you should not be able to see those mountains. It should be 49 feet below your law of perspective. I'm not sure if I'm doing this math right, but essentially it's impossible to be able to see those mountains in full view. It just doesn't make sense. Like,
that's interesting. I've never been brought up that point from that kind of place, because you're right, it is completely flat. And I'm sure we can make this with several other flat places.
A lot of places.
Yeah.
But the reason why I choose this is because it's very
the mirror
visual, that it's a mirror. Like, you can see that it's perfectly flat. And like your question earlier, what you said, well, the reason why we can't see the curvature is it's too big, right?
Well, that was my rebuttal.
Right. It's too big. We can't see it. Yet, we're able to see the curvature of the Earth from the beach. That makes no sense. That's illogical. In fact, how are we not high enough in the air to see how big the Earth is and the curvature of the Earth? Yet
But Red Bull clearly, as they
Oh, you seen that? I've seen that too.
The jump, yeah.
Where you can see it totally change the fisheye lens, but yeah. But to keep it like in fact-based stuff, it's like going by their logical and fallacies. It's maddening because you can go about it for fucking hours on end and nothing will get done. But I get what Mayhem's doing. I get what these. You have to become correct when you're discussing this stuff. But the one thing.
Did you cut out just then? Mic check.
He's
Hello?
still good. He's good. It might have been just you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Mike is still here.
All I heard was, I get what Mayhem's doing. Anyway, hey, speaking of, Miggy, what's happening?
What's up, brother?
Did you cut out Beasticles?
I don't think he did.
I'm not sure if I am or not.
I think I heard him.
Oh, okay,
You were cutting out on your own. But yeah, man, that's a very good point. And like I said, it took me a while to really fully grasp that this whole world, possibly.
Let me.
Most likely flat.
Excuse me for a second, guys. Let me talk to my the students in here, the academy. Guys, this exercise was meant for you guys to listen to and critique. We're going to go ahead and open up the panel to anything that you guys have heard within this critique. You guys go ahead and kind of help him out a little bit. Teach him how we do things here and kind of show him like what the arguments are about, what went wrong, what could have been better, and all that kind of good stuff. We can open up the floor to you guys listening to this conversation, me asking Beasticle some of those questions. So go ahead. If anybody wants to jump in, if you were hearing the conversation between me and Beasticles.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead. Well, just listen to some honest critique, okay, Beasticles? So no slight to you, it's just honest critique, okay? All right. So anybody want to jump in, or we all good?
All I can say is when I first tuned into this a little while ago, I thought somebody had cloned your voice and was just BSing. I didn't realize at first that you were role-playing.
Well, it's much more than that, though, because what happens is when you actually test the metal of your argument, you start to realize where the holds are. Now, was anything that was being said? Are we all good? First of all, between the way I was arguing, the way he was arguing, did everybody come out good? Are we all good, or nobody's got nothing to say about it, or what's up?
I'd say Beasticles needs some more practice.
I think honestly, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I think Beasticles were bringing some great points. I would just probably keep the math to a minimum, because that was kind of like putting me, or my attention wasn't being as focused as as when you started saying a bunch of numbers. That could just be me.
No, I'm just asking everybody, actually. So anybody can put their input, because when we all come up to this, the point where we're actually having these discussions, arguments, or whatever, we wanted to present it in front of everyone. So this is kind of like a test run. So is everybody good with what's being said? Because I don't hear anybody else except for Wade Bixer and Big Root. Was it Big Root that said something?
Well, one thing I would say just specifically that Beasticles really needs to know the times, the dates, the numbers. When it comes to 8 inches per mile squared, you should know that like the back of your hand, and not say 6 inches or something like that. When you get into a debate with somebody or with a discussion, and you're tripping over your own words, that's not good.
Gotcha. No, and that's completely understandable critique. And that's kind of like why I'm here anyway. I definitely, because I am a flat earther for sure. I might not exactly.
No, it's cool.
Have it in front of me.
Yeah, it's cool. But what I'm saying is, like, when you get into the level of, just check this out, right? When you get into the level of the kind of discussions that we get into in here, we meet every archetype of personality, from the sophist to the weasel. Everybody who's just trying to pull one over on you or say something, interrupt you. They'll speak louder than you, or whatever the case is. But what I'm showing you, because I pretended to be the nice, calm Glober, right? So for you guys to hear me, like the way I was retorting to you was the way they would normally, because I've heard all the things that I told you was basically what I was told when I was learning how to refine. The argument. So there's a lot to learn and to glean from the people that are in this server. And so what I'd say is that I know you might be, I don't know, seniority wise, like 10 years in flat earth or something. You know, I don't know how long you spent in it, but that to me, it doesn't matter. It's not about seniority. It's about learning the arguments and understanding how to address them. So for me, it's more of like, you have to be well equipped. And this server, it sharpens your mind and your arguments get quick. You don't have to waste time with bloat. There's a lot of bloat that you actually get to, which is what I call derivative topics. Derivative topics are not needed if you can fundamentally take out the whole argument, right? And so if you've ever, I don't know, you don't know who I am, but I've curated the 3 points. The 3 points from the time that I started to where they're at today are, in a sense, well, I would say they're basically a tool that you can use to actually come at somebody to expose what kind of knowledge they have about the Earth being a globe. Now, once you have that knowledge, then you can move forward and then refine your logically consistent points to the person, and then they can understand what you're saying. Because right now, when you speak to a glober, they have their defenses up, their walls up. You haven't taken anything down, so they're gonna fight back on every point that you give them, right? So it was no effort on my part to just tell you that, you know, somebody else figured it out, and there was no coming to reconciliation of why I don't have that knowledge. You didn't make me understand that. So for me, it was just, I was just kicking back, listening to you say whatever you wanted to. In my head, I was playing the guy who was just like, you know what? I know it's still a globe. You haven't convinced me. You know what I mean? So I made your job difficult. So you were doing the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, I was the one listening to you tell me how you had to convince me. But see, in this specific arena, it's the other way around. We don't ever play defense, and if you start playing defense, then you're doing it wrong. So I always educate people here in this server about that. It's not about you playing your defense. Point, yeah. You're once you start defending, you're already they got you on the ropes, and so they're gonna
defend their claim.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So this, and I put it to you like this: this discussion is not a debate. It's not up for a debate. So what it is the burden of proof rests on those who make the claim. So those who advocate for the claim, which is the Earth is a globe, they're the ones who are saying that the Earth is a globe, and they advocate for that position. Not saying that they made the claim themselves, but they advocate for it. So they're saying, no, the Earth's a globe, and I know because the scientists told me or whatever. But so if that's the case, then the burden of proof rests on their shoulders alone. So what needs to happen is evidence needs to be put forth. So think of it like a court case, right? So you have a court case running, and so they are the ones that need to present the case for the Earth being a globe. So in order for them to do that, they need to sufficiently come forward with any evidence. So what you do is you're somebody to say, okay, present your evidence. Let's see what you have to present as far as evidence goes that the Earth is a globe. Now that's what you're waiting on. So if you get into like a spiel about like the Earth and the salt flats and all that stuff. You're trying to logically, consistently provide evidence for the case of the Earth not being a globe, but it's flat. But they're not going to see it because their walls are up. They have their side, you have your side, and then when it's their turn to speak, they're just going to retort and tell you, nope, it's a globe because you didn't factor in gravity. You didn't look at the Eratosthenes or something. So in order for you to avoid that, you have to get them to admit they don't know. So I always teach people I always teach people when they're in here is that when you go against an opponent that thinks that the Earth is a globe, you have to listen to the knowledge that they know. So the 3 questions, have you heard of them?
To nothing.
No.
Okay, so the 3 questions are this, and I'm just going to tell you so you know for future.
Yeah.
I curated these 3 questions. It goes just like this: Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance?
Who has measured the curvature of the Earth ever in history, any time in history, with drop over distance?
With drop over distance. So drop over distance excludes any other shenanigans from Eratosthenes, Aristotle, Al-Biruni, anybody who's ever, any of the ancient guys, right? So what you're doing is you're cutting it off at the knees. So when they want to come back and say, well, Eratosthenes, you're like, no. I didn't ask for sticks and shadows. What I asked for was drop over distance. So the consequent of the geometric shape being an oblate spheroid would deem necessary that the shape would demonstrate the sagittal. Point B, there's going to be an obstruction, which is the hump of the Earth in between point A and point B. Therefore, if that is the case, we have a drop rate over a distance. So the drop over distance is necessary. It's a necessary consequence of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. So if you follow me on this, what happens is they have to demonstrate any time in history that drop over distance has been directly measured. Now, there isn't anything that has ever been done any time in history that has been taken into account. So they're going to be fumbling around trying to figure out, give you half-hearted answers about, Samuel Rowbotham and, just other things, right? And you're going to be, no, that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm specifically, what you do is at that point, you start to redirect. Okay. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm specifically asking for a drop over distance. So basically what I'm saying is this isn't a debate or left up for discussion. All it merely is for them to demonstrate their knowledge as to sufficiently answer the question, right? Has there been anyone to demonstrate that the Earth has been directly measured, that drop over distance has been measured? Now, that's up. The burden of proof is on their shoulders. It's not on yours. So at this current time, I would say turn off the answering of the questions. And they say, no, but then you prove to me the Eratosthenes. You say, we'll answer some questions after these 3 questions that I got to give you. I promise. We'll go through whatever you need to. But first, sufficiently answer my questions. And then we'll pour over ourselves into anything you want to know. But I have to know what you know first about the Earth being a globe. So first of all, you have to get them to answer those 3 questions sufficiently or admit that the thing that you need from them, right, is the concession. It is the utmost, most important thing that you have to hear from their mouth. I don't know. If you don't get that from them, the walls are going to be up and you will not penetrate their mind. So really, what you're doing is exposing their mind to everybody that's listening. So everybody's going to be gathered around. Yeah. Everybody's going to be gathered around. Everybody's going to be trying to listen to how this debate is going to happen.
Right.
When you present it to them as in like, no, this right here, what we're doing is you, who have the burden of proof, are going to come forward and demonstrate to us that what you're claiming is true. So that is what's necessary right now, is that they don't understand that. They don't know that they have the burden of proof. They think because you said flat Earth, you got to prove it to them. And see, the magic trick, what happened was throughout the discussion, people on the flat Earth side thought that we have to have the burden of proof because we have to demonstrate how the Earth's... No. The Earth is flat and stationary. So the burden of proof rests on those who are making a claim that is otherwise than what we know it to be. Right. Just like you were leading to tell me at the beginning with your questions, right? But another thing too is that this position that we have is not, and I repeat, is not an agree to disagree position. It's a right and wrong position. Either we're right or we're wrong. There's no other two ways about it. So with the demonstration that they're going to give you, it's either going to sufficiently answer the question that the Earth is an oblate spheroid with drop over distance, or they're going to not be able to present any to you. Which in what case?
No, right.
Yeah. Which in what case? Okay, so 3 questions, right? So the first question is the Earth. Has the Earth ever been measured any time in history that it has drop over distance? They'll probably tell you, they'll run around and say, no, well, you won't like my answer, or no, Eratosthenes, and then
There'll
you
be
have to
some pushback from that for a while. Yeah.
yeah, the pushback will be a little bit, but for you, it's basically clean up detail. You're just gonna have to nope, sorry, redirect back to the premise. Nope, I'll talk to you about later on. If you want to ask me some questions, we'll do it after. It's just clean up. That's all you're doing. And so once you get to settle down, and then what do you want me to say? You're like, just answer the question. If either you know or you don't, but if you don't know, say I don't know.
Right, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Right, and so you listen. Don't give in to okay, you didn't have to say you don't know, but I'll just take it like you know. This right here, what I'm telling you, is the most important part of the 3 questions. The concession. If you do not get the concession, do not move on to the next question. And I'm saying this specifically because what happens here, it's called an ego death.
Right.
Their ego, which is built up, which has been built up, that they think that they have, will die. And it has to. So they have to concede that they don't know. And it's a hard pill to swallow because they're going to fight.
The better, yeah.
They're going to fight, right? So once you hear that, I don't know, say, okay, that's fine. You don't know. Let's go to the second question. Be calm about it. Go to the second question. And then once you get to the second one is this. It's like the first, but a little bit different. They tell us, I'm gonna give it to you. I prefaced the second question. They tell us that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So the question to you is, who has ever measured the Earth to be spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator any time in history? By any device or any person or people? You can put a little extra to it, like the way I just did.
Next question, though. It's great.
Right. Yeah. So the axial rotation is the second question. Axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. Who's ever measured that any time in history? And you could, like I said, you could preface it with saying that they tell us that the Earth is spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and so on. So who's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth any time in history? So they're going to either get sufficiently answered that question. Well, Foucault's pendulum. Okay, so what we're asking for is a naturally observed phenomena of Earth spin. Who has witnessed the Earth spinning any time in history? Because they have to see the natural observed phenomena if they're going to claim that they know that the Earth is spinning.
Right.
So remember, this is all about them giving you their base knowledge of how they know that. And so when it comes out to it that they don't know, they'll say, well, the moon's moving around, the sun's moving around, duh. And you'll be like, check this out. When you're outside, what do you see from east to west? The sun moves across the sky. What do you see east to west when you see the moon? The moon moves across the sky. What do you see when the stars move? They move east to west across the sky. Everything moves east to west across the sky. Therefore, from our vantage point, we